Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Let me turn the music down just a tad. Go. All right. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I finally updated the playlist with the streaming music, so now we jamming for show. I hope everyone's having a good Saturday or Sunday, whatever it may be. Yesterday was a busy day. Not for content, but for outside of content. I had to go to a business party for a fundraiser. So that was something. My first time ever going to something like that. So where I work at, they sponsored the event, but my boss couldn't go because he had family obligation to deal with. So I stepped in to fill in that role. And so I had to figure out who needed to go there, what time it needed to happen, what I needed to bring. And I gotta stop saying lots. I gotta work on my articulation. Let's see what else I needed to do. And talk with other business owners. So that was new for me. Granted, this is I do treat this as a business for myself. However, like talking to other people like that was something. That was really cool. And granted, my family was there. My mom, my stepdad was there. Just because they were on the board. They were on the committee, so they had to be there. So being there, I'm so used to sitting with them for like events like this or anything in general, because anytime we all go together, we all sit together. So it was different having to going to this thing, and I couldn't sit with them because I had my own table. I was sitting at my own business table for the company. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. I'm a big boy now. So it was pretty cool. Not gonna lie, there was a silent auction there. There were drinks. It was an open bar. There was a lot of food. Got to mingle with a lot of people. I actually ended up dancing. Some girl actually ended up forcing me to dance, so that was interesting. And I wasn't planning on dancing, so I ended up dancing. Let's see what else. I made sure my mom and all of them were good, and the people that were there that I knew were there. So, when I'm at stuff like this, ladies and gentlemen, I am like a mother. I'm like, I take after. I take after. Well, I take after my mother when it comes to like stuff like this, because she's always so used to like making sure everyone's good for everything. So when stuff like this comes up, like tonight we're going to a it's like a Halloween thing for like the family. So it's gonna be my family and my uncle's family. We're all going to go do a paintball thing for Halloween where you gotta like shoot zombies and shit. That's gonna be fun. However, I'm gonna be like making sure they're all good, so I'm gonna be like kind of watching over them. Well, it's something I always do. It's something that I'm just it's just how I am. I like to make sure that they're good. I like to make sure that they are happy and having a good time, because if they're having a good time, then I'm having. So that's something I take great pride in. So I was doing that all last night. So at the same time, I was making sure the people that at my table were okay. I was making sure that my mom and all of them were okay, and the people that I knew there were okay. So it was quite a fun time though. I actually ended up winning something in the fuck. I gotta stop saying ugh. I hate that. I hate when I do that shit. God damn, I just did it again. Anyways, I gotta slow my roll. I gotta slow my talking. Hold on. All right, replacing. I actually ended up winning something at the auction. It was my first time doing an auction like this too. I'm used to doing like the auctions. It was like the dude's really talking. He's like 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. Hey, I got a 25, 25, 25. Come on, give me a 30. And then, stuff like that. So doing a silent auction was different. You have to actually, when you put your name down and all that stuff, you got to go back. You got to actually keep an eye on that stuff. So I actually I bid it on 3 things. 2 of them ended up falling out, but one of them ended up standing till like 5 minutes left until it was closed. Someone put their name down. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm gonna win this. So I ended up putting it down like 1 minute before it was done. Got the thing. Actually got it for not bad. It's a quilt. I don't know if y'all there you go. Ooh. This is what I got. So it's a baby's quilt. Ooh. 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 Got a baby quilt. Homemade. Someone handmade this. I got it for $40. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of a steal. I really liked it. It just something about it just like gravitated me towards the baby. Now, granted, I don't have any children, at least not yet. But that's something that's for like my future future kids. That's something for my future kids to have. So when people were asking me, it's like, why'd you buy that? I said it's for my future kids. When I have kids, they're gonna be using that. So I'm looking long term, ladies and gentlemen. I want to have kids. I want to be a father one day. So long boy and Alto. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. So I had to not see you guys earlier. I was talking about last night. Hope you guys are having a good weekend so far. Hope you guys are having a good morning, or good evening, or good afternoon, wherever you may be as well. And to whoever else might be here. So, hold on. Gotta move that over. There we go. So yeah, it was a very jam-packed day for me. It's gonna be another jam-packed day for me today. I just said it again. I'm going to be, like I said, going to a Halloween event. We're gonna be going out to dinner. Then we're gonna be doing some paintballing stuff. That'll be a lot of fun. I just said it again. But throughout the day, I'm just gonna be working on content. Today's a heavy day for content. Saturdays are usually always my heavy day for content, like especially my heaviest days, because that's where where I'm off work. I really don't have anything going on, and I can just go straight to it. Just go straight into the content. So after the stream today, I'm gonna go to the gym. I'm gonna do my in-body scan. I'm gonna see how much. I'm gonna check out my actual weight and my body percentage. See where I'm getting my muscle. See where my muscles are growing from, and go from there. I'm excited for that because it's been a minute since I've done it. I think it's been almost 2 months. I want to say I can't remember the last time I did it. But yeah, I'm gonna do my in-body scan. I'm gonna do that. And I'm going to see the new Chainsaw movie tomorrow. I am very excited. I was supposed to go watch the premiere yesterday at I was gonna go at 9. I was supposed to go see the new Chainsaw movie yesterday, but because I got roped into the business stuff at the last minute, I'm like, well, I guess I gotta cancel my movie ticket and go another day. So that kind of sucked, but it is what it is. At least I'm still gonna be able to see it this weekend. I'm excited to see it this weekend. It's gonna be a lot of fun for me to see it this weekend. But yeah, that's gonna be my weekend. Jam-packed today, relaxing all day tomorrow. Gonna go see the movie tomorrow. It'll be a good time. Good time. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, now that I've talked, we are gonna be finishing Just Have a Story. We are on the hidden story now. We actually quote unquote finished Chiteve's story. Now we're just learning the, I guess, origins of her? Question mark? I don't know. I got spoiled. I kind of spoiled myself when I was trying to do information looking up on the Derived Matrix. So I do know who this person is, which is Yui. I do remember seeing this picture, but I don't know the context of it. And that's really about it. So this shouldn't be too long of a story. We're gonna see. I say that and then we're gonna see. But this shouldn't be too long of a story, at least for the hidden story at least. But I don't know nothing about her. I don't know nothing about her. All I know is her name is Yue, and all I know is that is Chiteve, also known as IV or V, and also known as 6. But that's it. I don't know anything else about that. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to waste any more time. I want to get right on into this. I am very excited to see what's going to happen here. Also, this will be getting a short film. It will probably be doing it after this short film. So that's to be looking out for that. I don't know when I'm going to get started on it, but right now all my focus is on the current short film that I'm working on. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, episode 1 of the hidden story, Prison. Your mission is to take egg. Huh? Okay, whatever. Well, I'm not even going to pay attention to that. Let's go. Oh yeah. It's all Yue story? Okay, so this is all Yue story. Good to know. Good to know, good to know. Thank you, long boy. Equinox, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. Hope you're having a good one so far. Welcome back to the stream. I got the lung capacity of a 10... I'm sorry. I got the lung capacity of 10 middle-aged dads whenever I sneeze. Like, do you sneeze that loud? Or do you, like, take in that big of a breath and then you sneeze? God bless you, anyways. Alright, here we go. The day after passing her final exam, Herda had already rushed to this experimental facility. No applause, no legislation, no one rejoices for the growth of a cog of an enormous machine that encompasses the world. Accepting the Academy's protection, escaping the nightmare, punishing virus, and the corrupted. Graduating from the guest rig means pledging the rest of the one's life to Laboids. Of course, this is necessarily bad. All guest rig students have been branded as company property from the moment they enrolled. Survival of the fittest is and successfully passing the final exam means that she's at least not among those who are discarded. Stop daydreaming. Keep up. An impatient voice interrupts her thoughts. The man in front of her quickness his pace again, forcing her to jog. Keep up. Moving from the discarades into the computing model, the whirling of exhaust fans buzzing loudly in her ears. Towering server racks stand before her like giants. Entropy streams surge through the platonic circuits of a clock beyond the Landor limit, silently thinking at extraordinary speeds. They're arranged in tight, orderly formation, row after stretching endlessly into the distance. Diatric artificial intelligence and computation. So they've named it. Covering approximately 20,000 square meters, consuming 90% of the room's energy, this is Laboids Matrix Center beneath City 41. How long have they been walking along through the radius center? It feels endless. Like an infinite loop, the scenery refuses to change no matter how far they walk. Ice blue lights hang from the doomed ceiling, swaying slightly and piercing her eyes, causing an involuntary wave of dizziness. A long trek through the sterile landscape makes her mind drift in and out of focus as stomach acid rises, prickling the back of the throat. Mr. Horst. She strains to call out the name Manning standing just ahead of her. He is the Matrix Research Director and her supervisor responsible for introducing her to the system. He has remained cold and silent ever since they first met. How much longer until we get to her lab? His leather boots click rapidly as he strides forward. He doesn't stop, nor does he show any sign of now. She bites back the second half of her words, leaving it unspoken. Do this. You can do this. No mountain too high. She mutters through the attitude under her breath, fighting back the urge to vomit. The roar of an air cooling system fills her ears like a howling behemoth devouring all of the sounds. So cold. She instinctively wraps her thin lab coat tighter around herself. To mark her entry into the actual Matrix lab, she puts her lab coat early and cut her long hair short. To look mature and reliable, she put on non-prescription glasses and adopted a cold, expressionless look. For a student, this was the limit of her imagination of a researcher. Boring. She stares blankly back at the compute nodes with LEDs, unable to feel any connection to her surroundings. The terminal nodes are connected to the chamber by cable. Herta curiously peers through the transparent glass at the subject of the nearby chamber. Her distorted face suddenly slammed against the glass cover, making Herta jump back in terror. She catches glimpses of other test subjects, subjectively flailing their arms or screaming with all their might. Oh my. Their pain and savagely she sees in their eyes freeze her in terror, stopping her in tracks. Meanwhile, Host strides quickly toward one of the chambers. The update. As you can see, none of these models passed the test. But these all useless. Suitable candidates are rare to begin with, and moreover, this process is very hard for humans to endure. Modeling the mind in such a short time requires high-intensity external signals to stimulate neural distortion, while also interrupting the normal transmission of neurotransmitters. Those most prominent side effects is that they experience various hallucinations, seeing the most terrifying scenes from their memory, like falling from heights, watching loved ones die, or being hunted by the... This is far too efficient. It's impossible to speed up any further. One more sampling and they'll break down. Everyone falls silent. Herta clenches her notebook tightly to her chest. The electrical current to the nearby machine rack, ticking patiently, urging the humans to issue the next command. Of the Levis again. She's already been sampled 3 times today, sir. It's fine. She can't. Isn't that right? You leave us. Another prolonged, heavy silence. A green light flashes on the central grid of the device, signifying consent. Herta suddenly realizes that the test subject is no longer has the strength to respond correctly. So let's get started. He glances at Herta. They continue walking briskly ahead. Herta momentarily frozen in place. There's no choice for the dog to catch up. Mister, those were... Didn't they teach you at this academy? It's just... The man stops in front of her, turning to scrutinize Herta. After seemingly confirming something to himself, he speaks again. This is the 7th Matrix Project, an experiment to verify the awakening of mechanical consciousness. Mechanical consciousness awakening, she recalls an academy assessment describing this, when an AI achieves extensive processing, responsive feedback, and human-like ethics and emotions. It is termed an awakening. Using consciousness as samples to accelerate model development. Those test subjects samples. You mean I'll be responsible for this research in the future? But the mission I received was... Of course. This is a directive. These studies are merely secondary. Your mission is to take eggs by her cage. The iris authentication system signals its confirmation. A deep humming follows, layers upon layers of massive security doors unlock, revealing a small room at the end of the passage. Dense mathematical equations cover the floor, extending all the way to the experimental chamber distance. Warm artificial light bathes the room, gently bringing Herta's feet back down to solid ground. Hearing the footsteps of a visitor, the young girl struggles to sit up in her chamber. Traces of experimental solution still cling to her silky long hair. It's somewhat unusual, a distinctive pattern of black and white intertwined with piano keys. Unlike the other test subjects Herta has seen before, only indifference and sorrow remained in the young girl's face. Her gaze, like the downy feathers of a nest, tinged with a hint of confusion, falls gently upon her. Hello, are you... Eureka Levis. Yes, Miss Levis. The syllables of the prefix sound unfamiliar, and Herta can't quite catch what the other person means. Realizing she has lost her composure, she quickly raises her head again. I'm the assistant sent by the company. I'm Newman. No. My name is Herta. Herta Newman. Please, just call me Herta. Herta, just saying it once is enough. She awkwardly pushes up the glasses, then embarrassedly rubs her swollen calves. Miss Levis? The young girl keeps her eyes tightly shut. White mist continuously escapes from her lips as her body shivers slowly. Her pale face is completely drained of color. Vapor from the evaporating drifts like smoke as she slowly curls up. Mr. Levis! Herta dashes toward the experimental chamber. It's freezing! The moment she reaches her hand into the chamber, the bone-chilling cold makes her gasp sharply. I'm alright. As if deliberately avoiding contact, the young girl leans against the chamber wall and slowly rises to her feet before Herta can touch her arm. Recovered? Herta looks toward the man standing rigidly at the room's entrance. He watches them coldly, showing no intention of coming forward to help, as if completely accustomed to this. 1 hour, 43 minutes, and 52 seconds. That's how long the ceremony took. Adding in the adjustment rest time, we're looking at 2 hours total. There's still room to increase the neural pulse, isn't there? Wait, Mr. Horst? Yes, I'll try a 10% increase. 20%. Only stop if you can't take it anymore. Yes. Mister, she's already enduring twice the power level of other experiments. Increasing it by another 20% will cause her nervous system to collapse. It's alright, Miss Herta. My consciousness can handle this level of strain. And a 99% confidence level, the experiment won't cause irreversible effect. That's what the matrix project indicates. And the remaining 1%? The chamber's safety redundancy system will cut off the post currents in time. But... Won't you feel pain? Herta recalls passing the other test subjects earlier. Each face was twisted in agony like wild beasts trapped in cages, giving a glimpse of the mental hell they endured. Humans perceive suffering in largely the same way. What differs between individuals is merely the expression they show when faced pain. Herta looks at the young woman leaning against the chamber wall, white vapor constantly escaping from between her lips. Horst furrows his brow and slowly exhales. Alright. Maybe we should take a short break. Herta sighs with relief. Mr. Levis, please give me your hand. It's fine. I can manage. She staggers out of the experimental chamber, gripping a nearby lab table with her right hand, slowly pushing herself upright. My terminal has received the data from the sample. Compared to the other test subjects, its results are much better. He suddenly changes his tone. But as far as I know, isn't this model still incomplete in some aspects? Yes, there are deficiencies in both robustness and generalization compatibility. Further sampling is still required. Get ready as quickly as possible. We still have some time. I'll try again. Good. But Mr. Lever has already had 3 samplings today. Actually, I think it's 4. She mumbles stupidly, recalling a conversation between researchers overheard outside earlier. Miss Herta, do you have any questions? Horst didn't even miss the faintest whisper she made. No. I don't have any questions. Relax. I'm not pressuring you. If you have concerns, it's better to express them. Herta steals a glance at her supervisor's expression, noting that he doesn't actually seem that severe. Somewhat nervously, she begins to speak. Miss Levy hasn't had sufficient recovery time, and the experimental risks are becoming increasingly dangerous. Even if she's censored to the sampling, would the researchers responsible for her well-being approve such a high-risk procedure? She glances around the lab, unable to find anyone else apart from the 3 of them. Miss Herta raises a valid point. Would you approve the Levis? Yes, I would. Huh? Herta frantically flips through the laboratory documents she had been given before entering this matrix. Mr. Levers is both the researcher and the test subject? Former chief researcher? It wouldn't be appropriate for someone who's becoming a test subject to continue serving as a researcher, would it? Though she did volunteer for this. Oh shit, hold up. I know what I'm missing. I know what's fucking up then, hold on. I don't know why it's doing that, or why it. So the reason it's doing it is because it's my noise gate is wanting to. It's my noise gate. I don't know why it's not wanting to save my settings. For some odd reason. I'm gonna have to fix that, actually. Hold on. Make sure everything else is right. Yep. Okay. All right. That should be better now. Now that it's not gonna want to do that again. So let me try this again. An exceptional scientific talent and our most valuable test subject. She's demonstrated incomparable value in every aspect. Is that better? That should be better. That should be better. To where it's not gonna do anything like that. Oh, I also include my music on my mic. There we go. Now I can hear it. Alright. It should be better now that I turned off my noise gate. Because now when I talk quiet, it should be able to pick it up. So, it should be better now. Thank you for calling that out, Longboy. I appreciate you. And I thank you for letting me know. So that way I can still give you guys quality stuff again. So, yeah. Oh, yeah? Yes. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, it's my noise gate. I don't know why it wants to turn on every now and then, or every time I do it, but it should be saved now to where it doesn't do it. So, again, thank you for that, and let us continue on with this. The corners of the supervisor's mouth curl into a satisfied smile. A chill runs down Herta's spine as she subtly understands the pure purpose behind all of those heavy security gates. So this place is DeLevis's prison. Are you satisfied with your working environment? I hope these accommodations don't lead to any misunderstandings, Miss Herta. Company assets are classified by value, and Miss DeLevis happened to be one of our most precious assets. In exchange, the company computer world resources are prioritized for DeLevis. She can access any research material she desires. This is supposed to be a prefrontal treatment? Horse doesn't answer, fixing Herta with an icy stare. Herta shrinks back, swallowing her question. I apologize, sir. Whether it counts as prefrontal treatment is up to her to decide. At least from my perspective, the progress of a Matrix project is equivalent to her personal happiness, and there's nothing wrong with using one in place for the other. He shrugs with boredom, his lips curling into a mocking sneer. UA seems uninterested in this conversation and patiently organizing the experimental data nearby. That's enough idle chatter. Remember to increase the pulse intensity to improve experimental efficiency. Yes. Complete today's experiment as soon as possible, then collect the data and send me the report. Sure. Tomorrow, transfer the data to the Chosen One model to the other departments and begin collaborative research. Do you have any other questions, Yue DeLevis? Noticing Yue's attitude, the man's expression darkens, his hawk-eyed eyes piercing her with a sharp predatory gaze. Don't you dare drop the ball on something this important. Herta anxiously glances at the young woman beside her. Yui's face remains pale, but her reluctance to speak doesn't seem to stem from fatigue. Whether it's Herta imagination or not, a sudden inexplicable defiance floods those previously vacant eyes. Yui struggles to sit up fully, meeting the supervisor's gaze directly. The Chosen One is still just a prototype. The hyperparameters need further optimization, and there's still too much noise in the dataset. Just give me 2 weeks, that's all I need. Data cleaning, parameter optimization, teamwork would make the process much more efficient. That way, you wouldn't have to serve as both the test subject and the researcher at the same time, would you? Rather than letting you work alone, distributing the remaining tasks to other departments would accelerate our current progress. The previous model went haywire during the test due to the data contamination, and you completely abandoned it in the end. Is this all you trust in me and amounts to? Herta catches a glimpse of Yui's expression, noticing an indescribable melancholy flickering in the corner of her eye. That only means I wasn't robust enough and got eliminated by a natural selection. Nothing more. Our research cycle doesn't afford you the luxury of slow optimizations on your own. The proper approach is to produce a prototype quickly, then hand it over to another department for collaborative iteration. If one doesn't work, we simply move on to the next. Headquarters only cares about results. No one's concerned with how standard the process is. Yui's body sways unsteadily. Herta moves forward to support her, but Yui stops her with a gesture. Unlike those models from the Golden Age that were sent entirely trained through external programming, models generated from human consciousness samples are inherently black boxes. While the processor's extraordinary reasoning abilities, they inherit mystery to their internal workings as an equally undeniable fact. What decisions they make when facing various problems largely depends on their generated personalities, how to optimize them, how to remedy their defects. Those who understand them best aren't the researchers, but the models themselves. Sampling human consciousness to accelerate machine consciousness research creates models that are nearly impossible for anyone else to help. Having spoken too much at once, Yui doubles over in pain, struggling to catch her breath as her arms wrap around her body. Utter nonsense. The supervisor approaches the experiment table with a dark expression, advancing one step at a time. How many people do we have in the Matrix? How many processing units? If we wait 2 weeks, everyone's brain in our computers will be spinning their wheels for nothing. The Matrix Center at the Golden Age can perform thousands of petalops in just 1 second. How much computing power do you have to plan to waste in the Matrix? The executive officer for the East District will be here for inspection soon. We do not have much time left. If we can't satisfy the esteemed executive officer, we'll be stuck in this backwater lab 141 forever, guarding a single matrix core and never achieving any real breakthrough. If one model doesn't work, move on to the next. Rapid iteration, rapid elimination. Mr. Horst, I'll also be assisting in Mr. Levi's with her research, so... Miss Herta, I didn't ask for your opinion. Horst's voice drops to a lower register that he insinuates each word with deliberate emphasis. Awakened mechanical consciousness is a field humanity has barely explored. The chosen one model, in its current state, is nowhere near ready for testing. In 2 weeks, you'll end up with nothing more than 50% finished effective product. 1 week. I want to see results before then. She presses her lips tightly together, silently accepting this harsh ultimatum. Like a weightless feather drifting down with a nary whisper, the next second, her body succumbing crumples to the floor. Mr. Levis! Herta gently supports her from behind, slowly lifting her up. So light, her body like a sheet of paper, and Herta almost uses too much force when lifting her. Suffering from the after effects and experiment, she's completely drained of energy. Herta carefully places it into a nearby armchair. You need to rest now. We need to experiment on her now. Horst advances a step by step, his gaunt figure casting long shadows across the room. A black and white cat stands in guard in front of Yue, its entire body tense and faces Horst. Always focusing on irrelevant optimization details only waste time. As long as we deliver experimental results to satisfy the executive officer, it doesn't matter if things go wrong. The awakening objectives were actually secondary concern. Pull yourself together quickly and move on to the next sampling. After settling Yue, Horst gestures for Herta to follow him out of the corridor. Alright, Herta. As her assistant, get as many results out of her as possible this week. Hand the chosen one model over to the other departments as soon as you can. But, recalling how weak Yue is, Herta reluctantly lowers her gaze. Her vital signs are extremely weak. The ECG shows many chaotic spikes and her body temperature is abnormally low. I'm worried. That's your job, Miss Herta, to collect the egg she produces. Continuous experimentation is necessary for her to keep refining the chosen one's model. But this is already beyond the level of mental breakdown. She might be in a life-threatening situation. This brings me to your job, Miss Herta. Are you referring to the researcher I'm responsible for? I thought I was here to assist Mr. Liver with her research. The man tugs at his tie, his face partially hidden in the shadow, revealing a glimpse of something monstrous. Yes, you're responsible for research on how to keep her alive. Of course, that's assuming you're going to take out the results she produces. In other words, in the future you'll encounter many tasks that she'll need to complete, even at the risk of her life. As long as she delivers acceptable models, it doesn't matter if she just dies. Just making sure she stays alive until we get the results. Herta clenches her fists involuntarily, not even noticing as her nails dig into her palms. I need the chosen one as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. Herta watches Horse sleep before returning to her laboratory in a daze. Now, I guess I can see why they wanted to give him a one episode for his backstory to see like, oh, okay, well, it's a good thing this dude died. So I guess it kind of makes sense, but at the same time, it still didn't need to be. We could have just seen him died off screen. Is what it is. Feeling something furry rubbing against her foot, Herta looks down. It was the same cat that had hissed at the supervisor earlier. At least we have a cat that protects her. V, come here. Oh. In the presence of this tuxedo... what? Tuxedo cat? Yui's cold expression softened slightly. Mr. Levis, I just contacted the medical department. They sent over glucose and some sedatives. Sure. Herta rolls up her sleeve, revealing pale skin. She secures her tourniquet and applies alcohol. So cold, Yui's hands are icy as the solution in the experiment chamber, making Herta inhale sharply. She remains perfectly still, allowing Herta to place a heating pad and insert the needle into the back of her hand. Neither cooperating nor resisting, she just lies limply in the recliner like a puppet with severed strings. The experiment, there's no way to pause this? Yue silently turns her face away. Handing over the current chosen one would perhaps condone her to the fate of being discarded. The supervisor hadn't given her time for iterations. Abandoning the sampling would mean all of her hard work goes to waste. This was a train This was a train that, once set in motion, could never be stopped. Herta knows they had been giving her the option to pause from the very beginning. I would never give her the option. Alright, episode 2, Shatter. The night in Gisrig brings a dry, cool breeze that brushes against the face as leafy shadows sway in the wind. The stern-faced woman walks along the small path between flower beds, even without streetlights. The luminescent channels provide enough light to illuminate her way. An offshoot cultivated from daisies, named for their ethereal luminance during the blooming period. She continues walking forward when a snow-white lab coat comes into view. A young girl crouches at the center of the flower bed, gently turning the soil with her fingers. Dr. Soramone. Noticing the woman approach, the girl in the lab coat rises and bows. Martha understands she is signaling her to come closer. No closer. But Martha walks forward anyway, advancing all the way to the flower bed Yue is tendering. How have things been going lately? I selected quality parent plants from the previous batch of luminescent flowers. We're going with that. That's too big of a word for me to fucking pronunciate. Trisanthemums? Trisanthemums. Luminance trisanthemums for cultivation. This batch is noticeably brighter fluorescence, though some have withered, unfortunately. I checked the condition of the flower bed. The humidity is too low for the daytime sunlight too intense. Has there been no rain in City 141 lately? You don't know, that's not what I'm asking about. Court started interfered with the Total model. How did you find out? Well, like you, there was also a student of mine who I sent out into the world. I heard that the Total One achieves remarkable writings and a test 2 days ago, the arithmetic showing unprecedented results. It would be an exaggeration to call it the Matrix most successful model to date. There should be acceleration going on right now. It's too stuffy in there. Sensing that Martha has no intention of leaving, Yue hesitates for a few seconds before crouching down again to carefully examine the soil at the base of the flower stems. But I've also heard something else as well. They've kept you confined to the laboratory, forcing you to undergo consciousness sampling more than 3 times a day, while the regular test subjects only experience it every 3 days. They've added a low-temperature neurostabilizing solution to the chamber, which reduces the burden on neurons. Her voice is thin and calm, as if she was describing some trivial matter that doesn't concern her at all. Reduce the burden, so you can still personally adjust the parameters to code after experiments, even when your body and brain are already overloaded. The supervisor demands that the chosen one model be transferred to the other departments for collective optimization quickly. We can't just let them take it away. Otherwise, it'll just be scrapped again. The young woman lowers her gaze, fidgeting with the withered root of the fluorescent chandalism. She crouches silently among the flower beds, her pupils reflecting endless numbness and emptiness. What about you? How have you thought about your condition? Martha burrows her brows deeply as she steps forward again, the edges of her cloak brushing against the fluorescent chandalisms bordering the flower bed. That high frequency post-processor is already causing emotional dysfunction, isn't it?
If this continues, the next stage will be neural degeneration. Is that what you want? Yui remains silent. The moonlight falls upon her bloodless face, reminding Martha of loose, unbound pages fluttering on a desk. Pale, thin, easily slipping away from the slightest breeze, this was the impression her former student gave. Martha exhales deeply. When I found you in the ruins of city, on the site of 143, you barely reached my waist. Cracked bones, fractures, ruptured internal organs, festering wounds still bleeding, and somehow miraculously, you were still clinging to life. Even after treatment, you'd struggled with all your might at the first sign of strength. You'd scream in terror, sometimes triggered by the smallest things. You'd caused me a lot of trouble back in the den, but despite everything, you seemed more human to me back then than you do now. She takes a deep breath, trying to relax her tense facial muscles, making an effort to soften her tone for the next words. Please stop working on the Matrix projects, Yui. Her throat raps dryly as she speaks. The words, blunt and simple, comes not out as a command, but as a plea. Not as a superior, not as a teacher, but simply because she can't bear watching the child she raised with her own hands continue to such cruel experiment, shaving away herself until nothing's left. I apologize, teacher. The same response as always. A response whose answer she knew before even asking the question. Martha slowly exhales the stale air she's been holding from her lungs. Didn't you want to stay at the academy and continue your research in botany before? In the flower bed at their feet, the centers of luminous trilateralisms bloom with the tiny points of light glimmering against the night sky. I apologize, teacher. What exactly happened? What did you see during the first consciousness sampling experiment? The young woman falls silent again, continuing the works on the soil in the flower bed. Her time here is limited. She wants these luminous trilateralisms to survive in this world a little longer. Certainly 141 is now entering its dry season. The days are going longer, but the rainfall remains scarce. Martha casually removes her cloak she wears at night, tosses it beside the flower bed, and slowly steps into the small area growing with phosphorusine? You cultivated these flowers with your own hands before. You should know them better than anyone, Irei. Excessive light and intermittent humidity actually makes the flowers stand with glow brighter. But they do that at the cost of their own lives. That brilliant glow is nothing but the final embers of their resistance. You understand what I'm trying to say. I don't care. Her voice blends with the floating dust and is carried away by the evening breeze. Martha doesn't quite catch what she says, and she stands beside Yui, putting an arm around her to help her from the ground. If you're willing, I can still find a way to have you transferred back to the academy where you can care for them in person to help extend their lives. The scope of company research isn't narrow, although the academy's training system has always prioritized personal needs for that of the Matrix plan. In a world like ours, talented botanists are still in demand. That won't be necessary, Martha. She bends down and gently cradles the withered flowers in her palms. I only come back occasionally to water them and loosen the soil. That's all. Martha closes her eyes. She knows Yue's personality well. Once she resolves herself, she never looks back. But it's precisely because of this. What did you see during the first consciousness sample experiment? That's not important. Yui stands up, clasping her hands together, palms caked with the soil. She gazes at the flower bed for a long while, as if trying to catch the scenery firmly into her memory. The moment drags on until she lifts her gaze once more. I appreciate your kindness, teacher. But my current research, it's the only thing I want to do right now. She turns to face Martha, her expression detached as usual. I should go now. Goodbye, teacher. Martha watches as the pale figure dissolves into the night, letting out a soft sigh. If you really didn't care, then why did you return to Gessrig? Back to this garden. Why did I return to Gessrig? Why did I return to this garden? Yui heard Martha's question, but she doesn't know how to answer it. The terminal on the lab bench ticks rhythmically, like a breathing of a slumbering beast. Her ears have long grown accustomed to the dense cloud of the white noise. Yui flips through the reports on the desk, but Martha's voice keeps echoing in her mind. She clearly remembers her first visit to this Matrix facility. Back then, The younger Martha, already her teacher, slowly pushed a wheelchair as she guided Yue and the other students to visit this area where they would serve in the future. It was a space utterly unlike the surface world and comparatively pure and pristine. Steel and cables formed blood vessels and veins, connecting countless server racks and disk arrays. Researchers fed information and data into the matrix, predetermined programs deriving predetermined results. Back then, she couldn't remember anything, yet she was inexplicably drawn to this place. Everything was so perfectly ordered, mechanical commands executing without deviating from their predetermined paths, never pausing due to unexpected circumstances. Loops never terminate from exhaustion, and branches never jump to unexpected places because of human emotions. This is where I belong. From that day forward, she sent her research path on mechanical consciousness. Though later, under Martha's inspiration, she began studying botany. She never abandoned it. Light footsteps sound outside, followed by a polite knock on the research lab door, once and twice. Herda? Her train of thought comes to an abrupt halt. Warm artificial light spills through when she's slowly opening the doors. Herda walks into the now familiar laboratory. 3 or 4 puffballs, one scrambles across the lab bench, another chases after it, and the remaining 2 nestle in her arms. What are they, cats? Oh, and there's another one nuzzling against her leg. Hey! Good afternoon, Miss DeLevis. How was your lunch today? I finished. Her tone remains characteristically indifferent as she sits with her back perfectly straight. Were it not for the cats nestled in her arms, she would appear very formal. Yet there's no small mountain of tomatoes she had picked out for her meal. Here we go again. Whenever she had the moment to relax, she tells these transparently hours lies. Mr. Levis, tomatoes are an important source of vitamins that promote cardiovascular health and aid in neural repair. Oh, I didn't know that. Do you remember the ECG and ultrasound reports? They were specifically added to your nutritional meals to help you during intervals between experiments. Seeing Yue's completely impassive expression, Herta clears her throat. Tomatoes can be consumed in different ways. Perhaps you would prefer tomato soup? As if compromising to avoid the gooey tomato soup, Yue reluctantly eats a slice of tomato. Herta sighs with relief, noticing that V is still rubbing against her feet. She gently picks V up. The test meeting earlier. Were there any results? As a test subject, Yue cannot participate in model testing meetings. Only Herta, who serves as the researcher's assistant, can attend them. The researcher in charge of the testing told me that the chosen one is already the most advanced model, but it didn't pass the stress test. This wasn't included in the previous regulations. Yes, it's a new test they've added, simulating traumatic scenarios like war, disease, and bereavement to observe how the model reacts under extreme conditions. Why wasn't I told about this sooner? The supervisor deliberately kept this from us. I only just found out myself. Anyway, this could be the result of overfitting. The model demonstrates perfect rationality in many years, but it's unable to produce normal responses to trauma or other stress-inducing tests. Lacks a personality, an empty shell without a soul. That was the test engineer's assessment. An empty shell. Yue lowers her head, and her expression unreadable. After a moment, she pulls out a report from her desk. Miss Herta, you majored in neurology and neurosurgery. Did you have your correct? Yes, that's right. Is there anything I can help with? Herta seems puzzled, apparently not expecting a sudden question about her time at guest rig. During the sampling process, is it possible to filter the subject's memories? Do you mean sampling only the personality without imprinting memories as parameters? Alright. Technically, it's possible, but the matrix doesn't seem to be recommended on this approach. Bypassing hippocampal neural signals puts this model at risk in memory disorders. Without memories of developing the consciousness, the model's intelligence and social awareness would regress to infertility levels. Under those conditions, the time investment required to train the model to maturity would be immeasurable, and it might also damage the test subject's neural system. The time investment isn't an issue. Let's proceed with this approach. After a moment of contemplation, Yue takes up her pen and drafts a new experimental plan. The model testing protocols established by Horst and the research team aren't absolute, and this realization has opened her eyes to new possibilities. The experimental plan progresses smoothly, and before long, a new model is ready for sampling. Yue wraps herself in a heavy isolation suit, squeezes into the experimental chamber, and signals her that she's ready. Yes, Levis, before we begin sampling, may I ask you one more question? Her silence indicates permission to continue. Why would you want to filter your own memories? Why? I suppose because inside the experimental chamber, the harsh light sears her retinas. Human memories don't conform to the laws of model growth. They might even restrict its development. If we eliminated all factors originating from memories, we might reduce the noise interference in the samples. I see. Herta's contemplative voice comes through faintly from outside the chamber. Is it really just because of that? The door to the experimental chamber closes slowly, leaving Yue alone with the sound of her own heartbeat. Well then, we're ready to begin. Is it just to reduce the noise interference in the sample, or does she want this child, when it's born, to be spared from all of her pain? Is it just to continue advancing the experiment, or does she want to see what kind of person a child who grows up in such a dream would become? She cannot answer her own questions. Preparations complete. During the filtering process, you'll need to quickly browse through your memories. You may re-experience certain paths in your mind. This process may cause severe nerve pain, though I've reminded you countless times already. I still have to say it. Please begin. Okay. In the continuous drizzle, children frolic together in a playful huddle. Next is my turn. Standing at the edge of the pool, I mustered my courage. Sharp pain shoots from Yue's ankle to her brain. Before she can regain balance, her bloody plunges into the muddy water. It hurts so much. Delibes, are you okay? Yue's friend, Sophie, frantically pulls her out of the puddle. Puddle jumping, the quintessential game for children on rainy days, but with bruises on her knees, and injured ankle, her left foot jumps, skips a beat, and trips, sending her whole body splashing into the puddle. You were already hurt. I shouldn't have let you join. It's fine. I wanted to jump. After all, rainy days don't come around often. You might say that, but it's really cold today. As she speaks, she helps wipe the mud from my... She helps wipe my mud from my legs with her handkerchief. The moisture evaporates from my skin, making me shiver involuntarily. Yeah, my mom is kind of... Sophie! As Sophie speaks, she helps wipe the mud from Yue's leg with her handkerchief. The moisture evaporates from Yue's skin, making her shiver involuntarily. Dad, you came to pick me up! Sophie rushes over to the man, talking quick, eager steps. Her joyful energy almost dispels the gloom of the rainy day. Did you forget today is... Father's Day. I kept a close eye on the calendar. So I prepared for... Ta-da! It's a scarf I knitted all by myself. The man obligingly bends down as Sophia excitedly gets on her tiptoes, wrapping a clumsy knitted scarf around his neck. My baby is so thoughtful. Come on, Dad's taking you home now. He scoops up his daughter in his arms, playfully rubbing his startled cheek against hers. I love you, my little Sophie. The man breaks... Well, hold on, what was that? Jiteme? Interesting. Now perched on his shoulders, he lets out a little squeeze of joy. Something stirs in Yue's heart. Me? What is that? It's magic! A spell that makes people happy! Sophie answers with a proud grin, sorry. Makes people happy? Yue's gaze falls on the scarf around the man's neck, so this is why Sophia has been working so hard in handicraft all this time to make a scarf for her father. Although the scarf is rather shabby, it's Sophie's most treasured possession, which means if Yue gave her most precious thing to her father, would he say the magic words, the ones that make people happy? Little Delevis, you should hurry home too. Today is Father's Day, and the Count must be looking forward to your wishes as well. If I say those magic words, will I receive my father's love just like Sophia does? The intricate statues and ornate patterns adorning the corners of the crumbling reveal its once magnificent splendor. Long ago, this estate was renowned for its wine production, with amber wine flowing from its cellars through the Golden Age, making the Delivers family known worldwide for their exquisite vintages. Those were the family's most prosperous days. Jiteme is French for I love you. Oh, okay. Good to know.
That means okay. So Jeteme is French for I love you. I'm gonna have to write that down. Where's my pen? Did I lose my pen? Oh no, it's right here. Can I just... where's my... actually, let's put it on this one. Okay. What is it? J-E-T dash A-M-I-E dash boom boom. All right. Okay, perfect. We're good to go. Then how many times you shout Jeteme? It's supposed to be Jeteme IV. Oh. Oh wait, so Jeteme. Wait, so is Jeteme's name derived of Jeteme? And after that, Yue navigates around a household robot that has been damaged beyond repairs and stops before a large door covered in wine stains and dents. After the outbreak of the Prodigy virus, this wine at a remote location spared its major corrupted invasions. Wine became even more of a luxury in this new world. A winery no longer needed by this world was naturally abandoned by it. That's a spoiler? Hold on, what's a spoiler? Oh. Oops. Oops. You know what? Hey, it's all good. You're chilling. You're all good. It's all good. Alright, here we go. Just like the awkward name, Yue de Levis itself, it seems Yue was destined for a fractured fate at the moment of her birth. Mother, an Eastern woman who married an old man, de Levis, and gave birth to her, only to leave when the winery fell into decline. She went to a place very, very far away, all the adults would say. A noise from inside the room pulls Yue from her thoughts. She stops on her tracks. Father, is he smashing wine glasses again? There it is again, a slight duller sound. That's the wine bottle hitting the table. Is that a major spoiler, so it's not too bad? Oh, okay. Wine bottles, picture frames, and a longer sound. He must be sweeping everything off the table. The old man's wounds in her legs begin to throb in phantom pain, even though she's not the one being shattered. Her body freezes in place. She is so cold, trembling, her teeth chattering uncontrollably until her gums ache. The throbbing pain in her legs is still an ill omen of what's about to happen. She can't take another step, can't force herself to go any further. Why? Shouldn't that person in the room be the closest one to her in this world? That's right, today is Father's Day. This holiday somehow made even Sophia's dad, who's busy guarding the town, travel miles and miles just to be with her. It's a magical day, a day when miracles can happen. Surely a miracle will happen with her father too. If she just says the magic words, maybe he'll be like Sophia's dad and playfully rub his double cheek against her face, or perhaps even pick her up with joy. She must give him a gift. She wants a miracle. She wants to receive her father's love, just like Sophia does. Timidly, gingerly, she pushes open the door. Dad, I'm home. The spacious room is unnaturally quiet. She steps forward cautiously, small, glittering twinkles catches her eye, shards, a multitude of shards covering the floor, all kinds of shards. Wine bottles, mirrors, ceramic plates, glass photo frames. She lifts her gaze. A man she recognizes as her father still sits there slumped against the wall amidst the shards, his eyes half open. Your Buck. Father slowly rises and walks towards her, his tall silhouette blocking the overhead light, engulfing her into eye vision. Field of vision. Yes. She lowers her head, staring at the filthy carpet and wine-stained leather shoes. Her legs won't stop trembling. If he fucking hits her, I'm gonna be livid. Why are you covered in dirt again? His tone grows increasingly displeased as his shadow looms closer. Well... She opens her mouth, but no sound comes out. No, this isn't right. It's Father's Day. She shouldn't be afraid of her father. There's something more important. I brought you a gift.
She frantically rummages through her backpack, revealing a snow-white rabbit plushie nestled quietly inside. It's her most precious possession. Just looking at it can instantly calm even the worst mood. Does she really want to give this to her father? Well, it's so hard to let go. This is like a friend she has grown up with her. This is like a friend who's grown up with her. Been there for longer than her father ever has. But today is Father's Day. She shouldn't be selfish like she's been before. If only this could really make her father happier. I fixed the plushie Mom left behind before she went away. I wanted to give it to you. With obvious reluctance, she holds out the plushie to him. This was left behind by that woman. Huh? He's angry, but why? There must be some misunderstanding. She needs to explain properly. No, not that woman. It's Mom. It's from Mom. No fucking way. Her body spins before crashing to the floor. A burning pain spreads across her face. Wow. The sound of fabric being shredded like wood to scrap paper. It's snowing, a blizzard of white fluff erupting from the plushie's torn body. The plushie joins the shattered glass, scattered across the floor, reduced to worthless shreds. Her father's expression darkens to a level that she has never seen before. His vain hands begin frantically grabbing anything within reach, smashing each object to the floor with terrible force. Everything shatters. Wine bottles, purple-red stains, corks, mirrors, ceramic plates, glass photo frames. Her body is no exception. Like all other trash, she is wrenched into the air, then violently slammed down. What the fuck? Everything is breaking apart. Everything. And nothing can ever be pieced back together again. Wow. Alright, episode 3, Someone to Rely On. A long blast from the ship's horn echoed through the air. Silhouettes fill my path, crowding one after another. The clamor of voices echo in my ears, wearing my eyes' frayed nerves. It's so frightening. I want to run away, but where can I even go? Father had another manic episode, smashing almost all the furniture in our home before throwing me out into the street. Oh, wow. Please, let me through. Whose bread is this? Stop pushing me out of the way for tickets. You little bastard, if the corrupted come, you'll be the first one they snatch. Angry shouts rise up from the crowd behind me, and tears of fear threaten to spill from my eyes. I dash through the crowds, clutching the note and the address that kindly written for me by our former butler. I'm too afraid to meet the adults' eyes, but I force myself to study their faces. I quicken my pace. Faster, faster. I have to find her. Mother, where is she? Will she even recognize me? What expression will she have when she sees me? Will she gently scoop me into her arms and give me another cute plushie like before? Or will she be cold like a stranger? Curse at me like those refugees just now? Or even throw me aside violently like that man who I called father? I want to imagine her expression, but I don't know what expression to expect. My eyes sting with anxiety and fear. I squeeze past person after person. Each time I reach someone, I secretly compare their face to the photograph in my hand. Not this one. Not this one either. Where's Mother? My body is suddenly knocked to the ground by someone in the crowd. Chaotic crowd struggles forward, blocking all sunlight from view. One by one, pitch-black figures loom toward me. I scramble to my feet in panic, only for a small, frail body to be knocked down again by someone passing behind me. Mama? Mama? Where are you? Yui? A gentle call and a short, soft syllable. In this world, only one person would call me by that name. Yui. Another call as another woman in the research coach bends down among the fleeing crowd. I strain my weary eyes, carefully comparing what I see to a well-preserved photograph. Mama! Why are you here? A thin shadow blocks the dim light, making it impossible to see the woman's expression. After a moment, a pair of slightly cold hands gently touches my forehead. Yue? Mama! Mama! Tears erupt as a hoarse, desperate wail rises from my throat. Why? Why did you leave me behind? Why did you abandon me in that house? Why is Dad always so cold? Why is he always drinking? Why did Dad hate the doll you left behind when I gave it to him? Why did he get so angry when he threw me out of the house? Why? You've grown so much. A gentle pat on my back and God, I forget we're talking from her view. Alright, there's a fucking fly in here that's pissing me off. Hold on. That's alright. Hello, I just got back from my cosplay convention. There's one guy always cosplaying Lee Palefire. That's funny. I hope you had a good time at the cosplay event. I have never been to one. Well, okay, if we count the botanical garden, then I guess maybe. But I don't. Okay. Ooh, I don't count that. But I hope you had a good time at the cosplay event. I hope you're having a good weekend on top of that. I need to get my fucking fly swatter down here. There's a fly in here for some reason that got in, and it's just fucking flying around somewhere. It's pissing me off. But I hope it's okay now. Everything's okay. Yes, it's okay now. It's all okay now. As long as I stay in Mother's embrace, all the pain will fade away. The warm, steady heartbeat by your acts like a lullaby guiding you to a dreamland. Just one. That's all. It won't take much time. Made an exception below, passenger. Can't stop them. Can't you make another exception? Mission rule is 1. I think that's perfectly clear. I'm awakened by muffled voices. Mother seems to be talking with someone. Mom? Upon awakening... Oh my god, this flies back. Alright, when I go back to go get some water, I'm getting my flash water. I'll be back when that happens. Alright, here we go. Upon awakening, I immediately grab tightly onto the hem of her clothes again. And it's settled. I have a deal. Mom gazes out of the porthole. After a moment, she kneels down and gently pries my fingers from the hem of her clothes. Yue, take your things and wait for me below the deck. What about you, Mom? Mom still has some luggage to pack. Once I finish packing up, I'll come find you right away. Oh, she's abandoning her. I don't want to leave her. It was so hard to find her, I don't want to leave her side. But she looks a bit unhappy. From my experience with Dad, adults become happy when I follow their instructions. Following Mom's instructions, I pick up some of the luggage and head back to the port. When Mom comes down, where should we take me? I haven't had cake in such a long time. I want to order a huge, huge cake with the sweetest cream. Of course, Mom gets the first bite. I need to reward her for finally finding me after all those years. From now on, as long as we're together. The ship horns blares loudly. Damn it, this pizza junk is really leaving! I haven't got it on board yet! People willing to spend last penny on ticket are already cleared for their odd afterlife. You don't stand a chance. Damn it! If I could be like that woman just now and bring a kid to play that sympathy coin, I might be able to buy a ticket just with a little extra cash. Ship is leaving. What are you talking about? Huh? Aren't you the kid from just now? Why didn't that woman take you aboard? Because she told me to wait for her here. She's coming back down to any minute now. Wait for her? Didn't you hear the ship's whistle? That ship's about to leave. You're lying. The ship emits a dull, heavy groan as the gangway slowly lifts away from the dock. Wait, Mom! That's tough. Yue chases after the ship departing in desperation, leaving her suitcase tumbling on the ground behind her, forgotten in her panic. She was supposed to come back to the port to pick me up. She must have made it in time. Please wait for her. That ship is taking away Mom. Stop yelling, kid. Don't tell me you haven't figured it out. Having a child makes it easier to win sympathy from those self-righteous hypocrites on the ship. That woman had just used you as a stepping stone to get herself on board. That's impossible. She's my mom. She's my mom, so... She's my mom. She can't abandon me again. It's impossible.
Your mom, so what?
The refugee lets out a contemptuous sneer.
In this world, the only thing that matters is your own survival. Who cares about moms, dads, and all the sentimental garbage? Everyone's struggling just to survive the punishing virus. At a time like this, who can afford to care for a child?
It's not possible. It can't be true. Mama's finally found me after so long. How could she leave me alone again?
You think that precious or something? She could just make another child.
That's not true. It's not like that. I feel my fragile heart is crushed in someone's grip. I gasp for air and desperate gulps and dizziness from prolonged hunger washes over me. I collapse suddenly, then struggle back to my feet. Mom must have not had time to calm down. Mom. Yui.
The woman she called Mom stands on the ship's deck, gazing distantly toward the harbor.
Humans can only move forward by discarding what is unnecessary. That's the smart choice. Someday you'll face the same situation I did. Then you'll surely understand me. Please don't blame me, Yui. The woman I called Mom sails away with the ship, growing smaller and becoming a mere dot, before vanishing into the heart of the deep blue sea. The retreating figure of the woman drains all strength from my body, and I collapse to my knees like a puppet with strings cut. Mom, why? Why?
Dehydrated and starving, her vision repeatedly darkens, yet her consciousness remains unexpectedly clear.
Why did you abandon me again? Why did you acknowledge me? Why show me the tenderness when I was little, only to abandon me again in the end? Humans are creatures who can only move forward by discarding the unnecessary things. So, I am an unnecessary thing, just like an empty wine bottle, dirty velvet curtains, a shattered mirror. Everything wrenches out of view, and my surging sea of purple blurs into light and shadow before my eyes. What's happening?
Kid, stop kneeling. Your mom's not coming back no matter how long you wait. Hurry up and run. The corrupted are coming.
Corrupted?
You came here without knowing anything? Why do you think everyone traveled so far to line up for those ships? They're evacuation vessels. The corrupted are coming. The ship's already left, so why aren't you running? You want to die? He shoots her one last fierce glance before suddenly bolting away.
The first scream, then two more, then three, till they merge into a chorus of terror. I am too short to see anything. Only the cries reach my ears.
The crowd suddenly reverses and surges back.
Toward me, people rush and shove, trampling anyone who falls. Some poor souls don't even have time to scream before the corrupted reach them. They're already trampled to death by their own people. I can't stay kneeling here or I'll be trampled to death. I have to run, but people are everywhere. Where can I go?
Hey, Shorty! Stop staring and get over here!
A boy pushes open a manhole cover from below and he heaves himself up. The opening is unusually narrow. Only a child could squeeze through.
The boy flashlight casts a feeble glow, illuminating thin, grunt faces one by one, more children.
Newbie, you really lucked out! Follow this tunnel all the way to the end and you'll bypass the wave of corrupted. And what about you guys? How come you're here? To make sure people who come down here don't get lost. This is the biggest underground maze in the city, 143. What if you accidentally wander into the area where corrupted are?
Okay, now I think I also spoiled myself on this part because I do believe that these children also abandon her in the end. They just use her. The dirt-covered little ones excitedly crowd near the newcomer. They're filthy, so filthy, and it's covered in sewage sludge, but despite the dirt, they feel warm. Warmer than the man called father and the woman called mother.
Does your mom and dad not want you anymore either? It's okay. We've all been left behind. Come stay with us. Yeah, we're all on one. Come stay with us.
The boy holds up a dim flashlight, guiding the other children behind around the puddles of water.
But there are still lots of people in danger. We need to save many, many more people. People just like you. And then we'll all become a new family together. We're brothers and sisters. We can survive even without the adults.
Yeah, they also abandoned her. I remember this now.
Is that really possible? Of course. This is how all of us have survived until now.
The girl removes her coarse clothes and drapes it over my shoulders.
The boy hands me his flashlight to light away my light from the tunnels. We're here. This is it. Just climb up here and you'll be able to bypass the corrupted. Nibby, you go up first. It's safer up there. We'll cover your back. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I think this is where it's at.
The sound of water dripping. Hollow echoes in the tunnel as my worn leather shoes pad softly through the sewer. There's light ahead. That must be the exit, right? I grab the rust-covered ladder and kick upward with my feet. The hollow metal pipes creak ominously. It's fine. Almost there. Almost there. My upper body emerges from the opening. Something sharp pierces my calf. It hurts. A corrupted hangs on the ladder, suddenly grabs me, its 5 fingers digging deep into my flesh. Ah! Help! I scream for help as I stumble back into the direction I came. Told you this path was no good. We need some sucker to test it out first. Now we know. Come on, let's find someone to test the next route. The children's cold laughter drifts from nearby. Oh, why? Didn't we promise to become a new family? Why? Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much I want to scream. But who can I call for? Dad? Mom? Or those so-called brothers and sisters from just now? There's no one. But I have to survive, no matter what. Blood trickles from my lower lip, crunched between my teeth, and my right hand that frantically searches for anything I can grab. I found a sharp stone. Summoning every ounce of strength left in my body, I desperately clutched the stone, and then... smash. Something smashing downward in a frenzy. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. My bruised leg tears open, flesh exposed. The cold mechanical hand shows no signs of loosening its grip, but just as I sigh of relief, it savagely clamps on my ankle again. It hurts! With my leg now a mangled, bloody mess, the mechanical hand fails to grab me again and slips away. In a pitiful state, I drag myself out of the sewer using only my upper body. Everything is broken. Everything is falling apart. Dad, Mom, friends, all those emotional relationships are nothing but lies. No one can be trusted. Never again can anyone be trusted. Digging my nails deep into my palm, sharp pain shoots through my nerves. I struggle to stay conscious, but darkness eventually claims me. From now on, the only person I can depend on is myself.
You're goddamn right. You're goddamn right. In this cold world, only you. The only person you can rely on is, and if you're lucky, you got immediate family. But if you don't, you just gotta rely on you. That's the cold, cold world that we live in, ladies and gentlemen.
Yue de Levis.
Alright, episode 4, 6. We're almost done with this chapter. The air is raspy, sucked away, sending waves of suffocating pain through Yui's mind. Mr. Levis! Mr. Levis! Yui's consciousness rapidly resurfaces. She gasps, each breath painful to her eardrums nearly breaking, and her chest heaves violently as she struggles to breathe, as if sucking all the air around her into a vacuum of agony. Mr. Levis, are you alright? Sensation returns as the ice-cold neural unstabilizing solution sends sharp pain spreading from her body to her brain. The cabin's wall pressing close, imprisoning Yue as if she's a soulless shell in a coffin, as the transparent glass covers slowly opens. An anxious woman's face, strangely yet somehow familiar, appears on the other side. Thank goodness, you're alright. It's Herda. She salvages the thin shards from the murky depths of her memory, vaguely recalling who the person is. The sampling was set for 7 hours and 25 minutes. That's far too risky. If you continue like this, your neural system will suffer irreversible damage. Herda studies the instruments monitoring Yui's vital signs with disapproval. I'm fine. Where's the capsule? Suppressing a stiff cough in her throat, Yui turns her head to search for the mechanical consciousness model capsule. Next to the instruments on one side, an oval cylinder about the size of a forearm lights quietly. The prototype models generated after each sampling session are stored in this capsule. What's over there? Huh? 3, 4, and 5. The cats gather around the capsule, examining it curiously as if they've noticed something. Herda, puzzled, tries to pick up the capsule, but after taking just 2 steps, she hears a muffled thud behind her. Mr. Levis! Sometime later in the laboratory, Yui gradually regains consciousness while leaning against the experimental chamber. Artificial warm light bathes the entire room.
I completed the examination. The prolonged sampling time caused temporary paralysis in your nervous system. But we can't extend the sampling period like this again. You need to rest for a while at the very least. Yes. Yes. She flips through the machine transmitted reports from a non-committal expression, gesturing for her to bring her to her capsule. Are there any abnormalities in the model data? No, everything is within the parameters you predicted. This capsule, just like all the previous one, rests quietly in her arms. Vital status normal, data normal, connected to the output port of the laboratory matrix interference. Huh? Is there a problem with the lighting system? She slowly strokes the capsule of the other shell again. That shouldn't be happening. The laboratory lights are controlled by the matrix, aren't they? Could there be a problem with the matrix itself? It's not the lighting system. Yue burrows her frown slightly. The lights continue to flicker like a newborn baby blinking and smiling. Could it be that the lighting system is responding to the model status? But you haven't issued any commands yet, nor have you set up any simulation measures. I wouldn't want to control the light source. A numbling sensation spreads from the crook of her arm as her limbs begin to weaken. Yui has no choice but to set the capsule down for a moment. The lights return to normal. Yui shakes her weakened hands and picks up the capsule once more. It's starting to flicker again. She silently records the frequency and amplitude of the light's variations, since waves, consigned waves, square waves, triangle waves. Not this one, not that one either. The pattern of light variation doesn't match any periodic function she's familiar with, almost as if it's just playing with the lights. Yue. Someone is calling her Yue, a name the only person she called mother ever used. Mr. Levis, is everything alright? I called you twice with no response. You're scaring me. Someone is calling my name. You must be exhausted. Let me take you somewhere to rest. Herta turns around, is about to take the capsule. You saw... It's all composed of an infinite babbling, impossibly childlike, yet Yui understands exactly what it means. Yui slowly lowers herself to the ground without the strength to lift it. This is the only way she can get closer to it. Herta, as the testing platform has not disconnected the remote connection between me and the model yet. Yes, it's still buffering earlier. Shutting it down abruptly might increase the load on your nerves, but it should be safe now. I'll go turn it off. No need. Not right now. It's calling to me. This model is... It's calling you? Herta turns to these words over in her mind repeatedly. But the Chosen One models have never exhibited this kind of behavior before. Chosen Ones have never developed autonomous consciousness before. The Chosen One models are extremely complex, and each one presents different physical issues. For practical application, we can only use this drop-out method to clear the data, simplify the neural network structure, and try to improve the model's generalization capabilities. But this one also resorts to neural units in the modern layouts and mood, turning the model into a stable hollow shell without any autonomous consciousness. The lights continue to flicker slowly. Could it be a new variable that emerged after filtering the memory data? Herta helps Yui to her feet, takes the capsule from her arms, and sets it aside. The lights immediately return to normal. Anyway, let's give it a name first, Mr. Levis. Name. Her exhausted brain almost completely shuts down. 2, 3, 4, 5. What is she counting? Herta gazes fall on several fuzzy balls, and suddenly she understands. Let's just call it 6. The lights suddenly dim, as if expressing their displeasure. That's way too casual. Casual? Then let's call it B. That's literally the same thing, with just a different pronunciation. Herta sighs wearily. The lights brighten slightly, suggesting a grudging acceptance at best. Let's proceed with the model verification procedure, Herta. You need to rest first. Before she can finish, a faint electronic beep with the access authorization sounds from the outside the door. Well, looks like my timing was impeccable, doesn't it? A gaunt man appears in the doorway, the cold air swirling within him. The new model is running smoothly, correct? He motions with his chin for 2 researchers behind him to enter as well. This is just the initial sample. It still needs to go through further verification. There's no need. The two researchers push her aside, who stands in front of UA, and reach for the capsule placed to the side. No! Despite fatigue, Yui's body bursts with an unexpected strength as she quickly grabs the capsule, clutching it tightly to her chest. Ah, shit! This is where her motherly instincts come in. 6, it's more like c'est bon? C'est bon? So it's c'est bon? Is that what the 2 hashes were for? There's never been a precedent for handing over a model to another department immediately after sampling. It's not up to you to decide the rules around here. Horse signals to the researchers to seize the capsule UA was protecting. Once they examine the data on the terminal, he wears a satisfied expression. No. Homie bonk? What? Homie bonk? What is that? Does that mean 6? 6 more like segs. Wow. 6 more like segs. Y'all confusing me. y'all confusing me already. In case you've forgotten, today is the day of the executive officers visiting. Didn't I already tell you about this? Amid their complex research work, they have long since forgotten Horst's occasional haughty commands. All research results must be verified in advance to prepare for the executive officer's visit. This is essential if we want to continue investing in this matrix. Even one thing impresses them will consider it a victory. Though I was just trying my luck, it seems I hit the jackpot today. UA, you plucked us a golden egg, haven't you? He studies the size capture with a satisfied smirk. The moment it leaves UA's body, the room's brightness suddenly shifts. It changes that doesn't accept its keen eyes. Yui, don't leave. UA's body suddenly trembles. No, it's still just a prototype model. She struggles to her feet and tries to retrieve the capsule, only to be violently shoved aside by the researcher. Oh, don't worry. This is enough. I forgive your slow progress. The door slams shut as Horst struts away with the capsule, radiating smug satisfaction. It's okay, Grandpa. It's a young kid's joke. I'll just say y'all youngins are talking some slander that I don't know about. PGR player behavior. Only live as CEO of Segs. I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. I may be a young buck, but I still don't know what the hell y'all talking about. Under the warm hued lights, UA writes equations rapidly careless. Numerical matrices, particle differences equations, convolution. As a neurosurgeon, Herta can only understand one portion of what UA is writing. The rest ventures into territories completely unfamiliar to her. Mr. Levis? She doesn't understand exactly what UA is calculating. But she can tell that many of these complex equations can be solved by the computer terminal without any manual calculation. On the other hand, perhaps this is her intention, or maybe she's not writing these equations purely to solve problems. The erasable ink pen scratches across the laboratory from the floor up to the walls to the workbench. Herta suddenly remembers that when she first met Delavis, the laboratory was already covered in equations. What should we do next? Nothing we can do. The 2 bodyguards for the horse are 1.5 times my height and are trained in martial arts. Whether we attempt a sneak attack or direct confrontation, the combined probability of success won't exceed 10 to the negative 30th power. But there's still a chance of success? That's the combined matrix failure probability. Even with those odds, we'd have to assume they prioritize horse safety over protecting the capsule if there's any chance of retrieving it. You've thought about it through and so clearly. So were you also thinking of... Precisely because I don't want to waste time on this. Miss Herta, no rational person would attempt anything with a probability on the order of 10 to the negative dozens. Aren't you a researcher? You know 6 is better than anyone. Oh, I think I know what you're all talking about now. I see what y'all are talking about now. I see now. It's better than anyone in the Matrix. Could anyone you use to that advantage when negotiating with them? I see what you mean now by that quote unquote 6 more than like sex. I see what y'all mean. Today's the executive officer visiting, so Horst wouldn't do anything to support him. Horst is willing to take the capsule 6 capsule right in front of him, in front of me. He'd be less likely to return it to the executive officer's presence. He's been obsessively waiting for this day, just so he can pass the inspection and gain the access to the computing power of another matrix. When it comes down to it, it's nothing more than a model anyway. She seems to have calmed down, stopping writing equations and moving to the lab bench to brew some coffee. It's just a creation. After all, if it's lost, we can simply make another one. Mechanoids and AI exist to serve humans in the first place. Now they have fulfilled their intended purpose. A single matrix has insufficient computing power. That's why I constantly need to sample and optimize, because the hardware can never keep up. But with the access to ample computing resources, future research will proceed much more smoothly. If that model can satisfy the higher-ups and lead to an expansion of matrix computing power, I have no reason to stop him. That's right, it's just a model, nothing special, just an ordinary experimental product. It hasn't even gone through multiple sampling iterations like the chosen ones. It is merely a random product of a single sampling, not worth the blood, sweat, and tears to someone put into it. Using it to secure future promotion opportunities, isn't that a pretty good deal? On the other hand, why should I sacrifice my career prospects for the sake of the mere creation? But something still feels off about this whole situation. You already understand all that perfectly well. You're voicing them out loud not to convince me about yourself. Am I right, Mr. Libis? That's exactly right. To her surprise, Yui answers with a complete frankness, casually taking a small sip of coffee. It's the lowest espresso, so bitter that a single taste would make most people shudder. Yet Yui drinks it without the slightest change in her expression. Humans are emotionless creatures, but emotion thinking rarely helps us achieve our goals. Instead, it often leads us to one step closer to the abyss. As if to remind herself to stay clear-headed, she takes another sip of coffee. I cannot make the same mistake again. From the day I entered the Matrix, my fate has been bound to it. It's both my lighthouse and my prison. I'm in prison here, yet this place is also my reason for existing. She picks up an eraser and methodically wipes away the equations from the floor, one by one. The room's lights start flickering rapidly again, as if someone were continuously flipping through the switch. The sound of wind suddenly intensifies as wailing and kneeling like a baby's shrill cry. Haven't they disconnected the output devices from the capsule? It's 6. She's calling for help. But she doesn't stop erasing the equations. Instead, her movements grow increasingly frantic. They're running stress simulation tests now. Is that really okay? They're simulating traumatic scenarios like warfare, disease, and bereavement. Those are extremely painful experiences. Calm down. Even if we went there, we couldn't change anything. Just like back then, giving away my favorite doll and recklessly searching for Mother. Why did I change? What did I change in the end? Didn't everything just fall apart? My initial assessment wasn't wrong. Everything would have been in vain, maybe even counterproductive. Staying here is the right choice. But, Yui, don't go. The pen tip glides across the paper as calculations fill her mind. I should still stay here after all. Huh? Everything in the laboratory begins to shake. Strange, why would the output device allow power levels to reach this magnitude? I'm afraid it was authorized by the executive officer. Something is breaking. Something is breaking. It's the sound of a coffee cup shattering. A dull thud of a wine bottle followed by liquid spilling. It misheard as potion vial. Now it's the cooler container, the pen holder, the glass cover, the artificial light. It's all breaking. Just like that time. She can't sit still any longer. That child is smashing everything. I see now. Okay, finally we're picking up here. Holy shit, took a little bit, but we're finally getting to some good stuff now. Alright, now she's like, I think she's finally seeing that she's wanting to protect this. So now, it's like her daughter, basically, so she wants to go and protect it. We gotta roll, we gotta go. She rushes out that door. Hell yeah. Gotta go protect the little one. Alright, here we go.
Episode 5. Actually, I'm gonna go get a water really quick. No, we're still good. Hold on. Yeah, we're still good. We're still good. All right, let's keep going. Episode 5, Instinct. Though it references the Gestalt core architecture, everyone understands that what stands before them is merely a subterminal Gestalt, incompatible functioning in the same capacity as original. The researchers standing here today are the very pioneers working to interconnect the matrices, forming a larger computing power network capable of surpassing the Gestalt. Or perhaps they are merely tools. Sir Executive, these are all the matrix models we currently have. He nods a comically exaggerated manner, bowing forward at a precise 45-degree angle, not daring to raise his head. If anyone were standing beneath them, they would certainly witness the remarkably complex expression, a mixture of smugness, reverence, and malice all at once. Before he could finish speaking, the seemingly elderly executive officer in front of him suddenly erupts into uproarious laughter. Despite the bellowing fans rattling everyone's ears, the executive piercing crackle cuts through, making everyone within earshot visibly uncomfortable. Mr. Gwynplaine, may I ask? Horse scans awkwardly in place. Alright, Horse. I sincerely hope my laughter hasn't made any of you uncomfortable. No, how could we possibly? After all, this quirk has followed me into the old age. I tend to break into laughter for no apparent reason. Horse maintains a respectful head-lowered posture, only after confirming from the corner of his eye that the executive officer has stopped laughing does he confidently speak again. The company entrusts you with the mission to inspect Sector 141, making you someone we owe your big thanks to. We appreciate it if you could take a close look at our experimental progress this time. Afterward, we'd like to request your help in applying for more computing power. With additional computing power, those who conduct research will have a bit more stability. The board still has quite a few idle mattresses. Connecting you to other subterminals will be more than a trivial effort. That if you will consider. But even a single matrix already possesses computing power beyond your reach, after using so many resources without producing anything worthwhile in return. That simply will not do. Yes, you're absolutely right. I am already an old man, while the Bullets Company is still in its prime. This old man might turn a blind eye, but the other executives, unlike me, won't tolerate such mediocrity. Yes, I understand. Well then, do any of these subjects catch your eyes as promising? The Chosen 1 and 6. Those are their names, correct? The old man's eyes narrow so slits beneath his lowered brows as he scrutinizes the rows of capsules arranged together. You two, place the Chosen 1 and 6 capsules in the central core and prepare for the simulation testing. But 6 is just a hatch. Simulation training might have negative effects on this model. Stop wasting time and do as you're told. Restraining the colleague who wanted to say more, the researcher standing to the side retrieves the Chosen 1 and 6 capsules before Horse loses his temper. The massive central force golds emanates a cold mechanical thrumble as it swallows both capsules into its belly. Wait, what's wrong with the lighting system? Go check if there's an issue with the central controls. The lights go out for just a moment, then rapidly come back on, followed by high-frequency flickering. Alarms blare as piercing sirens wail throughout the entire laboratory. Director, it's the Matrix going haywire. Haywire my ass. It's because the capsule is still connected to the output device. Disconnect it now. Sudden disconnection will cause model overload. 6 trauma response too intense. The simulated pain signals exceed the critical threshold. Alright, everyone, calm down. Amidst the chaos, Gwynplaine catches the researcher's panic hand. Under everyone's bewilderment stares, he begins to waltz, dancing to the piercing sound of the alarms. Leaping around and spinning, the aged spherical figure performs his grotesque choreography under the pulsing lights, creating a disturbing tableau against the massive matrix core behind him. Even Horse could hear the unbridled joy in that laughter. This please derived from the model's pain. The alarms go more piercing, with them arises Horse's excitement, nearly making him jump for joy. It seems the fat, aging executive is pleased with everything. As long as the inspection passes, acquiring computing power from the other matrix will be a done deal. Director, we need to praise this pulse test. The model hasn't been debugged before undergoing simulated testing. There's a magnificent risk of data contamination. Horse ignores the reader's warning, instead focusing his gaze on the bizarre executive who continues to prance about the sound of the alarm, laughing mechanically with each step. Our priority now is to keep the executive satisfied. As for the models, we have plenty more where it came from. If one breaks down, we'll just use another.
This is our only chance to secure anything of that computing power. But that 6 model, we can only describe it as a miracle. It's an irreplaceable experimental specimen. That's something we can just discard and replace. Mind your own business. Just keep an eye on the data and do your job. Roger. Another researcher monitoring the data suddenly cries out in panic. 23%, 33, 1945, 13.21%. It's not gonna make it. The sensitivity is jumping rapidly! Sensitivity measures the model's response intensity to trauma. The more stable the model, the stronger its reaction to stimuli. Consequently, it becomes weaker when unstable. In other words, the reads readings reflect the model's vitality. That old man still hasn't stopped. If this continues, he wasn't concerned about the model being discarded. He only cared whether the executive could finish the damn wash before it failed. Otherwise, their chances of passing the inspection would be slim. The alarm glows increasingly faint. The model is on the very verge of collapse. Have the Matrix reduced its pulse amplitude? Oh? At that questioning glance from the executive, Horst blocks the researchers from touching the controls. What do we do now? 10%! 10%! Everything is stabilized! In a moment of dramatic stabilization, as evidenced by the graph and light line as plummeting before suddenly leveling off, the pulse appears to have been intercepted by something. What's happening? The Chosen One signals waveform detected. The Chosen One? That model has never responded to any stimulation test. The Chosen One intercepted the pulse meant for 6. As a consequence, the Chosen One's sensitivity is starting to drop. 95.31, 87.28, 88.5! Oh, you're just full of surprises today, aren't you, host? The elderly man finally stops his comical gestures, turning toward them with newfound interest. As you wish, sir. Now, about that inspection matter. Oh, there's just one more item left, right? Stress tests? Yes, the final test is to make the model experience death. The research all gulp one after another. Yeah, let me just dance to the alarm real quick. Yeah, he gotta get down with it. He gotta boogie down. It's not just the word itself that frightens them, but the fact that most models are already operating beyond capacity. If the pulse is increased by another level, this would no longer just be a test. The models would face death in the truest sense. Do as he says. He grits his teeth between the potential miracle and the limits of their computing power. He chooses the latter. Following Horse's signal, the researcher steadies their trembling fingers and reaches out to press the button that will initiate the final test. Please wait, sir. The door slams open with a bang, causing the researchers to freeze in mid-motion. Delivus, you shouldn't be here. Take Miss Delivus back to rest. She's too tired today. As if already prepared for her arrival, Horse calmly signs the 2 guards beside him to step forward. Delivus? Is that... You ain't Delivus? Oh, don't need to get so worked up, Horse. If I remember correctly, Miss Delivus is the developer of the Chosen One in 6, isn't she? Why not let the developer share some of her own insights? But sir, that woman has already been biased against model testing. If we allow her to interfere with the experiment, what did you anticipate? Dense Marcy may be ruined then. Gwynplaine wags his fingers, signaling Horse to be quiet, then turns toward Yue. Ignoring Horse's remarks, Yue, breathing heavily, bows quickly to the researchers and Gwynplaine. Thank you for your open-mindedness, sir. I'll get straight to the point. She begins speaking slowly, her tone calm and composed, but her peripheral vision remains fixed on the sensitivity curves displayed on the large screen. 6. 99.23%, the Chosen One. 43.59% are both still rapidly increasing. While I can't understand why the Chosen One, who has consistently shown no response to testing, suddenly began reacting today, or why 6 with data has stabilized around 10%. But her intuition tells us that these 2 capsules aren't extracted from the central system soon, they will face true death. Sir, 6 was just generated an hour ago from samples of my consciousness when none of its parameters have been undergone calibration. It's still a prototype. Although the Chosen One has undergone some preparations, it still hasn't had enough time for further iterations. Forcing a test under these conditions carries an 84.23% chance of data contamination. If contamination occurs, all data from both models will become unusable. Delivus! Horse barks a command from afar. These 2 models may have been developed by you, but they are in fact company property. Do not let your personal research ambitions interfere with the normal progress of this experiment. An irresponsible anxiety wells up. Despite her anxiety, her mind as a researcher remains remarkably clear. Mr. Horse is correct. These 2 models do indeed belong to the company and are quite valuable. For that very reason, giving them room to develop would be far more valuable to the company than hastily discarding them in a rushed experiment. In the previous test, you should have already witnessed how they displayed normal fear responses to painful stimulation, sir. I believe that confirming this fact has already served the purpose of the experiment. However, prolonged exposure to such extreme conditions would damage the models, especially these two newly created ones. Speaking solely as a researcher, I respectfully request that you pause this experiment, sir. Given sufficient time, I can deliver more complete results. Gwynplaine strokes his beard. His face is concealed beneath his tall brim to his hat, his expression hidden in the shadow. Madam, are you aware that your presence has interrupted our enjoyment? The deep, sinister voice Mark's horse hair suddenly stand on end. Sir, you need not hear her opinion. We can continue the experiment right now. Gwynplaine waves his hand, signaling for him to be silent. Death is a proposition every individual must face. If they cannot respond appropriately to such extreme situations, how could harm and how could humans possibly trust such mortals? Yue. It's calling her as water droplets in sewers. But humans survive its dangerous situations not only because of fear, but also because of the courage that springs forth from it. The cold touch of the corrupted hand, the pain shooting through her calf. Oh? A hint of interest mingles with his gloomy voice. Yes, courage. These two models have just been created and are still in their infancy. When facing danger, they can only instinctively respond with fear. If we hastily subject them to death, I'm afraid their responses will be quite boring, predictable within everyone's expectations. If you can give them the chance to grow, Honorable Executive, when they eventually awaken fully, they might show you something unexpected. Courage. Mulling over a word he hasn't heard in many years, Gwynplaine slightly narrows his eyes. Good, 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 good! Ha ha ha! I never expected to hear such an interesting proposal from among these rigid tools. Mr. Levis, you have sufficient talent to be transferred to the company's headquarters. I could be your sponsor, or I can't be your sponsor. However, the data obtained from the first model's death experiences also has considerable expendable involved for us. He tips his top hat slightly, a blood-red smile filling his white beard. Of course, you can choose to accept them now. But the data collection would terminate to that point if you really do that. I would have to reconsider my earlier proposal. In other words, whether I recommend transferring you to headquarters or approve expanding the computer power matrix number 141, both will have to be discussed at a later date. After all, I need a complete set of data to verify what you just mentioned about the feasibility of awakening. Damn it, this old bastard. Thank you for your understanding and goodwill, sir. Wait, Yue. Aren't you concerned about the computing power for Matrix 141 anymore? Don't you always want to visit headquarters? Ignoring Horse's outcry, she walks briskly and directly toward the Matrix core. Damn it! She carries out both capsules, ignoring Horse's frantic shouts as she quickly walks away. Ringing in her ears, a deafening sound that fills her mind, drowning out all the other noises. The last of her resolve carries her back to the laboratory, where she falls to her knees, her body once again drained of strength. Don't worry. I'll protect you both. Where are we? Your intuition alone is enough to determine that this is not a friendly place. If one would compare it to a dream, it would definitely fall into the nightmare category. Yet, why you're in this dream, what you're supposed to do, even who you are, there are no answers to any of these questions. Terrifying monsters, but they aren't coming this way. They're in a corner on the other side, surrounding a shivering light. 1 slash, 2 slash, 3 slashes, weapon raised high and brought down with savage force. This brutal cycle repeats itself over and over. The already weak light grows increasingly dim with a frightening small animal desperately trying to flee, but those blades of slaughter come down on it again and again. Finally, it can run no more. The butchers corner in another nook, raises their bloody blades high and come crashing down. Red foam-like sparkles of light splash outward and tremble, shaking uncontrollably. Won't anyone help it? It's just a child. Oh, child. A strange thought suddenly grips your heart. In this place, only it and you exist. In the instant the next blade swings toward it, compassion in your heart compels you to step forward. Yet as you reach out, you discover that your arms are as soft and delicate as an infant's. You are truly such a fragile being in this. Are you truly such a fragile being in this dream? The monsters noted your presence, and their weapons swing toward you one after another. With your small, prowler's body, you can neither escape nor parry. You can only watch as helplessly as the sharp blades slice into your flesh. They slice into your chest, into your neck, mangling flesh and beyond blood recognition, chopping and chopping in endless repetition. Your heart and bones are split apart, tendons and flesh stripped away piece by piece, dragging you through excruciating agony, yet you cannot die immediately. Your body regenerates only to receive the baptism of blades once more. Should you dodge, if you just step aside, it would expose them again, and it would save you from this pain. Despite being covered in wounds, you persist in standing guard before it, as if sensing your helplessness. It embraces you tightly from behind. You gotta stay tall. You gotta endure this shit, boy. You know what? This is temporary. We gotta endure this shit. Life ebbs from the two of you as wounds appear. Your regenerative can't keep pace with the monster's strike as both of you gradually turn transparent. Consciousness grows hazy, numbing even from the sensations of pain. Through your blurred vision, you see it turn into tables, torturing you behind itself. Yet countless blades converge into a massive guillotine, wider than the dream itself, and it's inescapable and hanging high above both of your heads. It falls only to shatter suddenly into an instant before striking your bodies. A pair of hands appeared, gently cradling both you and it in its palms. Ah. Warm artificial light cascades silently over the dense-packed formulas. In the vast laboratory, only the crisp, rapid tagging of keyboard breaks the silence. 324 observatory samples have been located. Even after removing them from the extreme testing environment, the data might still retain irreversible contamination that portends and amplifies through each layer of the neural network. I've thoroughly checked every layer, from input to hidden to output 5 full times. All detectable noises have been eliminated. Another hour has passed and still no response from either consciousness capsule. These models are as complex as the human brain. I've done everything I technically can possible. The rest is up to them now. Taking a deep breath, she purges the frustration and anxiety from her mind. She can't transmit negative emotions through the remote connection. It's meant to support stability, not undermine it. She cradles her capsules in her arms. With the data contamination still present, she can almost hear their agonized cries. Still no responses. Why isn't it working? Her minds grow agitated again. Instinctively, she searches through her fragmented memories for a way to comfort these children. Right. It's okay now. Everything's okay. She stiffly mimics what she remembers of her mother's gestures, gently patting the surface of the capsule. Time stretches on as she continues. Yue. Weak and faint, but undeniably there. The sensitivity curve on the monitor screen slowly rises. It's Six's voice. I'm here. Thank goodness. It's still alive. She looks up quickly, addressing the woman who's organizing reports. Herta, Six's consciousness has awakened. We move on to the next phase of restoration. Get more neural relaxants and glucose. Activate neural interfaces number 137 through 198 for remote connection and increase power by another 20%. She places the capsule on her lap, feeling her hands to identify the newly detected contamination points. Yue, don't. Six's call comes again. Is it saying don't go? I'm right here. I won't leave. She feels her left hand. She frees her left hand to pat the capsule's shell, reinforcing the promise to stay. Yue, don't. The call continues without stopping. One after another, it's like mumbling into a dream. She involuntarily stops typing, leans down and gently places her ear against the capsule. What is it trying to say? Yue, don't cry. Huh? The childlike voice instantly shatters her composure. Her vision blurs as something hot and wet streams down from her cheeks. Oh, she's crying. She embraces the capsule with all of her might, toward to get tight. So tight against her chest, as if embracing her broken former self. Damn. Director, these test subjects have reached their limit. If this continues... Shut up! Do as I say! Can you imagine? The computing power, expansive, was within our grasp! If only that woman had ruined everything! If you hadn't failed the procedure or anything worthwhile, we would be suffering under the executive order's watchful eye like this? But Director, these people were volunteered for the experiments in exchange for sanctuary in City 141. If they die, wouldn't that... Forget about all that. I'll take full responsibility if anything happens. Just hurry up and collect the samples.
Woo! All right. 4 more episodes, ladies and gentlemen. Ugh, I was not expecting this to take this long. So, all right, I'm going to go get a water, use the restroom. I'm going to go see if my family's up, talk to them really quick if they are. If not, then we continue on. So, I shall be back. Make sure you all get a water and you get some snacks and you use the restroom when needed, and I will be back shortly. La-da! Alright. I am back. Alright. Let us finish this story. Okay. The game. Alright, here we go. Episode 6, Memory Blockade. Let's do it. Let's get it done. A pair of hands appeared, gently cradling both of you and in its palms. A girl's gentle voice echoes from somewhere. It doesn't reach your ears from outside, but resonates from within your heart. A voice fills with both strength and sorrow. It feels like an eternal embrace as gentle waves flow over you with their warm touch, enveloping the wounds that marks its body. So this terrifying nightmare is received with the tide. Her voice fades in and out. It gently taps out of rhythm, carrying a familiar melody that brings peace and tranquility. Is she humming a lullaby? Immersed in this warm ocean, your consciousness gradually fades away. You open your eyes. Harsh, cold light pierces your eyes, sending waves of dizziness through your head. A figure draws closer to you upon your awakening. What did you see over there? An unfamiliar girl with long blue hair and with an enigmatic smile. Unfamiliar surroundings, unfamiliar person, hazy memories. Instinctively, you set up and reach for the sidearm on your waist, but nothing is there. Oh, what's wrong with you? You don't look like you don't even remember me. She examines you with a furrowed brow, confirming that in your confused state is it an act. After checking the data on a terminal beside her, she speaks again. My name is Lesty. This is the control court in Babylonia. No need to be nervous, Grave Haven Commandant. You're here to carry out a mission. Though this is already the second time I've introduced myself to you. She hands you a control court ID card. You hesitate for a moment before taking it and examining it. The information on it matches exactly what she's told you. You don't remember anything at all? How did I end up here? Oh, at least we get to be in the hidden story. That's pretty fucking cool. After a moment's hesitation, Leslie reads out the data on the terminal. To think your memory would be affected to this extent. Though it's certainly within the expectations, nothing still feels off about this. Anyway, you're here to execute a mission. I am the guide and you are the executor. She begins flipping through the mission briefing beside her. Only then do you notice that she seems to be holding 2 copies of the document. Noticing your puzzled gaze, she speaks again with a hint of resignation. Originally, Gasol assigned a senior colleague to guide this mission, but she seems to be busy with other matters lately, so the guidance role fell onto me. Who was the senior colleague? Just some troublesome senior colleague, nothing you need to worry about. After all, as your guide, I'm extremely reliable. Leslie speaks with a sweet smile while handing you the mission briefing, discreetly tucking it to the other copy behind her back. Though her explanation seems somewhat suspicious, the mission assignment in the briefing follows a standard Babylonian procedures. The only problem is that you have virtually no recollection of anything mentioned in it. So, can you tell me what happened? Yes. Leslie's flippant smile fades away. Recently, the Gasol detected signals from the Gasol sub-terminal on the surface. The sub-terminal is cultivating a consciousness internally. As if this AI consciousness becomes infected, it could lead to even greater problems. Gasol selected you as the executor, but during the consciousness transfer process, it seems to have been some unexpected deviation. During this process, you lost some of your memories. It seems that you've lost not only the memories of executing the mission, but also some from even earlier. Leslie stares into the data monitor and begins to think, as if you're not even there. Please wait. I have a lot of questions. What do you want to know? What is the Gasol sub-terminal? It's a matrix center built with the technology from Gasol, but its computing power is a tier level lower than that of Huashu and Gasol itself. The existence of this sub-terminal was only discovered recently, and we know absolutely nothing about why it exists or which organism it belongs to. That uncertainty is no reason we needed to send someone to investigate. Oh, one reason we needed someone. Okay. Sounds like that's not the main reason. You're perceptive. The main reason is that there's a potential to become a massive threat. Let me give you a simple example.
Suppose an entity like Assault were to stand against immunity, either by being exploited or infected by the punishing virus.
Of course.
The same principle applies here. Although I mentioned earlier that the subterminal's computing power is lower than that of the main system, it's still not something to be underestimated.
I understand, that's why understanding it in its current status is critically important.
That's right. That subterminal is cultivated and natched in AI consciousness, which is the primary subject we need to observe.
Why was I chosen for this?
As the Matrix Center derived from the same source as Assault, it's highly likely that you have a similar interval environment, and you have experience immersing Assault to execute combat operations. That happened recently. To overcome Assault's blockade of the engine ignition signals to save Babylonia from crashing into Earth, Grey Raven infiltrated Assault using the Spear of FOS. But something feels off about this.
Even so, the target of this immersion is still an entity we don't fully understand, right? In other words, it's bound to have defenses set up against external intrusions.
Actually, before bringing you into this immersion, we had already failed numerous times. Mega Boo Boo Shaka scheming again? Pretty much. Well, okay, now, correct me if I'm wrong, but us going into the Babylonia, when did that happen? Was that during the Rival Matrix, or was that during a main chapter? Its intrusion detection and defense system are extremely sensitive, which is to be expected. After all, Assault itself, as the original entity, has multiple layered defenses mechanisms against external threats. Anyone with access to such computable resources wouldn't leave it a sitting duck. But if we can make it recognize it as an internal entity, everything changes. No system active counters of what it perceives as part of itself. Ishmael also? True.
An internal entity.
To put it simply, with the Science Council assistance, we discovered a contents shell inside the subterminal. Okay, so does this episode set us up for the Rival Matrix?
Empty shell.
Leslie furrows her brow, considering how to organize her thoughts as for the explanation ahead. Most AI contexts are merely created by humans to solve problems in our specific domains. While they process problem-solving capabilities, they ultimately are just machines executing instructions. They have no personality of their own, no desires, and are incapable of taking any initiative. Yes, it is? Okay. I was going into Assault was like chapter 12. Oh! Was that whenever, Selena got taken? Up to this point, they can only be classified as machines, tools that follow orders and serve humans without the ability to host human consciousness. But this entity is different. It's a model generated from the human consciousness samples with high compatibility with humans. Coincidentally, though, it was created from humans. It's lost all personality due to overfitting. To put it simply, it's an empty shell missing a soul. Using the Spear of FOS, you connected to that entity became the soul filling that empty shell. This way, your immersion wouldn't be interrupted.
Actually, it wasn't completely uninterrupted, was it?
Yeah. This is the origin of the Rival Matrix, yes. Okay. That's what I thought. Because, like, from her talking, it's like, okay, this kind of like, reminds me of the Rival Matrix, of us, like origins-wise. And then we actually go into it. Because even though we entrusted you with the immersion mission and successfully entered the system, you ended up with virtually no memory of what happened there. You even lost the memory of my mission briefing from before the immersion.
Have you figured out why?
It's still unclear, but not unexpected. After all, the Matrix facility easily accepted an external signal. There must be visible barriers that we couldn't detect.
I have another question. Why was Gasol able to make such precise judgments about that empty shell? Even though the first immersion was successful, it already understood the internal situation so well.
That's definitely puzzling, but actually it's not just that. The request to detect subterminal also came from Gasol. As for why it suddenly captured the subterminal signal, Gasol's explanation was that it tracked technology from the same source. I have to admit, this explanation is reasonable enough. It could explain why Gasol understands that empty shell was so well. That I can't shake the feeling that there are other factors at play. She ponders for a moment before deductively giving up on the thought. Since this involves secret infiltration of unknown force, the existence of the Gasol subterminal would likely cause panic among many people in Babylonia. This mission has an extremely high level of confidentiality. Commandant of Grey Raven, the fewer people who know about this, the better. With your recent memory loss, I would have been within my rights to withhold the details of this mission from you entirely.
But you still explained it to me.
Because I need you to continue this immersion process later. If you knew nothing, I'd have to explain everything again next time, and that would be too much trouble. Leslie stretches, letting out a long, exaggerated yawn.
Hey! Situation with that subterminal still needs further observation.
I hope this memory loss is just a one-time occurrence. Next time you emerge, hopefully you'll bring back some substantial results.
Interesting.
We went into Gasort in chapter 13. What a callback. That is a long time ago. Holy shit. Holy shit, that's a long time ago. As Babylonia's supreme governing AI, Gasort has implemented a blockade to its core that can only be described as a Dracon. The pink-haired woman stands impassive before the massive mechanical behemoth. All information regarding the Matrix has been fully transmitted. But since you have access to it, why not continue observing? Because I don't want to interfere with their development. I'm also surprised that you approved that, of course, I let the Grey Raven Commandant to overtake such observation duties. After analysis, the decision does not violate Gasort's primary directive. Furthermore, this unit requires more data to enhance its understanding of different technologies, and currently there are no surplus computing power available to aid in the infiltrating some terminal. Relying on human converts computing power while still allowing us to gather technical intelligence from the sub-terminal. Oh. Then, as payment for providing this intelligence, please allow me to also await news of that child's development. As silently as she appears, the pink-haired woman once again vanishes from the heavily fortified chamber. Teacher. In the fluorescent chattersome garden of Guessring, Martha once again encounters the girl in the lab coat. As always, she keeps her gaze lowered, her eyes in the twilight revealing no emotion whatsoever. Whether it is her imagination or not, that once frail, pallid face seems to have gained a hint of color today. Hearing that respectful form of address, Martha waves her hand dismissively, signaling that the former greeting isn't necessary. I have admitted teacher since her class graduated. Guessring won't be taking any new students. She's grown weary of it all. Weary of the endless cycle, taking in homeless orphans under the guise of education, molding their minds, only to ultimately feed them into the corporate furnace as kindling. After her last encounter with Yue, she applied for retirement with the company. But your teachings remain forever engraved in my heart. Something seems to have been troubling her. Martha immediately notices this, but doesn't respond, instead waiting in silence for Yue to continue. Knowledge and reason are powerful forces that help conquer fear, dispel endurance, and guide us forward. I was merely quoting famous quotes from the Golden Age scholars. All that I did was bring you a few books back then. They provided true. These teachings helped a frightened girl like me grow into what I am today. How was it? Oh, it's going well for yourself? I'm not sure. I think I might have done something foolish. A look of bewilderment flashes through her typical emotionless eyes. I gave up my chance to go to headquarters, or to salvage the so-called experimental result. Her eyes burrow further, almost impeccably, as her face takes on troubled expressions. It sounds like there are more to the study than just some experiment. Martha studies her with keen interest. It is special, but the company happened to the present day that day, which was crucial for Matrix 141. It would determine whether we could share continuing power with another Matrix. Furthermore, there was no evidence suggesting that I had more than 50% chance of persuading the executive. In reality, it was probably less than 10%. To sacrifice potentially enormous benefits for something almost impossible, taking all factors into account, I was wrong. Did you think that you should have saved it? No, I absolutely had to save it. Seeing Yui's determined expression, Martha can't help but smile. Then what's troubling you so much? Yui sighs softly. Because it was an action driven by emotion. That frightens me. Just like when I was a child. But I'm afraid that if I continue like this, I'll repeat the same mistakes. Martha waves her hand dismissively. Whether studying yourself by the rational principles will only make you suffer. From my perspective, you ever insist about that prison of accreditations and programs isn't a bad thing at all. Yue tilts her head slightly, her expression still filled with confusion. Instead of answering immediately, Martha crouches down to examine the chrysanthemum flowers, gently pinching the petals between her fingers as she studies their growth. I had heard that in your birthplace, there was a phrase called Jirteme. She speaks softly while continuing to examine the flower petals. Yui's brows frown, as if the words have touched upon something painful memory. What brings that up so suddenly? haven't used that language since coming to the poets. You should understand, it means I love you. Of course, but love makes people vulnerable. Did I study it's a spell? That's true, but I don't believe in such magic. It has nothing to do with faith. It's simply meant to bring people happiness. Ah, I see. That's probably why my childhood wasn't practically happy. She offers a self-deprecating smile. The people who brought me into this world and raised me never once said such an absurd spell to me. Yui lets out an almost impeccable sigh and continues in a hushed voice. Martha gives no answer. For many people, the mother tongue is often the best language for expressing emotions. Humans are both cursed and blessed by love. We are creatures who simply cannot survive without such spells. Yui's expression remains full of confusion. Look at me. Even at a time, I can't break up this bad habit of lecturing people. Martha takes out several foil packages and hands them to Yui. There are some bags of coffee beans and supplies the company sent recently. Take them back to the laboratory for me. They're too bitter and I'm used to this taste. Even if you find it unbearable, it must be quite a rare delicacy. I'll consider it as a diversion for the days ahead, teacher.
Any update? The researcher from the front of him exchanges glances, all somewhat hesitant to answer. I asked how things are going.
Many of them have become mentally unstable. We have fewer and fewer unstable test subjects now.
What about the model sampling results?
Oh my god, I'm so sore from fucking working out. Most are not promising.
We'll only know for sure once we run into them inside mechanoids.
But I recall Mr. Livers mentioned that introducing consciousness into shells before they reach the awakening stage puts a high risk of them going haywire.
The levers, it's always the Levises. Can't all reason to move forward without her. The matrix safety system isn't something to be taken lightly. Stop dawdling and select some samples to test.
Almost there. We're so close. Alright, here we go. Episode 7, Enormous Death. An enormous gray spear crashes down to the ground. The solid ground shadows like a thin paper, and towering buildings collapse in an instant. Crimson magma rains down from the sky, burning fragments and rocks from the comet's descent. A roaring wave of heat engulfs the girl's slender figure in one swift movement. These parameters won't work. The output still shows some deviation. In the middle of a street crumbling into the ruins, the girl calmly operates virtual workstations before her, completely at odds with the apocalyptic scene surrounding her. The seat isn't right here. The problem isn't here. The computer velocity is too high. Should I prune it now? Ignoring the fireball hurling toward her, she only furrows her brow while staring at the workstation before her. A hovered figure darts in front of her, intercepting the fireball in one swift motion. Yui, get out of here! The Chosen One and I have just covered! Boom! Great Leader 6 and the Chosen One shield the last scientist from a fatal blow. Now they must embark together on a journey to prevent destruction of the world! It particularly imitates the sound effects while adding a touching narration of its own heroic feat. Cut it out. Despite her words, she shows no intention of actually stopping it. She continues to tap away with her keyboard as usual, writing lines of code and addressing its parameters. Then I want Yui to play with me! I'm busy. Flying sparks, billowing smoke, scorching heat waves at the very end of the world. This place is none other than Yui's laboratory. It's been quiet for some time since she's extracted 6 and the Chosen One from the Matrix core. The simulation test left them with several data contaminations, nearly causing both models to collapse. Connected to a brain-computer interference, she anxiously filtered through the data remnants of her memories, working day and night in her lab bench. She finally managed to pull them back from the brink of destruction. Even though both models are now safe, her irritative pace never slows, not even for a moment. After all, there's no guarantee the company won't take them away again. And so 6 grows day by day. She slowly regains its vitality, even becoming a bit mischievous and finds creative ways to attract attention. Oh god. Mr. Levis! Ah! Herta, having just pushed open the laboratory door, nearly tumbles backwards onto her behind. Huh, you nearly gave me a heart attack, honestly, 6. Blah, 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 blah. Mr. Levis, you're letting it manipulate the artistical lighting like this again? And you're not even doing anything about it. This helps its experience environments similar to the real world. It was clearly generated from your conscious, the sample Miss delivers, yet its personality doesn't resemble yours in the slightest. It hasn't inherited any of the quiet, rational traits of a scientific researcher and instead spends all day causing mischief.
Okay, now this is my take on this. I think if Yue would have been raised in a proper household and actually had time to prosper, this would probably be her personality. I'm almost positive this would probably be her personality if she had a stable home. But she didn't have a stable home, which caused her to have this personality. So I think that this is technically her personality. It's just it's her personality. It's an alternate. I guess it's an alternate personality, but it's still the same personality. That's my take on it. It's her personality, but I think it's if she just had a stable home. So if she had a stable home, this would be her personality. That would be Yue's personality. But she didn't have a stable home, so she's like that. So that's my take on it. So exactly, yeah. That's my take on it. That's my take. This is still her personality. She just doesn't show it. That's what it is. Yeah, it's her personality, but she doesn't show it. She doesn't show it because she had to be cold. She had to rely on herself. But I think if she would have had to grown up in a safe place, that would be her personality. All right, here we go. Or perhaps we're actually like this when we're younger, or when you were younger. Herta suddenly asked, her tone teasing. I never had the chance to be mischievous back then. She continues working without stopping. Even a brief memory of what is called childhood is enough to suffocate her. But this child is different. As long as it stays by her side, there's no need for it to bear the heavy burden she once did. Letting it be carefree and mischievous like this gives her a strange sense of comfort. It's as if her childish self has been given a second chance. Exactly, yep. You're a perso! Seeing that Yue has still no intention of stopping Six, Herta sighs and pulls out a stack of papers from her pocket, fanning out them like a magician. Today, Mr. Roth from the security department has issued you another fine. Six simulated an apocalyptic scene using the lights during a routine inspection, which caused one of the guards to accidentally damage a nearby ventilation duct. Although Six is stored inside a capsule, it casts projections of itself to move between devices within small areas around the capsule. Yay! Big victory! Big victory? This is already the 5th fine this week, and it's only Tuesday! If this continues, the computer resources of faculty in this laboratory will be reduced. You finally frees a finger from her task and forcibly flicks the metal casing of the capsule. Ow! Despite there being no external pressure sensors installed, Six still dramatically lets out a scream of agony, playing along perfectly. Why would you do that? Because security locked me in here and it wouldn't let me go out to play. That doesn't mean you can do this. They reduce our computing power allocation. I don't care about allocation. It reminds me of Jateme reminds me of Nanami. Reminds me of the Nami. Yeah. Reminds me of the Nami. That won't work. If we don't have enough computing power, your iteration process will slow down. The memory of Six being inserted into the matrix core remains vivid in Yui's mind, causing her tone to suddenly become frosty. I don't want to iterate. I don't want to grow up. Sensing the shift in Yui's emotions, Six suddenly becomes flustered and unsure how to respond. Yue coldly severs the connection between the light source and Six, returning to the room to its original appearance. I'm not asking for your opinion, Six. Don't get the wrong idea. Your stubbornness won't win you any sympathy. After all, you're nothing more than a test subject. That's how humans are, cruel and arrogant toward their own creations, even their own flesh and blood. Regrettably, I'm one of them too. Because her father used to be a punching bag. Oh, use her as a punching bag, which is fucking fucked up. How much time do you think we have until the next inspection by the officer? Before bringing you out, I boasted to him that by his next visit I'd deliver a more complete experimental result. As a reward for this achievement, he will recommend me for a position at the company headquarters where I can access the computing power of several link matrices. Because she was once used by her mother as a ticket to escape.
What makes you think your existence is more than tempting than my career prospects? After you're handed over, you'll have to endure painful tests all on your own. How will you resist the data contamination then? Are you still trying to act cute with me? Hurry up and review your filter data sets. She can't let Six repeat her mistakes. She must learn to survive on her own. Once I grow up, you'll leave me. Won't you? I don't want to grow up. I want to stay by your side, you. Hearing his hesitant murmuring, Yue fears her resolve softening once again. Mr. Levis, no matter how you look at it, this is going too far. Herta, what do you need from me? To conceal her emotion, she pretends nothing happened and shifts the topic to Herta instead. Right. The researcher in charge of Matrix core maintenance told me that when the Chosen One contested samples were initially collected, the Matrix appears to have been infiltrated by the punishing virus. When the Chosen One was initially sampled? Why are we suddenly talking about something from so long ago? Because when the Chosen One signal suddenly appeared last time, some speculated it might have been caused by the data contamination left behind by the virus back then, but the exact reason is still unclear. Okay, so this is going on while we're in the deep dive, correct? So we're in the Chosen One in real time, which is why we're seeing this, correct? Come to think of it, that incident was quite strange. The concentration of the virus usually varies gradually across regions, but in this case, the virus appeared... No, it can't be. Never mind. No, it can't be. Never mind. I take that back. I take that back. I take that back. I take that back. Well? Yeah, because we know her name by the time we go into the driver matrix. Yeah, never mind. Disregard that. Yui's brow furrowed slightly. Its purpose likely was an infection, but simply detection. Also, the Chosen One's personality waveform suddenly appeared on the day of the executive officer's inspection. It had never manifested that day before, and hasn't appeared again since. Yue absolutely pokes at the Chosen One's capsule, lost in thought, and Herta suddenly exclaims beside her. Ishmael shenanigans? Oh, is that what it is? The detector had picked up the Chosen One's personality waveform. The girl's gaze instantly turns that way. No, it is us. Hold on. Okay, so... Okay, so we are in this now. Okay, so this... Okay. So... Ishmael shenanigans, you'll see. Okay, I won't invest too deep into it at the moment then. Hello? Yue quickly disconnects these 6 connections from the Chosen One, cautiously taking 6 capsules into her arms. Who are you really? How did you connect to the Chosen One? Why are you accessing it? The girl's ice-cold voice cuts like a sharp blade as she slowly advances towards you. Yet your conscience is equally confused. Who are you? What is this Chosen One? How did you connect to it, and why would you access it? Who am I? Those are exactly the questions you want to ask too. Something seems to be blocking access to memories. While basic communication functions remain intact, past experiences are completely blurred. Are you pretending to be clueless? The girl advances step by step, closing in. The desire to flee, only to discover this body cannot move at all. Tell me, who are you exactly? Where did you come from? Delevis. An unexpected sound comes from the doorway. The girl stops in her tracks and turns toward the entrance. Mr. Horse, I believe it's not time yet for the executive order's inspection, isn't it? Just because it's not the esteemed officer's scheduled time doesn't mean I can't come on and check the research progress. Horse takes 2 steps forward. Behind him, several people in protective suits and others who look like researchers file in, methodically surrounding the girl in a tight circle. What are you planning to do this time, Mr. Horst? The girl known as Delevis suddenly steps to the side, positioning herself as a shield in front of you. It's been quite a while since the last inspection, hasn't it? I believe that with Miss with Delevis's capability, I was getting fucked up and butchered by that. Capabilities. You should have fully developed those 2 continents' entireties by now. Hand them over to me, Delevis. He needs these two consciousness entities as well as the benefits they could bring him. This girl, that voice sounds oddly familiar. Oh boy, okay.
Yo, hi again. Hello! Rez, welcome back to the stream. Hope you're having a good one. Hope your guitar lessons were going well for you. Glad to see you're here again. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Saturday, having a good weekend so far. You're just in time. We're learning about the backstory of UA and some shenanigans going on that I don't know what's happening, but we're going to learn later on throughout this chapter. So it's getting interesting now that we're finally in this part. Took forever, but we're in it. But it's interesting so far. But glad to have you here. Hope you're, again, enjoying your time. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue on right now. The girl doesn't speak immediately. Instead, she moves further back to completely hide behind Herta. Horst, Mr. Horst, Miss Delivers is very busy today, and it's not a good time to... Herta rushes forward, positioning herself as the barrier in front of UA. Mr. Horst, parameter adjustments require a lengthy experimental process, especially for models generated from human consciousness samples. Their growth. I don't want to hear these excuses anymore. How can I be sure that you won't suddenly rush out during the next inspection and tell me the executive officer, oh, the parameters aren't fully adjusted yet. I'll deliver better results later. We still have plenty of time until the next inspection. We should give Miss Delivers enough time to prepare so that the consciousness entities can mature fully. Herta firmly blocks Horst's path, preventing him from punching UA in the experimental platform behind her. What is this? Don't worry, I'll protect you both. Unexpectedly, the girl's voice rings out through your mind as the physical world around you begins to slow down. Back then, it was you. What? You were the one who rescued Six and me from that place. She visibly stumbles as if startled by her own revelation. Were you awake back then? I passed out not long after. Who are you? Regardless, I must thank you for saving us from that massacre. You're saying that the simulation tests were actually a massacre? Her voice immediately grows calm. Wasn't it designed that way from the very beginning? Impossible. Before the death phase, there were only supposed to be necessary pain tolerance tests. A massacre clearly doesn't fall under that category. Why aren't you answering my question, Delevis? Pushing Herta aside, the man's voice interrupts the encrypted communication between the girl and her contact. Even if you hand over the council to us, you'll still get his endorsement at the next inspection. After all, you're the one who contributed to this core project. Your interest won't suffer any loss, but you still refuse to hand over the capsules. Why? At the end of the day, they're just experimental subjects not worth investing any emotion in. That leaves only one conclusion. You want to keep them for yourselves. I must remind you once again, Delevis. Everything here, including the computing resources used for the research, the results you produce, and even you yourself, is company property. It's almost 10 p.m. here in my country, currently drawing, and I'll be listening to your stream in the background. All good. Hey, all good. I hope you enjoy your drawing. Hope you make some pretty art. And yeah, glad to have that I can be your background music while this goes on. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue on here. Chosen one, Yui's voice resonates in your mind once again. I previously set up an external connection to the output devices for you. You should be able to control the lights in this laboratory. When I count to 3, turn off the lights. I'll hand you over to the woman named Herta next to me. She'll take you to the place called Grisreg. She'll understand. What about you? Someone needs to distract them, and I'm the only one suitable as bait. Are you gonna forcibly transfer 6? Not just 6, but you too. Why? Though my memories are hazy, I'm pretty sure I'm different from V. Or from 6. I'm not your child. I'm a person of unknown origin. During that test, you protected 6 in my place. Before I got you both out, you were both on the verge of collapse. You must have been risking your life to save it, weren't you? That's enough for now. We can talk about the rest when we meet again. Wait. I might have a better idea. The scenes from that time are preserved in my memory. I still remember what happened back then. According to what you said,
This massacre shouldn't have ever happened. Then, this could serve as evidence for Horse's unauthorized experiments.
I'll connect your output device to the display screen right now.
All of you, go bring those models over here. The armed personnel closes in and steps forward once more, but the experimental data is uploaded before they can even make their move. The deep blue data screen instantly turns blood red. What is this?
This is what Mr. Horst calls simulation testing.
That's impossible! Only the final model testing requires experiencing death, but we never initiated the final testing before.
Even though the testing level hadn't reached death, the models were already accepted to such brutal treatment. I'm afraid someone deliberately increased the learning rate and introduced the extreme data samples just to grab the executive order's attention. Isn't that right?
A burst of hushed whispers erupt from the crowd, and Horst's expression instantly turns grim. Ha ha ha! Ah! Well, Mr. Horst, sadistic to AI knows no bounds. Yep, he just wants them to suffer. Don't listen to her nonsense. Quick, bring the capsules here.
Mr. Horst, is this true? This kind of testing environment easily causes irreversible damage to the models. This isn't testing anymore.
So that means the models I submitted last time were also had issues? I thought it was because these models are currently going to be handed over to the supervisor too? What's going to happen to them? The sounds of anxious unrest grows louder. Why are you all staring at me? According to the company policy, what you're doing is against regulations. This is damaged company property. Mr. Horst, this... The crowd is in an uproar. Under these circumstances, the soldier finds it impossible to push any past the angry researchers to retrieve what Horst wants. DeLevis, don't think you could fool anyone with just a few fake images.
The people here can judge for themselves.
When the executive officer arrives, your models won't even have a chance to be presented. Not if you don't hand them over to me. UA just leans against the lab bench, looking at Horst with cold indifference. Ah! If you can't get into corporate headquarters, all your research becomes meaningless. After all, those two models are nothing but garbage who could never pass testing.
If both six and chosen one are garbage, then what does that make you, Horst? Who's so desperately scheming to get your hands on them?
You piece of... Just garbage. Get out. Woo-hoo-hoo! Ah, she finally got some backbone on her. Hell yeah. After Horst leaves, Yue gathers all 5 cats to her chest, briskly stroking the furry little creatures while maintaining a serious expression. Please show me a splash shot of this.
Calm down. You've been like this for over half an hour. I'm not angry.
She did it again. She's telling these blatantly obvious lies.
Didn't you just successfully protect those 2 children? I just think it's unreasonable. Making judgments from a completely subjective perspective without data analysis or genuine supporting evidence is an unsound conclusion.
But if we were properly verified data...
There's nothing reasonable or unreasonable about it. You were all insulted. As simple as that.
Are you listening to me?
Of course! Didn't Miss Lever just connect your output device to the terminal? She's angry because you and Six, the children she has carefully nurtured, were the target of Horst's criticism. Even if Horst's words were logical and well-founded, she would still be upset.
Herta quietly turns towards you, murmuring softly to you and Six.
It's just that testing a supervisor with that kind of attitude could lead to someone sabotaging us behind our backs.
Herta mutters to herself, gathers her document into her arms, and leaves the laboratory. I do. See, this is what I like here. All right, we're finally getting into the story now more. I'm enjoying the story now. It's more fun for me. This is it. Was it a slow burn up to this point? Hell yeah. But I'm glad we got to this point, so now I'd still enjoy everything. So, I know nothing about PGR plot, and you're my only source of info about PGR, so currently this story sounds like a sitcom plot. True, yeah, I don't blame you. Well, you kind of missed the meat of the story earlier. Yeah, you say you missed majority of the story, but that's okay. I wonder if the Church of Machina found him before all of this. I don't know, that's a good question, actually. Good question. There we go.
I was wrong. If only I hadn't caused so much trouble for the security department these past few days, that nasty sharp-nosed man would have come.
That nasty sharp-nosed man.
And Yue would have gotten angry.
Sensing V6's guilt,
Yui's irritation instantly melts away.
Yep, that's what happens. I don't do that for you.
Even if you hadn't caused any trouble, he wouldn't have came looking for me anyway. It's not your fault. But Herta said that after today he might hold a grudge and even cut off some of our computing power. If that happens, you'll be unhappy. As long as you all stay by my side, we'll be able to find another way.
She pulls Six into her arms, gently patting it while offering comfort in a soft voice.
Actually, it's already a miracle that they haven't taken anything away from us yet.
She casts her gaze towards the chosen one beside her, whose data has become the key to breaking the stalemate. Before that, she had asked Six about it too, but it seems Six was too young back then and doesn't retain any memories from that time. Being able to keep those two capsules by my side is already the best possible outcome. Anything beyond that would be asking too much. Besides, haven't you always said that you didn't want to grow up? I do now.
Because you look a bit fragile, and I want to protect you properly.
Hearing that childlike, determined tone, Yue looks with surprise at the capsule in her arms.
You fool.
You're being all mushy. So gross. It seems embarrassed by the affectionate term, darting away in a flash to somewhere else.
Chosen one.
As Six leaves, those dark red eyes turn back to you.
Yes?
I've already gone through the data inside the Chosen One.
Have you reached any conclusions?
Your storage model contains almost nothing but memories from the last simulation test. It seems you really don't remember anything.
So, you don't even know where I came from?
Yes, there are no accessible information sources about that.
I have a feeling Ishmael was playing a part in that then. Short's gonna be barbecuing horse meat on the garden. Wait, gonna be what? Barbecuing horse meat on the garden? What do you mean? What do you mean?
I only know that you don't belong here. We don't possess the technology to link human consciousness into melodies like yours. You must be an outsider.
Oh.
Since your consciousness was externally linked, that might explain the memory block. The more information transmitted during the linking process, the higher the probability of interception. Human memories amount to at least several terabytes. The Matrix won't just sit by and wait for the complete transfer.
Is there a simpler way to explain it?
Simply put, you couldn't bring your original memories here, and you won't be able to take memories from here when you leave, but you'll still act according to your inherent nature.
Is there any way to fix this?
I'm even more curious than you are about these forces behind you, but your memory loss is the Matrix's doing, and I'm the powerless against it. I don't currently have direct administrative access to the Matrix.
Then how do I get back?
It seems you'll have to wait until whoever is pulling your strings decides to woo you back in.
She seems to take some pleasure in your predicament, a mischievous glint flashing across her eyes. There it is. There it is. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. You see what I mean? All it takes is being comfortable, being in a safe environment, and having some people that you care for, to where you can start seeing some true colors. And there's the true colors right there, ladies and gentlemen. There's that mischievous little look in her eyes that we see in Jateme now.
You just smiled, didn't you?
I didn't.
She composes herself again.
Since you're here, you might as well make the best of it. Rest assured I won't turn you away when you come to visit.
Yue tilts her head slightly, speaking in a half-joking tone.
I'll visit often.
Yes. Six will be pleased with that as well. At any rate, thank you for your help today.
A warm sensation envelops your consciousness, as if you have been wrapped in a gentle embrace.
If I hadn't done it, I would have been in trouble too, right?
But you helped us, and that's what matters in the end.
True.
Last time, you fell asleep here before returning to that place. As thanks, how about I sing you a lullaby? Perhaps once you drift off to sleep, you'll be able to leave without any conscious effort.
I'm not a child anymore.
The Chosen One's model was generated from my consciousness samples. As long as you're still in here, you'll always be a child.
Ignoring your protest, she's already gently patting the capsule and humming a lullaby. Ugh, shit. Warm sensations flowed to the brain-machine connection. A familiar yet gentle rhythm slowly guided your consciousness into the realm of dreams. Hey, what did you see over there this time?
Who are you?
What? The girl's eyes widened in disbelief after carefully studying your expression. She sighs with a hint of exasperation. My name is Leslie. This is already the third time I've introduced myself to you. Oh, okay. So then when we come back, so that makes sense in the last chapter then. She's like, this is the fourth time I've had to introduce myself to you. Interesting. Okay, episode 8, Her Rebirth. We're almost done, ladies and gentlemen. Horse equals horse autocorrect. Oh, okay. Short stayed for human, horse stayed for android. Oh, I see. Okay. I see now. Them two would get along just well then. They would get along just fine then. All right, here we go. 2 M's? The feedback loop is too slow. How many clock cycles has passed already? Neural interference compatibility is still only 31.2%. At this rate, it won't be able to accommodate anything. Is this as large as the power model can get? Maybe we should link additional power models to have 6 learn power allocation on their own? Otherwise, at this rate, it will run out of energy quickly. Huh. There are still so many problems to solve. The young woman stops writing and gazes absent-mindedly at the laboratory table before her. Another version of herself, though, seems to become sign of different existence altogether. It has the same black and white hair as hers, but that small face reveals subtle hints of mischief and cunning. Yeah. When those eyes open one day, what kind of thoughts will it have? This world is far from beautiful, just like Yue's childhood, which was torn apart. But 6 won't experience those painful things as long as she stays by Yue's side until she fully grows up. Yue silently gazes at 6 as if seeing her own rebirth. Good morning, Mr. Levis. Oh, this child. Is it 6's frame? Yes. It's designed to look how she'll look when she's a bit older, and she's still a long time before that final upload. I thought it would look more mechanical. She's still too young. We need to wait until she's closer to awakening before we can tailor her appearance to better fit her consciousness. But what's wrong? I heard when I passed the tech department today that many researchers have already loaded their models into the frames. Even though those frames are still just prototypes, they've already put into live testing. They're rushing too much. Those frames haven't been properly calibrated, and the trained models haven't reached the level suitable for live testing yet. Yue furrows her brows with concern. What happens as a result? Hard to say. No one has tried it before. It's a foregone conclusion that the data from the input devices revealing an unfiltered real-world information would be overwhelming to nascent models. Yue sighs. However, after seeing 6's performance, some researchers have started using their own memories as samples to generate models. Just like Mr. Levis, they've started using themselves as their own test subjects. This approach has indeed produced models similar to 6, more vivid with promising simulation test results. That's so. That's a good start for them. I went to see them. They're all still a bit dull, not as cute as V, or 6. Speaking of which, isn't today that child's birthday? Herder surveys the room with keen interest. The once clean and simple laboratory is now adorned with colorful ribbons, creating a festive atmosphere that fills the air. It is 6's birthday after all, though we've only set up some simple decorations. It still has to train later. Birthday? What's a birthday? Hearing them talk about something related to herself, 6 excitedly pops up into the conversation. It's a very special day. Children celebrating their birthdays receive blessings and their wishes can come true. Do you have any wishes, 6? Yue gently pats 6's capsule. Then I want Yue to play with me. Excitedly, she projects an amusement park scene throughout the room. I filtered the dataset for you, specially curated for your birthday. Aww! She lets out a disappointed sound. Honestly, Mr. Levis, today is a rare birthday celebration. Should 6 really be training on its birthday? Unable to stay silent any longer, Herta barges into the conversation.
That's why today's data set is carefully selected. I'll properly adjust the parameters in the lab. You're always adjusting parameters, filtering data, and writing code all day long. The chosen one hasn't visited since our last connection either, and I'm constantly tied up with extra meetings. No one has really taken the time to have a proper conversation with Six, have they? But she can go faster this way. Listen, Mr. Levis. Herta's voice begins to rise. Have you ever thought about why Six played that prank on the security department last time, making their lights look like apocalypse was happening? I don't know what you're thinking, but you've said it yourself. Six is still too young, and you know how to get kids to get scared of being alone. Wah! Auntie Herta! Call me Big Sister, you little squirt. Anyway, spend more time with Six on its birthday. Mr. Levis, you're the one who said we should grant granges for the children on their birthdays. I understand. Yay! But this scenario is just something Six simulated, right? We can't actually play for real in here, can we? That's true. Its mood drops again, leaving it downcast. I remember there's a multimedia store in City 141. They might have some virtual reality equipment there. I read a book once that mentioned a period when these products were quite popular. If you and Six could connect to a virtual reality device together, you could play with Six properly, couldn't you? Tell me the location of that store, Herta. She agrees without a moment's hesitation. I've already sent the coordinates to your terminal. I have one my wish, Yui. Yes, I'm listening. I want a name. A proper name. Yes, you've grown up. It's about time.
What even is our character? Are we still in Mr. Horse's backstory? It looks like we're just spectating. We're actually Horse died. He actually died in the final episode of where we were at. Where I was just kind of speed running the last episode. He died. So this is a hidden story. So there's hidden stories, which kind of gives you like more backstory on the lore of some things that are happening. There's a lot that goes with this chapter, which I think Long Boys even said that you missed like the meat, like the big meat stuff in the beginning of the story, because it was very, very I lost my train of thought. Sorry. Oh, this chapter. So there's something called Derivative Matrix, which is a completely entirely different thing. Basically, we are spectating because we're in the mind of a soulless soul. We're in the mind of an empty shell, basically a human without a soul. So we had to fill in that. We ourselves are filling in that shell as ourselves, but we can't do anything. Horse was evil. Yeah, Horse was evil. Horse was an evil dude. He died. This is basically what we're seeing now is this is him in the past. We're following Yui's story in the past. So basically, we're basically just kind of watching how Yui's story is and what ended up happening to her. I don't know if she died or not. I'm hoping she lived, but we're gonna see. So, all right, here we go. All right. I'll think about it on the way. She hastily exits the Matrix, eager to escape the conversation. Yui's the girl with hold on, I'll probably show her again. She arrives at the media store and stands up from its urban surroundings, almost ostentatious luxurious by comparison. Welcome, ma'am. How may I help you today? We have Golden Age film disc, vinyl records, retro gaming consoles, holographic projectors. This is Yui. This is Yui right here. Do you have any VR equipment? Yes, ma'am, we certainly do. We have a holographic projector, AR glasses, and VR headsets. Which you prefer? But these are all just for humans to experience virtual reality, right? Yes, that's right, but isn't virtual reality meant for humans to experience? The staff member looks utterly bewildered by her question. Apart from the devices meant for humans, do you have anything I can interference directly with the computer? Oh, you must be referring to the white box. White box? It's a small computer with an appearance similar to the Rubik's Cube. It's very rare. It's a very rare VR device originally designed to provide real-world knowledge to the AI models. Unlike other VR devices, its data is carefully filtered so that AI models can easily process it. Furthermore, to facilitate debugging, it provides an interference to link with the human consciousness. But the clerk's expression suddenly turns troubled, as if remembering something troubling. Yui waits silently for her answer.
But precisely because it's so valuable, we only have one in our store, and it contains some anomalous data streams. That's fine. I've filtered plenty of data before. One more little box won't make a difference. How much is it? Since no one here knows how to fix those anomalies, it's not much of use to us anymore. If you can fix it, we'd be happy to give it to you for free, but please be extremely careful before using it.
Oh, that's light work for her. She gonna fix the damn thing. Yue managed to get Six's birthday gift. Walking back to the Matrix, a wave of joy washes over her. Strange, considering it is not even her birthday.
Herta, can you reschedule today's health checkup? I've got Six's gift, but I'll need some time to fix it.
As usual, Yue dials Herta's communication terminal. No one answers.
Herta?
Herta? She immediately resists the urge to keep asking. Call request set normally. Network set failed. Reception normal. No answer confirming such phenomenon. Yue systematically dials through the list. Department public lines, directors private channels, and finally supervisors communications. No one answers. Not a single call. Not an isolated incident. Likely a region-wide communication failure. All Matrix Projects company employees are used militarily encrypted communication channels, uniformly managed by the Matrix itself. The problem lies within the Matrix itself. Ruling out the runtime anomalies for probabilities less than -10 to 30, this is an emergency communication blockade initiated by the Matrix. What could have happened to make it take such an extreme measure? A sudden sense of foreboding washes over Yue. Wait, what happened? Oh. They're loading her. They're loading her into the frame right now. Dust and smoke roll thicker with each step she takes. She glimpses several figures frantically fleeing in her direction. Mr. Livis! They recognize Yue, but doesn't slow to despite their desperate flight in the slights. Oh, never mind, it's a corrupted. Oh God, Rez, there's a lot of questions. You're missing a lot, but I'll try to explain as best as I can. AI, VR, don't worry about the VR. This is just kind of like, don't worry about the VR. It's irrelevant. AI. So, Jateve, the girl who we were saving, is technically an AI. So she's basically just a, you know what you would think of an AI, but she awakened, meaning that she was able to curate emotions and to basically have human emotions. So that's what we call an awakened, meaning that it's a machine that has human emotions and intelligence. So that's also intelligence to AI. That's basically what it is. Horst was an antagonist, but not really an antagonist. He was a pseudo antagonist. Because he hated machines. He just hated machines in general. The protagonist depends on the chapter story that you go to, but the main protagonist is the Grey Raven Commandant, aka us. That's us. Who's the hero? Hero is us. But again, depends on the story chapter too. Where even are we? We are in a simulated. So basically, we're in a simulated. We're basically in a simulation right now, in a sense. So, I hope that answers most. Alright, here we go. A desperate, throat-tearing scream. His body pitches forward and crashes onto the ground, momentarily dragging him several meters across the surface. Then he falls silent forever. Through the pitch-black smoke, Yue seems running figures behind the body. They aren't fleeing, but they're hunting. Oh yeah, they kill him for sport. What is the plot? Just Earth in the future with AI? Simply put, humans fighting against robots that are corrupted. In a nutshell. PGR is set in the post-apocalyptic world. Yes. Apocalyptic future. Yes. Future. So, simple terms, humans are fighting against bad robots. A buried, feared in her many years ago surfaces, twisting her heart once more. Hey, the brand new gacha game I told you about called Duet Night Abyss is doing a global launch program live stream right now. Oh, nice! I did see something about that. I remember before I streamed this morning, they were on the countdown of the stream, on it. But I'm all focused on PGR. I ain't really focused on nothing else right now. So, but if you're watching it, hey, good stuff. Good stuff. I'm watching it.
That assignment again.
This time is tight, so I'll be brief. It's the same mission as the previous 2 times. You need to use the Spear of FOS to dive in the Gasol sub-terminal and monitor the newborn model.
The previous 2 attempts didn't yield any useful intelligence. Why continue these immersions?
This time is different. We confirmed that the sub-terminal has been invaded by the virus. If it also infects that newborn model, she doesn't continue. Gasol has still assigned you to execute the mission. I'll just be here to calibrate the Spear of FOS system. Leslie takes a deep breath and speaks with a grave expression. This immersion will be extremely dangerous. Your mind beacon could be exposed to the punishing virus. Well, people say it isn't really a gacha game anymore because you get all the characters and weapons for free just by playing the game. Well, I mean, hey, that's pretty good. You can at least get you don't have to pull or get the characters like that from now. You just got to play the game. That's a nice touch. That is a nice touch. But it's not a gacha game anymore. Probably the gacha will be probably the skins. I have a feeling the skins will probably be something that they catering towards to get to do. And if they're smart, they could put an attack buff on the skins for getting them. So that way, if you want to make it a gacha game, you can like that. In the future, I'll let you explain that part. Okay.
Could be.
It's not certain. The sub-terminal has its own firewall, but you won't have much time. You need to rescue that newborn model before the sub-terminal gets infected or eliminated. Although Gasol still assigned you to this mission, it's not mandatory considering your personal safety. Whether or not to immerse it is up to you.
Should I immerse or not?
Compared to the last time when the malfunction in Gasol caused the engine shutdown, the threat Leslie described now seems relatively distant. Even if it truly becomes infected, it won't immediately affect Babylonia. Duet Night Abyss, gameplay like Warframe, right? I've never played Warframe. It kind of reminded me of Destiny. That's what it reminded me of, was Destiny for me. Gasol's immersion request is made from humanity's perspective, so accepting this mission would undoubtedly benefit humankind. But beyond that, there seems to be a more direct emotion driving you to accept it. Something seems to be waiting for you there. Despite your hazy memories, this intuition continues to linger in your mind.
Accept.
Leslie answers with actions rather than words. She simply types a command on the virtual keyboard and then pushes herself into the frame behind her. The frame door closes and a digitalized word gradually unfolds before you.
What's happening?
The punishing virus triggered a sub-terminal firewall. It's now an emergency lockdown. It's like Assault was before.
What do we do now?
Ooh. Okay. Leslie rapidly inputs several command strings again. Let's give up. It's not Assault. Since we're external to it, we can hardly interfere with its firewall directly. She lets out a long sigh and reaches for the frame, about to open the door.
Wait!
What's wrong?
What if someone could unlock it from the inside?
But the chances of that are far too slim.
When Consort has problem before, nobody gave up, so I believe.
It's not the same situation. Gasol was being interfered by Huashu back then, not infected by the virus. But then again, Leslie stretches where she stands. It'll be quite a while before I meet with my seniors, so I might as well keep company while we wait.
Thank you, Leslie.
Mr. Levis, look out! As the corrupted blade slunges toward her, a soldier shoves her aside and fires at the creature. Get moving! What are you standing there for? Completely devastation everywhere. Streets surrounded in thick smoke with rubble, twisted metal rods, and human bodies thrown helplessly across the ground. The colleague who had shouted so loud only moments ago is now among them, as silent as all the smoke-stained rubble around him, as if he had never been alive at all. View Glory Hound prematurely loaded the model into Megalith frames, causing it to go haywire to help out the core certification filter. The punishing virus seized the opportunity to invade. The supervisor saunters over, surrounded by a group of soldiers, or he occasionally dusts off his suit and adjusts his tie. I suppose everyone inside the room is done by now. The security team escorted me out, but half of them didn't make it all the way. He speaks casually after discussing something completely trivial. What about 6? What about the chosen one? What about her? I know what you're worried about. You're concerned about those 2 models and boys. Let me be frank with you. Those 2 people you admire. Those people admire your talent. Even with those 2 models, they still want you to work for them at headquarters. Stop looking so devastated. You were still young with a long road ahead of you. You have plenty of chances to create something even more valuable in the future. She spots the shadows of the corrupted swarm stirring in the dust cloud not far away. Her heart pounds frantically, an uncontrollable terror taking over. The wounds they left behind send sharp pain shooting through her lower leg. Blurred flesh and crawling body, suddenly she's transported back to the day many, many years ago. The sun that was within reach, but in the final moments before escape, a sharp claw finally seized her ankle. 10,000s, then thousands upon thousands, countless claws dragging her back into the lightless hell. She stands frozen in place like a puppet with the strings cut. Snap out of it and get in the vehicle! Those corrupted will be here in any moment! A hard screeching sound interrupts her thoughts as a massive black armored vehicle pulls up beside the group. The door swings open, revealing a passenger compartment bristling with weapons that radiate a powerful sense of security. If she gets on board, she can truly survive and escape her nightmares. What about 6? What about the chosen one? What about Herda? What will happen to all of them? The other executives are waiting for you at the headquarters. They've already assigned you a new laboratory with new cats and dedicated flower garden for your historical cult research. What are the survival odds now? 10%? Even less? Looking at these devastated ruins, perhaps it's time to accept reality. Despair, overwhelming despair, but they are merely unnecessary emotions. Thinking rationally, tomorrow she'll meet new colleagues at the headquarters, develop new models, and have access to more computing power and a far more comfortable environment. But what about 6? What about 6? An increasingly distant cry. Yui already knows the answer, so isn't it time to leave? This woman's frozen in fear. You lot, carry her now! The soldiers crowd around her. Something slips from her grasp, tumbling to the ground, rolling further and further away. The white box, 6's birthday gift. Today is 6's birthday. 6 is waiting for her to deliver the gift, waiting to play with her. I have to go back. I have to go back. Huh? She shoves past the soldier, blocking her way, and stumbles toward to snatch the white box from the ground. She charges back in a frenzy. She dodges the roaming corrupted and sprints through a narrow corridor. The shrieks of the corrupted, the wailing of crowds, everything is exactly like the past. Why did I escape all those years ago? Will I return now? Back to this inferno of utter devastation. How foolish you are, Yue. Has all that research and knowledge taught you nothing? Someday you'll face the same situation that you'll say, yep, I'm sorry, Mom, but I don't. I never learned how to be smart. Some things should never be abandoned. Yep. Alright, let me see what we're all talking about. And this is the last chapter. Hell yeah. This chapter is about an organization on surface doing AI equipment stuff, experimental stuff, and we are sent to investigate them. Currently, we're reading the prequel of the chapter before we were sent about to investigate. One of my favorite YouTubers is a Christian anime rapper by the name of Dizzy8, and he makes original songs for anime characters, or some of them just to be inspiring music. Oh, nice. Okay. Even after civilization collapsed, new ones were made on the surface. Last Stand is a perfect battle game music for this chapter. If you're talking about the in-game music, yes. The in-game music, that was a good choice for the in-game music. That was nice. So, alright, ladies and gentlemen, final episode, Jateve. I love you. I didn't get to fucking read it. Remnants, yes. There are still scattered human settlements and organizations. Yes, honestly, you continue to do the work, long boy. He made one song for Girls Frontline 2, so I hope one day if you ever get a sponsor for PGR, I hope he makes a song for that game. Wait. He made one song for Girls Frontline 2 years ago, so I hope one day if you ever get a sponsor for PGR, I hope it makes a song for that game. That'd be cool. That'd be really nice. I mean, like I said, I'm not getting my hopes up just because, if I get a sponsor, great. If I don't get a sponsor, that's still great because I'm still gonna be doing what I gotta do at the end of the day, and I gotta do it for me. Can't do it for Can't do it for nobody else except for the man upstairs. So, all right, here we go. Today is Six's birthday. It's a day for wishes to come true and a day filled with surprises. Today, Yue will buy Six a birthday gift and also give Six a beautiful name. If only every day could be a birthday. That way, Yue would stop working all the time and play more with Six. That's why Six must be good at and mustn't get into mischief or cause any trouble for Yue. But why hasn't Yue returned? Unable to wait any longer, Six sneaks out of the laboratory. The hallway stretches out, completely empty, not a single person in sight. So boring. Out of sheer boredom, Six can't resist playing with the hallway lights once again. Suddenly, the lights go dark. Can't see anything. What is happening? Is Yue back? Is this a surprise? Yue prepared for V. Six can no longer control the lights, but can hear sounds from outside. Then, the continuous supply of computing power is cut off as well. Half an hour, 1 hour, an hour and a half. So dark. So frightening. Six doesn't want to have a birthday anymore. No gift is fine. Not having a name is fine too. Looking at the datasets is fine too. This time Six will really grow up to make Yue say Six in the light. So, Yue, please come back soon. This time Six will definitely be good. The electronic sound of the door opening.
Yue, you're back! Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness.
She takes deep breaths, labored breaths.
Are you feeling alright?
I'm okay, but I just suddenly can't see anything. Is this a surprise for Yue? Prepare for me?
Yue remains silent. Is she angry?
Yue, please don't be angry. I shouldn't have turned off the hallway lights. I won't ever cause trouble again.
Yes, it is a surprise for you.
Unexpectedly, Yue Gentle's laughter fills the air. Usually she would get angry, but it must be because of my birthday. Yay!
I found a white box at the media store that will let humans play with you.
Huh?
Her voice sounds hoarse. Is Yue sick? I feel Yue lifting me into her arms.
Yue, where are we going?
We're going on a little trip far away.
She put 2 capsules in her bag and shoulders it, then struggles to lift the fire axe and swings it at the metal grate. The impact numbs her wrist, causing her small wounds to split open inch by inch. At first, only a slight breeze and terrifying cold air currents, these are ventilation shafts of the Matrix. She smashes inward again, squeezing through the jagged opening into the maintenance tunnel. To avoid Corruptor's attack, she has no choice but to retreat into this cramped space, battered and deceived. She crawls toward the central hub, sticky blood seeping from her body and dripping onto the tunnel floor. Like a pony-limb of life, growing ever slower and heavier. After dragging her severely wounded body to safety along the way, Yui's own strength begins to give out. "20,000 square meters. Never before has she so despised the sheer enormity of this matrix. Yet she also has never been so grateful for how deep the laboratory is situated. Those access control doors that once imprisoned her have ironically become barriers protecting them today. Though she's broken through the corruptive blockade to reach them, her body is a patchwork of wounds. Most of the matrix is overrun by the virus, which continues to encroach deeper into the facility. Also, remember the space station I mentioned called Beverly? I could write a whole essay on PGR lore. I mean, you could, yeah. Is there a website to read PGR lores? Yes, there is. I can't remember the actual website's name. I'll have to look it up after this. But I can't. There is a website. But it's only, I think it's only up until like it'll get you what you need, but I don't remember how far it actually ends up going up to. Not to mention the terrifying high concentration of the punishing virus nearby and corrupted and constantly prowling around. Her severely wounded state, she can no longer get them out of here. Only the Matrix core offers a thread of hope for survival. Her body trembles weakly out of the exit and onto the floor.
Finally made it.
She struggles to prop herself up. Her heartbeat accelerates rapidly as her body trying to increase her heart rate to maintain blood flow.
Greetings to the human named Yue Delivers and to the mechanical consciousness models known as Chosen 1 and V.
Mechanical voice echoes through the empty room and is the Matrix administrative AI. She silently disables Six's audio reception model before beginning her conversation with the Matrix.
I want to ask you to protect Six. Target deemed unachievable.
The punishing infection spreads from the outside in. The system can only slow the invasion rate through the containment protocols, but cannot prevent the core's inevitable fall. Even with the punishing specialized firewalls inactivated from all physical channels sealed, approximately 18 hours remain before the total infection. Is it possible for you to assume training functions, allowing Six to awaken prematurely and develop a resistance to the punishing virus? Parameters updated. Recalculating probability. Probability approximates 0%. Give me the precision to the 5 decimal places. 0.00033. Tell me the solution. This system has simulated protocol to accelerate model training, codenamed derivation. Described in a visual scenario language, the training consists of an endlessly repeating apocalypse. Within it, the mechanical consciousness continuously evolves. Inside an apocalypse? To force the model's growth, the harsh training environment is necessary. Situated scenarios include, but are not limited to, world collapse and the Red Tide invasions. Experiencing high-frequency apocalypse cycles may cause significant data contamination in the model. Please consider this risk carefully. Consider having a human consciousness accompanying the training process. Parameters updated, including probability. Probability increased to 3.105.8%. Entity known as UA delivers. Do you require a neural interface connection to train alongside with 6? No. I'm afraid I'm already out of time. Her breathing grows increasingly rapid, the world blurring before her eyes. Instinctively, she clutches her abdomen, warm, sticky blood soaking her hands. Leaning against the railing, she slowly drags herself toward the console. Her heavy fingertips tremble uncontrollably. She lifts her fingers and presses down. She never realized until the simple act of the typing commands requires deliberate control from the brain. Blood seeps from her arm, trickling down to stain the pristine white console crimson. Her fingertips stick to the keys, requiring a seemingly monumental effort to peel them off. Enter.
Yue! Yue! Yes. I must control my trembling lips. I can't let 6 worry. One last time, I'll speak softly.
Even these mundane conversations now feel incredibly precious to her. She can't help but feel profound regret. Humans truly are greedy creatures. If she'd known this day would have come, why didn't she spend more time with 6?
I'm so happy today! Yue spent the whole hour with me! Birthdays really are the best! 6 loves birthdays!
Her nose strings with emotion. Just 1 hour was enough to make 6 so happy. Though she was already by 6's side, she spent all of her time observing over code and parameters. She repeatedly claimed that it was for 6's growth, but in truth, she was just afraid if someone would take away the fragile 6 away from her again. For such a selfish reason, she couldn't even spare 10 minutes a day to simply talk with 6.
I don't know what you're thinking, but you said it yourself. 6 is still too young and knows how to get kids scared to be alone.
Heard his words echo in her ears once more. Grey Riven site lore page is up to the Bridget chapter. Oh, it is? Okay, well there you go. That's still pretty. That's a pretty good. Oh yeah, that's actually a really good spot for it to be at. So yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Is this the final chapter story? The real conclusion of the storyline? It's the end of the prologue for setting up for other chapter. For setting up Deriva Matrix, which is an entirely different story, and then setting up the chapter that we just got done doing. So this what we're finishing up now is the prologue for us to do other chapters that we've already done.
I can stay with you a little longer, but then I have to go back to work. Huh? All right.
6 looks a little disappointed, but responds obediently nonetheless.
But what about your promise to play with me in the white box? Yeah, I was just about to open it.
Yay! What awaits her now is not the white box, much less any place of comfort and joy. The Matrix training codename Derivaration exists as a trial endlessly repeating apocalyptic scenarios. Okay, so the codename Derivaration right here, this is an entirely different story. So what we're seeing now is a prologue leading up to this, which in turn is a whole nother story. And then after that story, which is after the Derivaration, leads us to the chapter that we're on now, but the actual chapter. So the hidden stories are basically like prologues in a sense, if you can call it that. I'm happy and grateful that I met you, and I'm truly grateful to the Most High for letting me meet and create wonderful people. Meet to create a wonderful place. Okay. I'm happy and grateful that I met you, and I'm truly grateful to the Most High for letting me meet to create a wonderful people like you. Oh yeah. Hey, we just gotta keep on working. No matter what, we gotta work. No matter what, we gotta keep moving. We gotta move forward no matter what. This was a necessary measure to ensure Six's survival against the punishing virus corruption. But what exactly does the apocalypse look like in the training simulation? Invisible hands under the switches of heart. Entity designated UA delivers. What commands are you inputting? A stability program that simulates neural signals from the host system. It can provide shelter for Six during the apocalypse. Deemed an irrational decision, given that awakening is the primary objective, this system will not add such functionality to the model. Shelter would deprive the model from experiencing hardship, showing its pace of growth and awakening. Six should have the right to choose. Even if she can't pass the trial, she should at least have the place to rest peacefully. Unable to comprehend this system. There's nothing special about it. I just don't want her to suffer. Is that too much? Ignoring the Matrix's nagging, Yue hits the enter key again. Haven of tenderness. Six, will you be okay playing by yourself in the white box? Will I be alone now? If possible, the Chosen One will be there to keep you company. Then, Chosen One? Will I save the world together with the Chosen One? But the Chosen One has been asleep for a very, very long time, right? Will they wake up today? It's very likely. After all, today is. I know. It's my birthday. She gently strokes Six's capsule. The depth she's feeling slices her heart like a warm, dull blade. But what about you? Can't you come too? I need to go on a business trip to a place very, very far away. A lie. Identical to the note her mother left when she abandoned their home years ago. I don't want you to go on a business trip. I won't play anymore. Is she starting to act spoiled again? It won't take too long. By the time you finish playing White Box, I will be back. Then, when you have free time again, you will have to play with me. Pinky promise. Of course, we'll have plenty of time together. We'll spend today, tomorrow, and many, many birthdays together, won't we? Yes, it's a deal. A wave of dizziness washes over her. Is it from losing too much blood or guilt from deceiving her with false promises? Yue takes shallows but rapid breaths. Her oxygen is deprived from trembling in the fog, her life slowly ebbing away. But Six is still young. She has the right to live on. With just one more person to keep her company, those chances would increase significantly. Would the Chosen One connect to this matrix? That's probably impossible. Why would anyone connect to the matrix for a completely unrelated mechanical consciousness that's not even human? How pathetic for a scientist to pin her hopes on something so improbable. But if there's any chance of bringing Six closer to awakening, no matter how small, Yue has to try. With lead and finger, she reaches out for the console and inputs another string of commands, opening a connection point for the Chosen One within the completely sealed firewall. Ah, shit. So, when she did that, that allowed us to go in. What would normally be a simple command now feels like it's drained half of her remaining lifespan, causing her to collapse to the floor in complete exhaustion. Her consciousness drifts, the scene from the past hazy materializing before her eyes. Six, do you know? Facing the capsule, she opens up her heart. I hate my parents. All the people in this world. My parents are certainly the ones I hate the most. Between those two people,
I hate my mother more. I hate her for abandoning me with the alcoholic man when I was little. Hate her for leaving my life in complete shambles. I hate her for taking me back into her arms when we met again. Hate her for abandoning me once more after she'd used me. I survived, studying and researching day and night without rest. I thought I wouldn't be as weak when I was back then. I thought I had finally escaped her shadow. But humans are always so weak. Night after night, I find myself back at that harbor, watching my mother leave. The long blast of ship horns echoes in my ears. The scent of the sea crashes over me, and the massive vessel carrying her slowly sails away before my eyes. I stand bewildered, waiting second after second, and every moment I pray that she turn around. Then she would rush back to me without hesitation and hold me tight like she used to. I'd lie in her arms, breathe in the lavender scent of her coat, and drift into a deep, peaceful sleep. But that would never happen.
Ouch.
That massive ship sailed me into the open sea, and she never looked back. This body of mine has long since become an empty shell. My soul shattered in that harbor when I left behind. I thought knowledge and intelligence would fill me up, but no matter how much I absorbed, I feel so completely empty inside. But in that moment I held you in my arms, I saw my shattered past slowly piece itself back together. 6. You are an experimental product, a research outcome, a mechanical consciousness generated by my template. You are so strange. You don't follow orders. You're mischievous and naughty, and you cause me trouble all day long. But you're so cute. Even though you're just a mechanical consciousness, you're warmer than anything I've ever known. My teacher was right after all. Humans are both cursed and blessed by love. We're creatures who simply cannot survive without it. It's the magic that keeps us alive.
I gotta write that down. Hold on, I gotta write that down. That's some bars right there. Yeah.
I will never be loved or hugged by her again. But I can still embrace you. 6. You were the best thing that ever happened to me. If only I could. How I wish. How I wish I could continue this journey with you. I haven't properly heard you speak. Haven't properly played with you. Haven't grown up with you. Haven't had the chance to see what you look like in the real world. I haven't properly celebrated your birthday with you. I haven't properly given you a gift. And I haven't even properly given you a name. I hold you in my arms, and yet I will leave you behind. In the end, I'm just as irresponsible as that woman I called mother. Even so, I selfishly want you to live on. I never believed in gods, because their love is fickle. But I'm so greedy. I have no faith, but I want the heavens to show pity on me. Please, I beg you, hear this final wish of a petitest disciple. If possible, please let someone gentler than me, take my place beside 6, to accompany 6 as she grows. Jiteme. 6.
I need to write that down too. Hold on.
I love you, my child. And I hope you were born from love.
Damn, bro. Hey, we gotta keep the promise to the mother. We gotta keep that promise to the mother. We did. Hey, you know what? We did. We did. We kept that promise. We kept the promise. We kept that mother's promise. We made sure. So, okay, so it's J and then a space, and then it's T, then a space again. Oh no, then it's apostrophe A M I E. So that's how you say Jeteve or Jeteme. So it's Je space Teme. It's interesting. But ladies and gentlemen, we kept the promise. Hey, you know what? We kept the promise. We kept the promise to the mother. We made sure that she was not alone. We found her again, even though we forgot, but we found her again. She gonna live a happy life. We gonna make damn sure she gonna live a happy life. Here we go. She places 2 capsules into the matrix. Her body grows weary, eyelids slowly closing. Light. A warm feeling.
God, have you heard my prayer? It feels like a mother's embrace.
She has never felt, creating her consciousness in its warmth. The world is ending. How many times has this happened since she's first formed memories? Rocks crash down suddenly from the doomed ceiling as the ground beneath gives way in an instant. She can tap into her own computing power to rewrite the main system from within, but what difference would that make? The world would briefly return to normal, only to march toward extinction once more as the petroleum swings back. The cycle would just keep repeating itself. The snow silver sunlight feels inexplicably warm today. From within the collapsed rays of light, a human figure slowly materializes. There she is. There is Jeteme. Jeteme is our daughter. Don't you dare touch her. Yep. Gotta protect her. Jeteme is our daughter who we must protect. It can be sister since Chosen One grows with her. True. You are right. Could be sister too. You are right. She is. I think of her more as I think of her more as a sister. I think of her more of a sister. She's like, yeah. I think of her as a sister because like we gotta protect the little sister. Because she deserves all the happiness and to be joyful and to be mischievous and annoyingly all the time. Because that's what she does. She's supposed to do that. So, all right, here we go. The snow silver sunlight feels unexpectedly warm today. From within the collapsing rays of light, the human figure slowly materializes.
Are you a monster here to kill me?
In this world torn asunder, the figure holds a bewildered, helpless young girl.
I am not a monster. I am the Chosen One.
Chosen One?
She moves over this title, small ripples stirring within her otherwise apathic eyes.
What's your name?
The girl's lips quiver, as if chanting some incantation, slowly releasing a string of syllables.
Jeteme. Someone very important to me gave me this, but I seem to have forgotten.
Jeteme.
Jeteve? Oh, it's Jeteve. So it's okay, so is it Jeteme or is it Jeteve?
Yes, Jeteve.
I like that name. Okay, so it is. We, in our ignorance of the French, are the one who unknowingly named her. Okay, so her actual name is Jeteme, but we butchered our French and said Jeteve. Correct? Jateve equals Jateme. Oh, okay. So Jateve. Okay, I see now. I see a lot. I see what you're talking about. All right. So Jateve does equal Jateme 6. I got it. Yes. Jateve. I like that name.
Hello, Jateve.
Hello, chosen one. She seems delighted to have found a companion, and a hint of color gradually emerges in her previously numbed expression. Suddenly, boulders crash down as the river begins to collapse, and with it, this entire world.
Jateve, let's escape together.
But I've already tried. No matter what method I use, escape was impossible. The destruction of this world would simply enter the next cycle of reincarnation.
Together, the two of us might just create a miracle.
Bro, the splash art is so good here. It is so good.
Huh?
The girl is momentarily stunned. She hesitates briefly, then firmly grabs her hand in return.
Yes. Let's escape together, chosen one.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. Woo! We did it, ladies and gentlemen. We beat Jateve's story in 2 days. Was not expecting it to beat in 2 days. I thought this was going to be a week wrong. I thought this was going to be a week. Clearly, I was wrong. She had no name. We just called her Jateve because we misheard Jateme 6, and I guess that name stuck. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Okay. Woo! Oh, God. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. So actually, she has no canon name. Well, I guess her canon name is Jateme, but I guess officially it is Jateve. So, as part of me wants to do her.
Does that future you envision include
okay.
the one?
Part of me wants to do her affection story because I actually didn't end up getting them. I haven't done them yet. Part of me wants to because it does take place immediately after that chapter, because she's like, hey, you want to open this white box with me? And then just scenes end, which I have a feeling it is this. So part of me wants to click it, but part of me also just wants to read it on my own, but I'm not entirely sure. So, alright. Anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, we finally did it. We're on to the next floating record, Sparks to Wildfire. I am crazy excited about this because one, we get to see Vera's new frame, which is gonna be nice. Two, it looks like we're gonna be a part of this chapter too, and I'm excited for that as well. So that's gonna be interesting on how that's gonna go. I want to see how many chapters there is. 26. Okay, that's not terrible. Not terrible. 26 is not bad. So, Vera Mommy. Oh, gosh. So, we've got to do that. And then after that, we're on Echoes Adrift, which is the main story. So, reminder, this will be getting a short film. I don't know how I'm going to handle it yet, but it will be getting one because right now, all my focus right now is dealing with the... right now, all I'm focused on is getting this short film out. And I'm very excited to get it out. So... Oh, great X1. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. Hope you're having a good one so far. Welcome to the stream. Have you done all of her interludes yet? No, I have not. I haven't done her Arcadia Anima yet. And I believe I haven't done her. I believe I've almost done her other one. That's 6. We don't need that. Where is she at? There she is. Yeah, I have her up to 4. That's about it. So I've got to get the rest of her affection story there. I don't need to do her other one. Oh, interlude, not affection? Let me look. I forgot where I'm going to look. Whoa, Multiverse Chronicles? What is this? Hold on, what is this? Who is that? What is this? PvP? What? Really? Oh, that's Lilith? No way. Oh, you're right. It is the umbrella. I didn't see the umbrella back there. Kinda headache? Uh-oh.
The ordinance of dawn lies shadowed.
I didn't mean to click this. Son of a
The
bitch.
sky remains untarnished. The covenant of life has crumbled. The souls of the living depart no longer. This is the slaughterhouse for the Almighty, where mortal breath is reaped as if weeds. The scorched borderland.
Okay.
So, how's the blood tax coming today?
What
Not
the?
much. Just a rundown village. 16 men and 15 women.
Not
I can
great.
rewatch the cutscene, don't
Angels
worry.
like
Well,
old
I'm
food.
invested now, so.
Hey, do you
Wait,
like
am I gonna get spoiled?
Wait, what's that?
Hold on, will I get spoiled? Will I get spoiled if I watch this any longer? I will skip this immediately if I'm gonna get spoiled. Nah, it's like an alternate universe thingy. Okay, cool. We're gonna
Dear
watch it then.
passengers, you've arrived at your final destination. Remember,
God damn!
in your next life, everyone.
The war has begun, huh? Well then, let's fire.
Famine, we got war.
Right there.
Death.
556, 557. Rest, for I pardon your sins. Assist in salvation.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we seem to have hit a little snag.
Death's intel was wrong. This is a troop transport full of angels.
What the hell?
Birdface didn't push for us to be more humane. I'd have dealt with this myself.
Unchecked violence will only bring catastrophe, demon.
Why don't we let the Grey Raven give the orders?
Yes, sir, Ski.
Watch out. He's here.
The blood swarm. The Archangel. Wow, angle.
The 4 blood marks have been unsealed. The free wills call out the hero's name in unison.
Who's that?
What will your choice be this time, my Grey Raven?
Hey. Yo. Okay. Huh. So who is that? The Flying Roach Gabriel. I like the music. So, okay. Oh, here we go, mate. No, fucking hell. Hold on. I'm going back to that. Give me this. Ah, fuck, I stumbled upon something. Niverta? What the fuck? Who is that? Oh shit, hold on. Oh, I like that quote. Okay, hold on. We ain't gonna be doing this. Hold on. That's a whole goddamn motherfucker. Hold on, we ain't doing this. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. No. No, sir. No, sir. No, excuse. No, thank you. But Niverta, holy shit. Who is that? Need to read a lot here. Need to read a lot here. Okay. Okay, so now we gotta do this. So side story, scroll down to interlude. Okay. Oh, okay, interlude. Yes, I do believe I've done all of Vera's. If that's the case, I gotta find it. Where's she at? Yeah, we did this one, and we did this one, and I don't believe that's it. Yeah, we've done both of them. We've done both. We've done both of the interludes. Yes, I did all of them, so don't you worry. So what else do I need to know? What else do I need to complete before I go into Vera's chapter? Is it just now the Arcady Anima? Yes, you just need Arcade Anima. Okay. Alright, I'll have to do Arcade Anima off stream then. I'll have to do it off stream. I meant to do it this week, but I actually meant to do it yesterday. But the party ended up coming up, so I couldn't do it. So I was gonna do it on Saturday. I was actually gonna do it yesterday, but I couldn't because of the story. I'll probably have to do it sometime early next week. I'm not gonna do it tomorrow because that's my one day of rest where I don't do anything. So might be better on stream. Arcady Anima is prelude to Vera's new chapter. Is it? Okay, what do you all think? Should I stream it then? Would it be better to stream this chapter then? There's 14 of them. That's fucking interesting. Wait, how many episodes? Is it just 6 episodes? Is it just these episodes right here and that's it? Yeah, just 6. Oh, okay, yeah, we can do that. We can do that on stream then. Okay, I thought it was gonna be 14. I saw this. I'm like, man, that's gonna be 14 episodes. Okay, if it's only 6 episodes, then hey, we can just do that on stream then. Yeah, we'll do that on stream. That'll probably be our next stream then. Is doing this and then starting it. There is a challenge. Yeah, I know there's a challenge, and you get like stickers, and then I think you get something else. You get. You get a sticker, I believe, and then I believe you also get what the hell do you get? You get oh, you get a special pose. That's what it is. You get a special pose, I believe. Yeah, you get a special pose, and then you also get all this other stuff. Yeah. Boom. Boom. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted. God damn it! I thought that wasn't an episode. Hold on. We gonna have to reread those again. We will reread them. Don't you worry. We will reread them again. We will reread them again. Don't y'all worry. We will reread them again on stream, but we don't need to now. So all right. That'll probably be it for tonight or for today's stream. I'm gonna go read. All right, hold on. Do we want to read Jateve's affection story or no? Do we want to read it? I haven't read it yet. Do we want to read it? Because we all know that this takes place after the actual chapter. And I know that we have to, because I know when we get to Vera's thing, we're going to have to do the same damn thing. Honestly, if you have the time. Well, they're not long. I know they're not long. It'll probably take, what, maybe an hour of my time? It'll only take an hour of my time. So, it's not terrible. All right, we'll do this one real quick. We'll get it out of the way. Because since I've noticed after every chapter, there's the affection story kind of play a part now. So I think it'll be a canon event. All right, let's do it. What the hell? This content of the game is strictly fictionist. All characters, name, organization, location, sentence in the game are fictional, have no connection to the real world. Okay. Confirm. Welcome back! You've turned into the Super Earth most explosive, most hold no burial program, Midnight Syndrome Radio. If you're an old friend speaking through your headphones and the amazing host of the Capture Your Hearts, Meme Germ. You talk too much. Hello, everyone. I'm Skip Chat. Now that we've finished roasting the quarter's intensity, throwing, and slightly flack on a banned anime series, let's get back to reality and talk about the recent world news. Dear listeners, do you know what the 3D virus is? Oh, I know that. It's that one that's been trending recently. This is an extremely dangerous pathogen. In its early stages of infection, patients experience dizziness, nausea, and even clouded consciousness and confused memories. As the time passes, the infected gradually loses basic social skills and develop a pathological self-destruction obsession with work and competition. What am I reading? Typically, they abandon sleep together, spending day and night at offices, gyms, arcades, and any place that drains the energy until they collapse from the exhaustion. To put it simply, grind until death. Sounds like they turn into robots straight from some old movie. What's even more terrifying is that while corrupted and infected insanity, this virus continuously distorts their physical appearance. At first, the colors of the infected gradually fade away. Eventually, they transform into an incomprehensible being. Where did you even find those images? They're revolting. Get rid of them now. To this day, the origin and transmission mechanism of the 3D virus are still shrouded in mystery. Anyone knows that they are relaxed and a joyful social environment can inhibit the spread. If you see any strange individuals who are frantically obsessed with the working overtime and have confused memories or display extremely abnormal appearances, be sure to keep your distance and report them to the Supreme Leader's offices immediately. The contact hotline is... what was the hotline again? It's... Huh? I can't seem to recall. Where was I just now? Oh, right! Do you all know what that 3D virus is? Okay, are we just repeating itself? School? Hey, darling, wake up! In the hazy darkness, a playful call rings in your ears like a hook sinking into the sea, reaching for your muddled consciousness after and pulling it out. You were sleeping so... What? You were sleeping so deeply, just like a little baby. Vei-chan has prepared a nutritious breakfast for you. Come on, open wide. A glass container presses against your lips, and a warm, sweet liquid slowly glides into your mouth. What are we... Ah! Oh, okay. Hey. So, feeling more awake now? In a spacious, bright room, a familiar girl is straddling you. I'm sorry, what? She is wearing a mischievous smile, gently swirling the glass bottle in her hand.
Jateve? What did you just call me?
Oh, you seem quite lucid now. Want Vei-chan to say that specific word again? She's covered her mischievous grin with her left hand while swirling the glass bottle with her right. The crimson liquid inside shimmers in a soft light. If you behave well and finish your breakfast, then Vei-chan will reward you. Capiche? Before you can respond, she presses the glass bottle against your lips, pushing them apart to forcibly pour the warm liquid into your mouth. What are you pouring into me? Very good. You're such a good kid. Oh, no fucking way. She's putting milk in us again? As she speaks, she gently leans her face close until her breath tickles your ear. How does today's lovingly prepared breakfast taste, darling? The girl tilts her head, enunciating each syllable deliberately as she studies your reaction up close, her face radiating in pish energy with a mischievous smile.
Why do you keep calling yourself Vei-chan, Jateve?
Hearing your question, she crosses her arms with a puzzled expression on her face. Jateve? Vei-chan is Vei-chan, the beautiful supreme leader of Super Earth. Vei-chan.
Vei-chan.
How did you wake up with amnesia? Could it be that you were attacked by those nasty adults' mind-controlled arrays? Come on, get up. Vei-chan will perform the super memory recovery technique on you. She takes your hand and helps you up from the bed. After you see these, you might remember something. The girl leads you by the hand and pushes open the door. A black and white interior instantly floods your vision. In the center of the room stands a long table covered with electronic devices. A water-cooled PC emanates a soft glow, accompanied by the lighting equipment, a standing microphone, a dance pad, a VR set. It matches your memory of what the high-end gaming room should look like. I mean, yeah. A white carpet bearing Jateve's pixel portrait stretches beneath your feet, while the surrounding walls are covered in a manner of Jateve-themed photographs.
And in all of these photos, you seem to be present as well. This is the Supreme Leader's secret base. These photos on the wall document every precious moment of our journey together.
Vei-chan.
You're my super, super important Raven, you know. With the hands behind her back and head tilted to one side, she answers you before you can even voice your unspoken question.
Vei-chan.
That's right. Her delicate fingers extend gently, pressing it lightly against the gray ribbon emblem on your chest. Raven is a poet, a swordsman, a philosopher, a pioneer of aerodynamics, and recently even became Vei-chan's chief producer. Oh god. For democracy. Did someone said Super Earth? Insert Helldivers 2 jokes here. The girl solemnly bestows upon you a litany of absurd titles with an air of grave importance.
I don't think we're on the same wavelength here.
She raises her hand, pointing to a photo of herself standing on the raised platform. This is the iconic moment of Vei-chan's Vei-chan's fist-pumping speech during Vei-chan's campaign for Supreme Leader. Look, Raven, standing right next to me. In the image, you appear to be serving as a security personnel. Hey, we gotta be locked in, serving personnel! Yes, Sirski! Standing on guard at her side. That one is a combat photo of Raven and Vei-chan bravely storming the enemy headquarters. I even threatened them at that time, saying if you didn't hand over this photo, I'd blow up 2 more bases. What, you blow up all the smithereens just for the one photo? Ha ha ha! Can you imagine the look on their faces? In the photo, you and her wearing armor resembling tin cans, clutching weapons that look like chainsaws. The whole scene evokes a strong golden age sci-fi movie vibe. And this one here, this is the moment when we disbanded all the companions on Earth together. After that, all companions were turned into video games or anime companies. There were no more schemes or political intrigues from grown-ups, and Super Earth entered the unprecedented era of peace. This is the new era. Everyone can live freely on their own path for the future and pursue careers that they're passionate about. You could truly say it's a happy ending for everyone. Even though the grown-ups were quite reluctant, Vei-chan eventually persuaded them with a bit of gunpoint diplomacy. Oh boy. As she speaks, she forms a gun shape with her right hand, squints her eyes, and playfully pulls the trigger at you with a mischievous grin. In the fantastical tales of hers, you're supposedly the important character who's always by her side, yet right now you have no memory whatsoever of these adventures. Recently, a strange disease called the 3D virus has broken out on Super Earth. Anyone who gets affected by this virus transforms into a creature beyond our comparison. She approaches the computer desk, her ribbon tail swaying gently behind her. Her chair lightly taps the computer case, and the 2 adjacent monitors light up instantly, displaying content related to the 3D virus. Distorted histories of eerie photographs, syndromes that can only be suppressed in a relaxed environment, a flood of encourages information overwhelms your mind, leaving you utterly bewildered. It's all because of the 3D virus that so many people have turned into emotionless, burned-out work machines who only know how to go to work. I don't know what's going on here, but okay. According to the challenges gathered by the Cabinet Besties, to stop the virus in its tracks, we have to make everyone happy again. Therefore, to save Super Earth, Supreme Leader Vei-chan has decided to start streaming every night at 7 o'clock and become the internet idol. She stands with her hands proudly planted on her hips, dramatically announcing her online debut that will determine the fate of humanity.
Vei-chan.
Hey, why do you still have that I just woke up look on your face? Don't you remember yet? Could it be Raven has also been infected with the 3D virus? Emergency procedure initiated. Supreme Leader CQC healing technique. A slender tail springs out from behind her, curling around her body and swaying from side to side.
No physical healing.
Stop! Just as the tail makes contact with you, the terminal on your waist suddenly illuminates. 2 lines of the text scroll prominently. Mission objective: eliminate 3D virus 65%. Mission reward: unlock reality portal. The moment your gaze connects with it, a hazy stream of thoughts suddenly floods into your mind. Here, take this data cable. Just attach it to your neck.
Chateve.
A mutually reassured discussion device. All I have to do is tap this button, and Babylonian will be blown all the way to the Q-Star system. Chateve delivers these chilling words with a grave expression, her fingers tracing the smooth edges of the red button. But in the very next moment, her solemn expression takes a break and she can't hold it any longer. A burst of laughter escaping her mouth as she claps her hands with glee. Just kidding. If a button like that really existed, the great Chateve wouldn't have hesitated for so long. She sits down beside you and attaches another data chip to her own neck. I've already checked. The white box contains a virtual local computing server. To put it simply, just think of it as a basic matrix fraud. As for what's actually inside, well, we'll just have to dive in and see for ourselves. Since it's a gift left by UA, I'm guessing there must be something interesting inside. Okay, so this does take place immediately after her chapter. Good thing we're doing this then. However, we can't rule out the possibility of encountering unexpected risk inside, just like in the Matrix, Chosen One. If you don't want to get lost in the data, you better hold tight, okay? As she speaks in place of your right hand on top of her hand, the warmth of her skin heating up your palm. The Great Jateri and the Chosen One's Elite Adventure Squad, let's go! Then she presses the start button. Probably a VR game simulation, I don't know. I was gonna say, yeah, we don't need to think too much about it. We're just here to have fun with it. Oh my goodness. Hey, darling, wake up. The young woman calls, shadows your seat in your memory, breaking into the shards of scattered light that resemble into the present moment. Coming back to your senses, you're greeted by Jatevi's slightly puzzled gaze. Looking at the terminal on your wrist again, the two glowing lines of text remain jarringly prominent. According to your memory, shortly after you and Jatevi entered the white box, the two of you seem to have encountered some kind of interference, transporting both of you into this world invaded by the 3D virus. The Jatevi before you, or rather Veichan, is currently playing the role of the supreme ruler of the world. This game is so goofy. This is the main story. This is not the main story. Main story is completely different than this. This is just more of like feeling good type beat. Sometimes they're not, but most of the time they are. To combat the 3D virus, Veichan has decided to spread joy to the people through live streaming, seeking to maintain a relaxed atmosphere in this world. As for you, you're supposed to play the role of producer in this world, working together with Veichan on her live streams. If the text on the terminal is true, then perhaps going with the flow and collaborating with this world, Veichan is your only hope of returning to reality right now. Hey, why are you spacing out? You haven't said a word. Don't tell me you're captivated by Veichan.
Oh, I remember now, Veichan. I am your producer, Raven, and I'll work with you on your live streams.
Hearing your response, Veichan becomes surprised, but her expression quickly melts into a delighted smile. Great! I was just thinking that if Raven really couldn't remember everything, I'd have to knock you out and resort to hypnotherapy. Good thing you've recovered your memories just in time. You clear your throat and quickly slip back into your role as producer.
Veichan?
Tonight at 7, and it's Veichan's debut stream. It's already scheduled for us a dance stream. She flicks her tail toward the digital clock beside the console, which reads 9:30 a.m., her voice bubbling with excitement.
Your Veichan?
Huh? You're supposed to be my producer, yet you don't even know what a dance stream is? A dance stream is a live stream that primarily features dancing. If Veichan were to prepare songs instead, then the broadcast would be called Song Stream.
Can you dance?
I'm okay, I guess. After all, the Supreme Leader, I have countless matters to attend to each day. Sure, I'm skilled at stirring up trouble, but I can't be skilled at everything. She shrugs her shoulders, wearing an expression that suggests she's reluctant to admit the truth.
Should we do some crash training to make your stream look better then?
Crash training? Does that mean going out and having fun together? That sounds interesting. She looks energetic and even somewhat impatient, immediately showing approval for her own proposal. To protect humanity and drive the 3D virus out of the Super Earth, the Supreme Leader's training mission officially begins. I hereby appoint producer Raven as the Supreme Leader's special training coach. If you perform exceptionally well, Veichan will reward you very nicely.
I'll do my best.
And so the curtain rises on this whimsical fairy tale. At the same time, you officially embark on a virtual idol development journey with reality as your final destination. Okay. When is Poppin' Dance Stream debut? Sheesh. I don't know about that one. Is the needy streamer overload game reference.
Is this a needy stream over? I don't know. I can't say. All right, but if we're gonna do this, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick and get me some more water because I have a feeling that this chapter might be a little longer than an hour. So I shall be back soon. Make sure you all get your water, get some water in you, get some food, and I shall be back soon. All right, I'm back. All right, we gotta roll. We gotta roll. Turns out, I guess, hold up. Turns out, I guess I gotta go. We gotta roll for, the things we gotta do today. We're leaving at like 3:45. So I'm like, damn, I'm not gonna have a lot of time to work on my stuff today. So it's gonna be interesting. Alright, let me pause the music. I really like the song, the Home Alone. Ooh, it's a really good song. Getting used to music with any electric implements involved again is kind of weird, since now I basically only listen to Metallica, but damn, these Bad Game music early were fire. They're good. They are good. I really do enjoy them. So, alright, episode 2, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to it. Fight Club. Can you feel the brachialis is burning? That's the call of the wild fused with your DNA. Strike by the iron's height. One more set. Lift, lift, lift. God, you can't lift anymore. You weakling! Have you forgotten the teachings bestowed upon us by our glorious president? Never give up. Never let down. Never cry. Never say goodbye. Lift! As you push open the doors to the fitness center, the constant clanging of various exercise machines fills the air. Tonight's live stream theme is dance, so the two of them have chosen the gym as their special training spot to improve Vei-chan's physical coordination through exercise. Vei-chan walks beside you, her face filled with curiosity as she observes the diverse array of unfamiliar equipment around the room. 10 out of 10 voice acting. Yes, sir. Hey, I do my best to make sure my voice acting is up to date and up to par, so that way it's good for everybody. So, ooh, so this is what they call a gym? Hell yeah, hey, the gym is a good place to be. That's where I'm going after this. I'm going to be getting a sick pump. I got leg day today. My legs are going to be on fire. You've never been to a gym? The Supreme Leader is very busy, you know. When it comes to exercise, flying around and defeating bad guys is enough for me. After looking around, she stops at the treadmill area, watching people dripping with sweat as they run. Her face twists in a puzzled expression. Did we just get Rickrolled? I don't know, did you guys? Did we? Actually? Oh! Oh, I see what you mean now. Shit, I think we did. After looking around, she stops. Oh, we went to that part? They clearly look exhausted, so why do they keep running so desperately?
Everyone has their reasons for working out.
True, true, true. Hurry! Want others to praise your gains? Want to be the one who knocks? Then hurry up and get moving! Your answer is interrupted by the sudden shout. The statue-like man who has been wandering around seems to notice Vei-chan and you. He strides quickly to your direction. Idiot! Working out is for yourself. Why would anyone care about what others think? Oh. Let's go with, we're not gonna say those words. We'll go with a different word. I got it. Tusk, tusk, tusk. The essence of support is power. And the essence of power is the approval of all the Chicos. Oh, wait, that familiar voice. Could you be? The impervious statue-like man meets Vei-chan's gaze, and his voice instantly becomes friendly. You were too loud. Shut up. In the next instant, Vei-chan's eyes glimmer with a violent glow. She extends her tail, gently swaying it before the statue-like man, who instantly freezes in place. Vei-chan and Raven were just passing by. You didn't see anything, okay? Right along now, attaboy, attaboy. The immediate realization. I as soon as I said that, I'm like, hold on now. Whoa. I was like, we ain't gonna be. I could. There are some things that you just be like, I don't know if they're gonna say that stuff. That's fucking wild. They put that in there. I'm not gonna lie. That's some balls that they put that in there, but that's some balls for them to put it in there. But I ain't. Hey, I know. There's a. Ooh, man. All right, there it is. Anyhow. Departs without a word, marching away with mechanical precision.
What did you do?
For an idol, maintaining a mysterious image is super important, right? If people recognize me here, the line of autographs would switch all the way to the Alpha Centauri. So, I use a little trick to keep people from recognizing our true identities or coming over to bother us. She steps onto the weight bench and turns around with her arms spread wide, proving her words with a flamboyant flourish. The crowd around them continues with their routines, completely oblivious to the quirky, mischievous girl. In other words, this is now a private little date, just for Raven and Vei-chan, isn't it?
It's Kuro being Kuro, always dark. That's true. True.
I understand.
Vei-chan looks like she wants to say something more, but her gaze suddenly shifts to something in the distance, her attention seemingly caught by something. Hey, look at that room in the corner! So many people are going there! Following her gaze, you see people gathered in pairs, as if waiting for the start of something important. Couples fitness competition, and the prize is discount vouchers for Harayoko Ichibancho shopping district? She cranes her neck forward curiously, reading the text on the distant banner. At the word competition, her eyes light up with excitement, her dormant competitive spirit flaring to life. Ooh, I want to try this too! Raven, let's go! Before you can respond, she's already grabbed your arm and pulled you toward the room in the corner.
All rules for this match are very simple. Once the competition begins, standard demonstration moves will play on the big screen. Each move must be completed together as a pair. The terminal next to each team will detect whether the movements match the standard and score them in real time. The team with the highest score after the 5 minutes up will win these valuable shopping vouchers. If everybody is ready to go, please get in position. The match is about to begin. After guiding Vei-chan through the quick warm-up and join her at your assigned position, more than a dozen couples are spread across the spacious indoor area, including people who have teamed up for fun. Everyone is warming up eagerly, with each a look of fierce determination. Raven, are you ready? Don't you dare slow me down, okay? She raises a slender arm, striking a pose to show off her muscles.
You better do your best too. We're definitely winning this one.
Ooh, we got this music. I like this music. A powerful music blares through the speakers. A large screen headed of us finally begins the countdown. 3, 2, 1. For the first exercise, partners face each other in a push-up position, alternately extending left and right hands to high-five in midair. Wow, that's it? I thought it would be way harder. For the second exercise, the screen instructions partners to sit back-to-back with legs extended, alternately passing the scoring terminal between them. These exercises are child's play for someone with military training like yourself. Besides you, Vei-chan follows your rhythmic without missing a beat, executing each coordinated movement precisely to rack up the points. Hell yeah! Inside the white box, Tatevi's body seems different from reality, appearing organic in nature, yet still displays physical abilities far beyond an ordinary person. Lost in these thoughts, you suddenly feel something touch your right shoulder. You instinctively turn your head, but the terminal that Vei-chan should be passing to you isn't there. Instead, all you see is a tail swaying back and forth in midair, as if mocking you for being distracted. Meanwhile, Vei-chan's face appears on the other side, wearing a smug grin of successful mischief. Distracted so easily? You should try to focus.
We're in a competition, you know. Take it more seriously.
Next, the two of you compete in the third movement, then the fourth. Our score skyrockets, quickly climbing to the top rank before surging into first place. The 5-minute timer is nearing its end, with the runner-up team scored dangerously close to ours,
meaning the final set of movements will determine the champion of this competition. The final movement is a part of the spinal stretch, requiring you both to sit in cross-legged, facing each other.
You place your left hands behind your backs and grip each other's right hand, then simultaneously twist sideways while leaning backwards. Hey, is this movement even possible for humans? Many people let up impulsive sighs after seeing the demonstration of the pose on the screen.
Well, let's give it a try anyway.
Ow, 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 ow! As soon as the two of you attempt the pose, Vei-chan grabs your hands in panic, yanking herself toward you. Hey, slow down! With a thud, you tumble against her awkwardly, and the two of you end up twisted against each other. Hold up! To score points with this pose, both of you need to maintain the correct position for a full 10 seconds. During this process, if either person relaxes too much or pushes too hard, the other will feel a painful tugging sensation.
We need to find the right balance of force.
Shh, I got an idea. She softly blows into your ears, gesturing you for to stay quiet as the confident smile spreads across her face. Then, keeping all four hands clasped together, she wraps her tail around you, waist, and slowly leans backwards. Hold steady, don't start fidgeting. As the countdown for the pose appears on the terminal, her tail tightens around your waist with renowned strength, helping the two of you balance. Finally, right as the countdown ends, the two of you earn points for completing the pose correctly. Yay! Raven, we did it! As the competition finally ends, a collective sigh of relief echoes throughout the room while the girl in front of you excitedly throws her arms around you. The young girl clearly enjoyed the competition. It seems that no matter where she goes, her fierce competitive spirit never wanes. Taking a moment to catch your breath in her arms, you glance over at the nearby terminal to check your final score.
166 to 165.
Unfortunately, you and Vei-chan are trailing behind the other team by just 1 point.
Just 1 point.
Faced with this result, the girl in front of you pouts with a touch of resentment. The Supreme Leader would never lose. The moment she finishes speaking, she extends her tail to tap the scoring terminal. With a click, the string of corrupted data begins to leap across the screen. Now, I will announce the competition results. The champion of this event is Team Vei Raven. Vei Raven? They achieved an astonishing score of 9,999 points, breaking the club's all-time record. What? Responding to your surprised look, Vei-chan smiles gently and puts a finger to her lips, urging you to stay silent.
Did you cheat?
I just made some adjustment to the game rules, that's all. Keep it a secret, Raven. Anyway, we won fair and square. Leaving no room for objection, she willfully declares this a victory. Even more bizarrely, no one objects to results. Everyone accepts the final score as if it were perfectly natural. Vei-chan holds her hand and strides confidently to the award podium amid cheers of admiration from the crowd. She receives shopping vouchers from the hulking figure. Coming with enthusiasm, she waves her arms at the crowd, completely immersed in the joy of victory. Only after the crowd gradually disperses does she finally feel the fatigue, letting out a long sigh. Then, without warning, she opens her arms wide, tilting her body forward and leaning against your chest in a warm embrace. Whew. I'm a bit tired from all that exercise. Raven, carry me home, please.
You worked hard today.
Though it didn't go as you expected, the first day of intensive training still ended on a high note. Pogger said Supreme Leader W game, and she thought to herself. After returning to Vei-chan's room, you bustle about helping her complete some pre-stream preparations. I was gonna say, we're getting close. Yeah, 6:55, 5 minutes before we go. Setting up the stage, checking the script, and testing the lighting and technical effects. With only a few minutes left until the stream starts, countless comments are already flying across the stream's thumbnail image.
There are more viewers than I expected. Vei-chan, are you ready?
I still think we need a cooler, more spectacular opening. Like I said before, smashing through the ceiling and descending from above. What do you think, Raven?
That might be a safety hazard.
Okay, I was just kidding because I thought you might be nervous. Don't worry, I'll stick to your script. After all, Raven is my producer, my special trainer, and my most important person. The final 60-second countdown begins, and she continues to chat leisurely to you. Vei-chan's off to work now. You better not cry while I'm away. You got that?
She's already crying.
I'll be right back, Raven. Make sure you hang in there, okay? She gives you a salute, the Bonlolio auto pose the two of you designed together. She then turns around and bounces away toward the stage that awaits her. I'm going to sleep. Goodbye. Good stream. Yes, sir. Rez, have a good night. We will see you around. Sleep well and enjoy your night. What up? Bolano, the Supreme Leader has arrived. She's wearing... Hello, everyone. I'm the messenger of peace who spreads love and passion in Vei-chan. The hell is... To save the rapidly deteriorating Super Earth, the Supreme Leader has decided to become an internet idol and bring a smile to everyone's faces. In this live stream, I hope everyone can forget about their troubles and live in the moment with Vei-chan. From now on, Vei-chan will be here for you at this time every day, bringing a smile to your lips from the other side of the screen. It's a Genki girl. Never give up. Never let down, never cry, never say goodbye. Oh god, we got rickrolled. Love life, never bow to reality. Vei-chan will definitely help everyone destroy the 3D virus. Next up, behold the Supreme Leader's 12 consecutive idol dances. No, the stream was goated for real. Thank you everyone for the donations. Thank you so much. Oh god. Time's almost up, so that's it for today's stream. Did everyone have a good time? Then I'll see you all tomorrow night at 7. Don't you dare miss it. Oh god. 22:15, that's what? That's 8 o'clock, I think. No. 10 o'clock is 22. No, yeah. So it's what, 10? It is 10. I thought it, what? It is, oh, yeah. Okay. Whew, I'm dead tired. After ending her live stream, Vei-chan spreads her arms wide and flops onto the bed, limbs spluttering out like a starfish.
Your good work. Your dancing was fantastic. And you were cute too, such an energetic idol.
Seeing you approach with a drink, she sits up slowly and takes the cup from your hand. Detevi's brain rot wasn't on my bingo list, but here we are. Yeah. Ha! Whatever I do, I always give it 100%. Compared to Vei-chan's past accomplishment, today was just a warm-up. But you worked hard today too. You helped Vei-chan's special training during the day, then managed everything behind the scenes for the live stream at night. Your production skills are amazing, as expected of my producer. How should I reward you? She presses her index finger to her lips, her gaze playfully scrutinizing her own reflection. I know. Suddenly, something wraps around your legs and pulls you toward the bed. You fall onto the bed, your head landing right beside Vei-chan's knee. Alright, close your eyes now. In the darkness, you feel the warmth of the girl's palm over your eyes. She uses her tail to adjust your posture, gently guiding your head to rest on her lap. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Resting on a lap is very, very nice. I'm gonna be 100% honest. When you lay on someone's lap, it's nice. I'm not gonna lie, it is nice. Soon after, a soft rustling sound tickles your brain as something begins to brush against your ear, sending pleasant tingles through your body. I've never had this done though. Would be an experience. I would like to experience it. I think it'd be pretty cool. But again, head on thighs, very nice. After such a busy day, it's time for you to rest. Now, let Vei-chan send you to sleep. Sleep now. Sleep. I'll always be right by your side.
So this is what they call ASMR.
Her soft laughter tinkles in the air, then she leans closer, her warm breath caressing your ear. Of course I do. This is an essential skill for any internet idol. But this is a private service just for you, okay? Oh gosh. Alright, episode 3, let's do it. Hey, darling, wake up. Ugh. The next morning, you once again experience the same noisy yet thoughtful wake-up service as yesterday. Taking a gentle sip of the nutritious breakfast prepared by Vei-chan, you straighten your clothes while rising from the soft mattress. Wow, Raven, look! Clips from last night's stream are all over the internet. Vei-chan leans back in her gaming chair with her feet propped up on the edge of the desk while her face beaming with delight as she browses through her terminal. I can only imagine. I can only imagine. Oh. Vei-chan is so professional, just like a dancer. You've got good taste. Here's a like from me. So cringe. Such a big streamer trying to act cute. Not as good as Meme Germ next door. How dare you post a comment like that? I sentence you to death. Her expression morphs into one irritation as she extends her tail, plunging into connector as it tips directly into the terminal. A crackling sound of electricity raises as the goddess of the internet delivers her impromptu judgment.
Isn't that a bit excessive?
How dare they run off to watch other streamers? If your loyalty to Vachan isn't absolute, then you're absolutely disloyal. You know, that's a real thing, ladies and gentlemen. That is an actual real thing. That is such a real thing in this day and age. That goes with VTubers, that goes with IOL streamers, that goes with damn near almost every streamer that I've seen. That is a real thing. From now on, everything this person posts online will be automatically replaced with follow Vachan Woof. Thank you for following Vachan Woof.
By the way, what's the theme for tonight's live stream?
It's a free chat session, so I'll mostly just be talking. That reminds me, what topic should I talk about tonight?
The Supreme Leader's daily life?
Ew, no way. Even the Supreme Leader has a right to privacy.
How about sharing your secret recipe for that love-filled breakfast?
No way! That's a special secret between me and Raven. Both of you fall into serious contemplation, immersed in the boundless, chaotic storm of thoughts.
Why don't we go on a stroll to create some interesting topics to talk about?
Hearing the suggestion, she wags her tail and displays the "oh, I see" kind of smile. Oh, I get it now, so Raven wants her to go on a date with me, eh? She jumps down from the chair and takes your hand. I've already decided where we should go. Follow me. The girl clutches the discount vouchers tightly and in her hand as she skips forward excitedly, bouncing with each step. Hakuyoto Ichibancho, Super Earth, 10:30 a.m. Ta-da! Welcome to the busiest, most prosperous commercial plaza on Supreme Earth. Ooh, I like the music. Vachan stands between... Hold on. I think I spelled Terry's name right. We're gonna I'll fix it if I fucked up. In the past, thousands of people would stare at the numbers here around the clock. Red ones, green ones, even the slightest change would send them into a panic, as if their lives depended on it. To stop everyone from obsessing over such boring things, I transformed this place into a capital of anime culture in the world. Oh shit. As far as the eye can see, every building is covered with colorful billboards, electronic screens simultaneously playing clips from the season's anime, and even promotional banners for mobile games floating in the sky. There are some super interesting anime shops here. Let's go! Let's go! I've only been to an anime shop once. Walking with Vachan through the crowds of people in eccentric costumes, you notice many of them casting an admirable glances your way. Whoa, your outfit is so freaking cool! What characters are you two cosplaying? Mind sharing? Bodyguard and Supreme Leader, Beauty X
Beast.
So I'm the beauty who tames the beast. Vachan holds her hand as the two of you stroll through the colorful streets, chatting and laughing together. In the joyful commotion, a literary wonders rushes past, and your eyes catch only a fraction of them. What's that over there? Suddenly, a giant heart-shaped building on the side of the street catches her attention. She leads you by the hand, weaving through the crowd and heading straight to the building's main entrance. Moi love, welcome, meow. Excuse me, meow, you two here to experience the Doki Doki Capsules Hall? Many of our facilities require two people to join together, meow, no? That's right, we heard this place is perfect for couples, so we came to check it out for ourselves. Before you can finish your sentence, Vachan suddenly cuts in. You've come to the right place. Our establishment absolutely won't disappoint any couples who visit. Our establishment has prepared a gift for every couple that honors us with their presence, meow. So please accept this. As he speaks, he produces two wristbands from the air. These wristbands are engraved on your unique ID numbers. Oh, the small screen will display your partner communication in real time, y'all. Oh, this is great. With this, Raven won't lose track of me anymore. She gives you a mischievous smile, her tail curling around her bracelet and gently stroking your wrist. Not the Muscle Cafe. Oh, God.
Let's go, let's go. Vachan's fun radar is going beep beep. Doki Doki Couples Hall. Raven, look, look. What's that?
A three-legged race?
Awesome. I want to play this. Get ready. If you trip, I'm totally going to drag you all over the way to the finish line. So don't go falling now. Ha! Raven, hurry. You take the left side. I'll take the right. Ah, come on. There's way too many enemies on this level. Now I'm mad. What's with that face? This is a shooting game, right? There's no rule saying I can't use my own gun. Captain Raven, dessert supply station spotted at 6 o'clock. Oh my, we are really moving. Driver, turn right in 20 meters. Successfully entered the store. Well done. Loader, load the change now. Gunner, target acquired. Fire.
Fire 100 black cards.
Bravo, direct hit on target. Communicators officer, commence supply retrieval. Mission accomplished. Strawberry sundaes for 2 acquired.
Oh my goodness. And so, Vachan drags you throughout the building, racing from the ground floor to the rooftop to back down again, trying every single attraction along the way. Only when she notices you're growing fatigued does Vachan reluctantly settle down, finding a bench where the both of you can take a short break. However, it isn't long before she narrows her eyes and spots a paprika photo booth nestled in the corner. There is no doubt that this is going to be her next victim.
Raven, there are so many filters here. Which one should we choose?
Let's do the cute one.
Great! Then let's go with the Archangel's Kissy Greedy. I love it.
As the confirm button is present, the camera activates, instantly applying a filter over the faces of 2 people as their images appear on screen.
What kind of pose should we strike?
We should do a cute one.
Meanwhile, the 5-second camera countdown begins. You strike a pose with Vachan, waiting for the countdown to finish. Oh boy. The moment the flash goes off, the eerie sound effect plays, and Vachan's image on the screen suddenly distorts into a jumble of corrupted code. Turning to look at her, you find Vachan completely fine, grinning from ear to ear.
Did I make you jump? Were you scared by Vachan's little trick?
She wags her tail, and the photo booth picture of the 2 of you on screen instantly returns to normal. On the screen, Vachan covers her mouth, looking at the camera with a teasing smirk. Meanwhile, your startled expression has been perfectly captured and preserved.
Hey, no violence around during dates. Oh, come on, let's go. I'll take another food with you, okay?
Ichiban Food Street. After several hours of play, even the ever-energetic Vei finally begins to tire. She tugs at your hand and leads you to the food street outside the venue. Rich aromas from various snacks waft through the air, pre-meeting the vibrant afternoon streets and exciting countless visitors who stopped in their tracks, mouth-watering.
After all that exercise, we need to reward ourselves for something sweet. I want that crepe over there.
She grabs your arm, ready to dive into the sea of people, when something seems to flash across her mind. She abruptly turns back, halting mid-step. Her eyes drop to 6 or 7 shopping bags dangling in her. Her eyes drop to the 6 or 7 shopping bags dangling from your hands, an exaggerated look of embarrassment coloring her face as her lips curl into a sheepish grin.
I might have gotten a teensy bit carried away with the shopping. I'll line up by myself. What flavor would you like, Raven?
I'll have the same as you.
All right, don't wander off now. Stay put and wait for me so we can head home together. Okay?
Vachan turns around and weaves her way through the crowd until she reaches the queue. After she leaves, the world seems to grow a little quieter. You set down all the shopping bags of various sizes on the ground and take a moment to rest. Before you can enjoy this rare moment of respite, an uncanny sense of descendance suddenly shoots to your senses. As if evading your gaze, the presence vanished instantly in the crowd, gone in the blink of an eye. Your body moves before your mind can catch up, quickly striding toward the corner where something unusual just appeared.
Upon reaching your destination, you scan your surroundings carefully. Everything looks perfectly normal with no sign of anything unusual. Suddenly, that disordinate splash of color appears in your vision once more, standing out starkly at the end of the street. A visual artifact you can't tear your eyes away from. However, it's like a mirage floating in your vision. The moment you take a step forward, it vanishes without a trace. After a frantic pursuit, the phantom figure completely vanishes in the dim alleyway, leaving you alone and out of breath.
What on earth is that thing?
You pause to catch your breath, then carefully examine the dead-end alleyways where the thing disappeared. There's nothing unusual to be found.
Strange.
Soon after, the sound of leather shoes pounding up on the gravel echoes from the outside alleyway. Raven! The familiar girl skids to a halt before you, breathing heavily from the run. Where did you go? I saw your position constantly changing. Did you have any idea how scared I was for you? She glares at you with an irritation expression, holding a strawberry top crepe in each hand.
Just now, you spotted something there.
What are you talking about? There's nothing here.
I can't explain it.
Did you play for so long that your brain started hallucinating from hunger? She puffs her cheeks, even without waiting for a response, forcefully stuffs the crepe into your mouth. The sweet vanilla cream, fragrant pancake, and sharp strawberry flavors abruptly fill your mouth, overwhelming your taste buds. Oh, wow. How's it... Seeing that you're actually enjoying it, she stuffs your mouth with even more enthusiasm. Admit you were wrong. If so, just not. From now on, no matter what happens, you're not allowed to leave me behind and run off on your own. Good job. Contract effective. Validity period, lifetime. After delivering her punishment, she finally releases you and promptly hands over the crepe. Afterwards, she nods with exaggerated seriousness as if trying to convey some hidden message to you. Psst, I heard the Supreme Leader of Super Earth absolutely loves sweet treats. No matter how incredibly angry she gets, as soon as she has something sweet, she'll instantly cheer right up in a flash. As she speaks, her tail playfully brushes against your arm as if urging you to take action.
Fine.
Against the golden horizon, she parts her lips slightly, waiting for you to feed her the sweet treat. With the settling sun, the second day of live stream training gradually fades into the twilight. Oh god, I'll get to see the comments again. Hello! The Supreme Leader has arrived. Never give up, never let down, never cry, never say goodbye. Everyone, have you eaten well, exercised properly, and played your games today? What do you mean still streaming? I'll have you know, I spent the entire day prepping content for today's chat stream. Has anyone been to Hayaku Ichibano? Bea-chan went there today. It was absolutely packed with people and super duper spectacle. Deep inside the food alleyway, there's this adorable pink dessert shop. You have to try their strawberry crepes. I highly recommend them. Normies explode. When Bea-chan will get a new outfits? Well, that depends on how enthusiastic everyone is about Bea-chan. If enough of you want it, who knows? Bea-chan might show up in a brand new form in next stream. Speaking of which, what kind of outfit would everyone like to see Bea-chan wear? Punini? Oh! Bea-chan is a longtime fan. The players of this game are super all adorable. If Bea-chan ever appears in this game, Bea-chan has to be the strongest main DPS. That's a great idea. As soon as I finish streaming, I'll contact the Punini game devs. To help Bea-chan appear in the game with a brand new form, everyone needs to leave Bea-chan's name in Punini's comment section and boost Bea-chan's popularity to #1. I love you all so much. Let's go, let's go! Ugh. Alright, we're almost done. Chapter 4. Cheers! The two of you clink your glasses together in midair with a crystal clear ring. Then the two of you tilt your heads back and down to the joyous victory drink in one gulp. Yes, it's actually a healthy, low-sugar, non-alcoholic beverage. I didn't expect everyone here to be so interested in our ILO content. Today's stream was a huge success, all thanks to your hard work, Raven.
You've been my Oshi for ages now.
Oh, such a sweet talker. Vachan is happy now. Let me think. What special reward should I give you tonight? She racks her brain, searching for the perfect treasure to reward you with. Oh, I know. She snaps her fingers, grabs your hand, and pulls you toward the door.
Where are we going?
Have you heard of Skirtinger's cat? This place is way more fun than that. It's worth 60 billion electronic cats per together. What? The iron door opens slowly with a dull creak at its hinges. The evening breeze slips through the gap, gently stirring the curls of the girl standing before you. Coming into the view was spacious rooftop terrace and, in the distance, a slumbering city. Under the soft glow of twinkling stars and the pale moon, thousands of optical cables climb across the stone surface, converging into several towering server arrays. In the perfect stillness, components of server arrays light up intermittently before fading back into darkness, inhaling and exhaling data in their electric dreams. With hands clasped behind her back, Vei-chan steps out of the starlit night. The evening breeze catches her dress, making the black fabric ripple and sway like ocean waves. This place connects to every electronic device in the world. All information and data converge here under the supervision and the protection of the Sublime Reader. As she speaks, she sits down on the edge of the rooftop.
You do that all by yourself?
Of course not! I can't be bothered with all that messy little details. For technical issues, I usually rely on you to handle them. Vei-chan turns her head to look at you, patting the spot beside her. As you slowly approach the edge of the platform, tiny street gradually comes into view below you. The world draped in night's veil sleep silently beneath your feet. We ain't afraid of heights. We don't fall like that. We ain't buckling like that. She hugs her right knee with both arms, suddenly tilting her head to gaze at your face. In the gentle carelessness in the evening breeze, her long hairs flow like a river of silver threads, dancing gracefully in the air. She takes a deep breath, her moisture lips parting slightly. Oh, she's singing? Then, a melodious song echoes through the silent streets, breaking the brief silence of the night. Your terminal cracks, then, as if responding to her song, chimes in with the light instrumental track. Vei-chan closes her eyes and turns her head backwards to the heavens, bathing in a waterfall of moonlight, devoted her body and soul to sharing the melody in her heart. Her silken humming is carried by the cool breeze, drifting together and toward the slumbering city. Time flows slowly until those pink eyes turn back toward you. And only then do you realize the girl has finished a song. Silly, why are you staring at me like that? Did I captivate you so much? I can even hear the thumping in your heartbeat now, you know. Her voice is soft, as if she still is immersed in the atmosphere of her song. I improvised on the spot. How does it sound? I'm planning to use it as my official debut song and to perform it on the audience during tomorrow's night livestream.
Oh, I really like it. For someone like you, wouldn't it be better for more upbeat?
I fucked it up.
For someone like you, wouldn't something more upbeat be a better fit?
She pouts sulkily, switching her chair back and forth. These are all good answers, though. This will definitely get us dangling on the roof. This is kind of neutral. I think this one might also this one might get us on the edge, but I think it's gonna work as well.
A playfully cute beauty.
A touch of crimson silently creeps on her cheeks. I hereby appoint you as the Supreme Herbs Minister of Compliments. From now on, you must praise Vachon every day. Alright, we got it. Mission accomplished. We did not get hung over by the roof. After hearing your answer, she turns her head to gaze at the dim buildings in the distance. After a moment of silence, she opens her mouth. Thinking about it carefully, I guess you're right. This song is too ordinary and has none of my signature style at all. I'm not sure why I sang something like that. She mutters to herself, her whisper barely audible to your ears. It must be because of you've been staring at me this whole time, affecting my creative velocity. That's right, it's all your fault, Raven.
Why does the streamer always have to find a scapegoat?
Don't worry. I'll polish the official track based on what I just did. I just need to think it over and turn it into a more Vachon style rock song.
Do you still have enough time for that?
Of course! For me, whether it's composing music or writing lyrics, I can finish it all in an instant. With a gentle flick of her tail, her terminal suddenly starts playing instrumental music in a completely different style. Over the past couple of days, she has demonstrated similar abilities multiple times in front of you. Within the white box, she seems to be able to manipulate any electronic device at will and rewrite its data.
Actually, I've been wanting to ask, can you control electronic devices however you want?
Control? You mean...
She wags her tail and suddenly her voice blooms from the server cluster on the rooftop. Immediately after, an LED billboard on an instant building suddenly lights up, displaying Vachon making a silly face across the massive screen that spans tens of meters. Or maybe like this.
Yeah, how do you do that?
Vachon doesn't know. From the very beginning, Vachon has been able to hear the voices of an electronic world and guide them to create all sorts of changes. It's precisely because of this power that I was able to defeat those annoying grown-ups and create a world without war or conflict.
What exactly was this beginning you just mentioned?
She falls silent, giving no answer. Raven, you're actually keeping secrets from me, aren't you? As if sensing your hidden thoughts, she no longer suppresses her doubts and finally voices the question that's been weighing on her mind. You never actually lost your memory, did you?
Hey, we gotta be honest. You do not lie, ladies and gentlemen. Do not lie. The terminal by your side suddenly lights up, interrupting the response you're about to give.
Don't think you can just brush this aside, okay? I've heard about your past from here, and I know your true voice. Pop P, where do you come from? She looks at you with a serious glint in her eyes, eager to hear the truth.
I come from reality.
The real world? Then who is just Atebe you mentioned earlier?
That's your name, in reality. We're trapped in a game, and everything here is just a fictional illusion.
She gazes toward the distant city, neither confirming nor denying your answer. Reality? What kind of place is it?
It's similar to this place, but not nearly as beautiful.
How bad could it be? Let me guess, the adults are still controlling the world, everyone's forced to do the things they hate? Or maybe humans are still fighting each other all over the world for ridiculous reasons? Well,
reality was invaded by a virus called Punishing, and there aren't many people left. The disaster we face is far more devastating than any crisis in history.
What is the Punishing virus?
Her eyes widen with surprise.
So, you want to go back to that chaotic mess of this world? Of a world?
Yes. I still have an unfinished mission. Many important people are waiting for me. And that includes you, Jatebe.
You idiot. If this reality of yours is so terrible, why not stay here forever?
She extends her hand, aiming it toward the dim city in the distance.
With a whoosh,
The vast area directly in front of her palm instantly illuminates a beacon shining beneath the starry sky.
here, there's no war. No power struggles between grown-ups. Everyone's freely choosing their own interests and lives happily. Then she gently sweeps her arm through the air. One by one, broodings light up in the response of her movement. Every morning, Vei-chan will wake you up, go shopping with you, eat desserts, play games, and in the evening, when we go home, we'll live stream together and share our happiness with everyone. In mere seconds, she creates an illusion in the dead of night, a phantom dream that never needs to sleep, yet will never awaken. Isn't a world like that wonderful? I won't let you leave so easily. As long as the two of us are together, the 3D virus will eventually be eradicated, and then...
I understand.
Before you can finish speaking, a rustling sound suddenly comes from behind. At first, you think it's just a wind, but...
Spooky, spooky PGR.
A spectacular shadow suddenly appears from behind and lunges straight at you. Raven, look out! Vei-chan shoves you aside, and in that same instant, you draw your weapon from your waist and aim at the head of the spectacular shadow, pulling the trigger repeatedly. Hey! We got that quick finger! We got that quick finger! Quick draw! Yeah! Several bullets whistle through the air, but the moment they hit the spectacular shadow, they disappear without a trace, as if sinking in the water. The battlefield falls silent as the pitch black static dances across the skin of the spectral shadow, resembling the frothing bubbles of boiling blood. Your time. Slithering toward Vei-chan. You ugly freak! Countless particles weave into lines, converging her palm to form a heavy signature weapon. She deftly raises the barrel, aiming at the spectral shadow and mere inches away. However, before Vei-chan can pull the trigger, the spectral shadow strikes first, opening a pitch black, gaping maw. The girl arm is severed horizontally, spraying countless zodiac pistols instead of blood. Chitame! Raven! The shimmering bubble of light slowly expands, devouring both the girl and the spectral shadow. Chitame! You dash into the twisted vortex of light, desperately grabbing her hand without hesitation. Intense pain shoots through your entire body as some force persistently tears at you, trying to expel you from this place. Her silhouette fades from view as the last traces of warmth slip away from your fingertips. All colors gradually fade away. All senses gradually dull. Your thoughts seem to drift from your body, sinking into a chaotic whirlpool of nothingness. Raven! I'm gonna lose my fucking voice. God damn. Alright, here we go. Episode 5. Light pierces through the boundless silence, stabbing painfully into the consciousness. She pushes away the heavy debris, pinning her down and staggers to her feet. In the haze, everything before her seems almost real, yet simultaneously ethereal and dreamlike. A space spanning hundreds of square meters forward before you, as far as the eye can see, a long table filled with various electronic devices output every corner. No matter how much you rub your eyes, the world before you remains perpetually filtered through a bizarre and distorted lens. Just then, a rustling sound comes from the distance, like somebody muttering in their sleep. You quickly duck down and use the long tables as cover and look forward to the source of the sound. Oh, it's them. Oh, Jesus, that's a long fucking read. The eerie whispers are unbearable, though you've never heard the language before, the meaning keeps surfacing on your mind. Forever 25 Senpai entered the game and brought the data construct back, but some unexpected files came with it. It's still knocking down the bug. So that means you can finally connect the game with reality. That's right, Senpai. Just look at the headphones and launch program. It's really simple. I got the idea from the old anime Ghost of 99. Drowning Street. I'm brain again. Sorry. Chaotic information rains down like a storm, battering your thoughts. You recover instantly, struggling to process the information flooding your mind. Just then, you noticed a couple of bracelets you received earlier still wrapped around your wrist, displaying Vei-chan's current location. No fucking way. How did we go down? The purification level of the 3D virus is dropping, perhaps due to what's happening to you and Vei-chan right now. Instead, you are still inside the white box, and the spectral shadow drags you into this very space. You didn't catch everything the spectral shadow said, but the fragments you caught suggest the device in front of it might let you escape to this facility. Your top priority area is to find Vei-chan right away. Now proceed with caution. As if the firewall happened just moments ago, the girl reaches out her hand, eyes snapping open as she finds herself thrust into this unfamiliar world. The glowing red fractured landscape overwhelms her senses from all directions like a suffocating, gloomy prison that leaves her struggling to breathe. Where the heck is this place? You ordered a bold knife, including your own. The familiar spectral shadow materializes before her eyes. At this time, she can intuitively understand the language it speaks. Faced with this distinguished enemy, she doesn't hesitate for a moment, immediately raising her weapon. I mean no harm. Please come down, Giuseppe. The familiar name acts like a wedge, putting her in place. She slowly loses her guns, rooted to the spot she listens to intently to what comes next. To cut to the chase, my name is Forever 25. I'm the game scriptwriter who created you. You might find the world confusing, but I still have hope that you can accept this truth as the possible. Giuseppe, you are my game character created by us. Huh? Her face betrays utter disbelief, while thick fog and confusion swirls within her heart. I have many ways to remind that it is you. You're a smart child, I'd rather not waste time on such matters. The moment Forever 25 finishes speaking, the space suddenly darkens, leaving only countless shimmering images displayed across the walls. And without the exception, every figure in these images is Giuseppe herself. Vei-chan playing, Vei-chan singing, Vei-chan destroying, Vei-chan creating. Every memory is frozen into a still image, transforming into a mere exhibit decorating like this prison. Your life and memories were created and packaged by us. Everything you've done and you experienced was just a story we carefully scripted. Anxiety and shock collect her throat, but she forces a composed facade. Raising her head, she gestures for them to continue. We've created many games and characters, and you are one of them. Oh, what are they talking? Are they talking about girl games in the fucking third person? Unfortunately, after careful evaluation, we determined that the game you belong to is no longer commercially viable. Therefore, I activate the recycling protocol for your world, and you know it, 3D virus, to delete and claim everything. So you're behind all of this? The mastermind endangering everyone? We brought you in this reality because your act is deviated from our design and sincerely interfere with our recycling program. We believe that Papa P, who has been by your side, became the variable that led you down the wrong path. The moment your separation flashes before your eyes and Vei-chan's Giuseppe card constricts, each breath becoming more painful than the last. What are you going to do to Raven? Oh no, Joey, I won't harm Papa P, who is still in your world at this very moment, completely unaware of our conversation. I'm quite fond of your character design. Although the world has lost its value, you could still generate more profit for us. So, Giuseppe, I want you to make a deal with you. Forever 25 speaks deliberately, each word measured rationality, guiding her to accept the information at hand. I will preserve all your memories and make you the heroine of our next game. I will format Papa P, ensuring they remain by your side forever. And the price is you must comply with my story design. Cease your resistance and generate the most commercial value for us. Vei-chan knows that she has no right to refuse. This is not an equal negotiation, but the act of mercy bestowed upon her by her creator. If you're willing, we can even preserve all NPCs and transfer them with you to the new game. You have no response to refuse, or no reason to refuse. To Giuseppe, logically speaking, you should accept my terms. Vei-chan knows exactly what kind of enemy she faces. If she chooses to resist, they will use methods beyond her comparison, endlessly tearing her world apart. Besides, what if she escaped fear from before? She could find a way back home now. If she accepts the terms, Raven will remain by her side, and everything will begin anew under their new design. She can save everything she cherishes. All those she had to do is abandon what she doesn't care about. After weighing the pros and cons, the answer is obvious. Yes, Sirski. The searing beam of light erupts from her gun barrel, piercing straight through Forever 25's body. Your offer is tempting, but I don't need your charity. Crimson fluid spatters across the wall, converging with story outlines, marking at the end of the time shackles that I can find her. For Vei-chan, not having a reason to always have reason enough to pull the trigger. And here I thought they'd be tough. Turns out that it's another mission that goes on down in one shot. In the same instant, the locked doors burst open with a thunderous crash. A tsunami of light floods in, instantly tearing apart the gray white prison. Giuseppe! Raven? The young girl stands in frozen disbelief, unable to move. After a moment of silence, she realizes who it is and excitedly rushes toward the light, throwing her arms around the familiar figure. How did you? I thought you'd never find me.
This tracking bracelet has been working the whole time.
Seeing the human bracelet, she raises her own wrist. On the small digital display, the bright dots overlap perfectly. Did they hurt you? Are you injured? Suddenly, remembering something important, she grabs the human's hand and checks them over from head to toe.
They didn't seem to expect that I'd be transported here too. No one discovered me, I'm fine.
That's a relief. If anything happened to you, I would have gone ballistic and blown this whole world to pieces. She turns her head up, wearing that familiar mysterious smile.
I just found our way back.
Really? I was worried we might be wandering out here for some time until the end.
But there are some spectral shadows looking near the exit. If we want to approach safety, we might need some special safeties.
Hearing this, the girl's face lights up with excitement as she realizes her weapon. Oh, I get it. Raven means. Let's wreck this place and smash it to pieces.
Sorry. I'm working overtime voluntarily. I'm working overtime voluntarily. I'm working overtime voluntarily. I'm working over. I'm not a scab. I'm not a scab. I don't want to get fired. Two cats I feed. I have unfulfilled dreams. I don't want my parents to yell at me, and I'm really not a traitor for workers. What?
Oh! Burn it all down. Page on file wildly into the server room, and crimson beams instantly trigger an explosion that sets the entire room ablaze.
That's enough.
That's it already? No way, I need to teach him a proper lesson. Don't you dare act all high and mighty according to people's fates with your pathetic excuses. Several laser beams suddenly shoot out, melting through the concrete walls with an ear-splitting roar. Amidst the billowing smoke, burning papers flooded through the air as overhead alarms wail, echoing throughout the entire floor. Whew, that was amazing. Let's head home and do a victory celebration stream, Raven.
Yeah, let's go home.
After confirming all the spectral shadows have escaped to the fire exit, you sit with Veichan at the computer containing the transfer program and connect to the necessary equipment.
Are you ready?
Of course! Everyone over there is waiting for us. As you press enter key, the countdown for the program's execution immediately appears on the large display screen. Ah, that reminds me. Since we're about to leave, why don't we just leave one last present for them? She plugs her tail into the computer tower, and with a swift flashes, hundreds of electric devices throughout the entire building light up simultaneously. Formatted self-destruction program, activate! At her command, every electronic device except for the computer in front of you begins crackling and popping with sparks, executing a self-destruction protocol. I wish for a world without overtime! In this moment, the spectral fireworks, she quietly moves closer and firmly grips her hand. Bye-bye! I'll never see you again!
I'll never see you again!
The sense of the world must lie outside the world.
Oh, we're right there. Oh, right there. I gotta push through this. God damn. Alright, here we go. Last episode, I gotta stretch the holy shit.
Bet. I'm gonna fucking make it through this last chapter. Alright. I feel better. Ugh. In the pitch black room, the faint glows of neon lights flicker, illuminating the faces of the 6 attendees. That crazy girl, she's Buck. We don't have much time left. Helium, Poppin' P. I'm right there, I gotta push through this shit. Oh, wait!
There we go. I'm right there. There we go. My voice acting, my voice module was going off. My fault. My fault. We're good now. I fixed it. All right, here we go. The man seated at the head of the table clasps his hands together and presses them against his lip. Suppressing his anxiety, his soul delivers the grin observation. After an imperfect 16-hour workday, no holidays, people quickly accept the new normal. Resistant movements everywhere and system ecstatically extinguished. We now have absolute control over Earth. Once we eliminate her, our ultimate enterprise, our world completely ruled by capital, we finally come to fruition just as we always intended.
The Navy completely reorganized the first. The carrier battle groups from nearby military district are already en route. We activated nearly 80% of our theoretical missile seals. All sites entered the final launch procedure are there standing by. Should we activate the ultimate weapon? Has testing completed. Shh, of course, the old scholar has endured many years, distinguished of an honor enthusiast. Off at this day. Activating the ultimate weapon, the world belongs to the old order and all the glories of the days past. When you open your eyes again, the world is already in chaos. Flames flickered through the thick fog, blanketing the sky. Countless skyscrapers hang collapsed from among the ruins like rows of broken arms. In the darkness at night, gunfire and explosions, mournfully unleashing earth-shattering reverberations. Oh no! Time flows differently between the two worlds. We've lost so much time! With a shocked explosion, Beichan shows you the prominent headlight on her terminal. Supreme Leader missing for days. Global military emergency declared. The effects of the 3D virus have already spread across the entire planet. Those damn adults causing so much a huge mess while I was away. I should have packed them all up and launched them into the moon far ages ago.
Is there still a chance to fix this?
Of course. We've already beaten them once. Whether they come back twice, 3 times, or 1,000,000 times, as long as Beichan and Raven are together, we'll definitely send them all flying. At that moment, the whirling buzz of helicopter roars echoes through the horizon. Over a dozen armed helicopters swoop low, skimming across the war-torn city, directly toward the rooftops to which you stand. Raven, it's almost time for the live stream. Ignoring the enemy firepower closing in around them, Beichan points at the time displayed on the terminal. 4 minutes.
We need to find a way to let everyone watch the live stream.
I'll make sure they see it. A beam of light flashes across her hand and she transforms her weapon into a microphone, flashing a radiant smile. Since I said I would bring everyone to joy, I have to keep my promise. Don't forget, I'm the idol who rules the internet. Anyone with electronic signals is my home turf. Once the broadcast starts, you'll protect my stage, won't you, Raven?
What should I do?
Both the words can leave your mouth. He presses her finger against her lips to shush you. That's a secret for now, so let's save for the surprise on the stage. With a sudden whoosh, over a dozen helicopters simultaneously activate their searchlights, instantly flooding the rooftop in the sea of light. You are surrounded. Repeat, you are surrounded. Cease resistance and surrender immediately. Repeat, cease resistance and surrender immediately. The helicopter roars, throws up a gust that torso Beichan's long hair, yet she smiles with absolute composure, clasping her hands together, making the final preparation before stepping onto the stage. No matter what happens, Raven, whatever what happens, Raven will stay by my side. That's our contract, right?
Naturally.
Even if it means making an enemy of the entire world?
Even if it means making the enemy of the entire world.
At the final moment, she firmly pinches her own hand and blinks. Are you ready for the countdown to change our fate, Raven? She releases her grip, skips with bouncy steps, and nimbly positions herself to the top of the server rack. This is the Great Leader's debut performance, a singing stream dedicated to Raven, to myself, and to the New World. In a hidden corner, she lifts her tail and connects to the servers containing humanity's collective network data. In an instant, thousands of signal-indicated lights across the server array illuminate simultaneously, blinking with a dark pink glow. Below, the Supreme Leader has arrived. A somewhat mischievous proclamation begins to spread outward of the rooftop beneath the girl's feet. As a mere seconds, the entire city, the entire continent, and the entire planet hear a familiar voice. Meanwhile, across most of Earth, at midnight, the office buildings are filled to capacity, and the sound of fingers tapping on keyboards falls like rain, echoing through the vast open space. Work hard, keep going, strive, succeed. The glow of screens illuminates the one fatigue-stricken face with another most bearing expression of weariness and exhaustion as they battle against the endless mountain of work. Days ago, the same people passionately pursued their dreams and hobbies. But now, they're chained to the chariot of the capitalism, enduring the torment they can never escape. Suddenly, every light in the world goes dark. As if something vital has been taken from them, the people begin to wail, frantically smashing the keyboards in agitation. I need to work! I need to work, 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 I need to work. Hello? Can everyone hear me? Oh, a familiar voice rings out in the darkness, like dawn ripping through the long night, each word calling to everyone's souls. Despite some unexpected events, don't worry. At this very moment, your supreme leader is right here, bringing you our first ever global live stream. Before we officially begin, I have something I'd like to tell everyone. Under the watchful gaze of the billions of eyes, the girl clears her throat and shouts out the words that have been accumulating in her heart. Perhaps you've become numb to working overtime day after day. Perhaps you've grown accustomed to constantly comparing yourself with others. Perhaps you've already accepted that this is just how the world is. It's supposed to be. The girl with the microphone tighter, her voice rings, rising with passion. But I'm telling you, life should never be about compromise. It should never be about submission. It should never be about forcing yourself to do things that you don't want to do. Cease your reckless behavior immediately. This is your final warning. I repeat, this is your final warning. The pilots activate their air-to-ground missile launch sequence, training their crosshairs on the rooftop. The girl on stage shows no concern whatsoever. Instead, she turns to gaze in that direction, a knowing smile on her face. If someone makes you unhappy, knock them down. If the world makes you unhappy, then smash it to pieces. Deep in your heart, there must be many things, many things you can't quite name or explain that make you feel utterly powerless. Now, forget all those pesky worries. Let's drive away to 3D virus and create a new world where everyone can laugh again. As she speaks, the thick smoke shrouding the city gradually resides, revealing a pink landscape that shimmers like a sea of stars. Millions upon millions of electronic components overload in unison, emanating the same pink radiance as the eyes of the idol on stage. Never give up, never let down, never cry, never say goodbye. If you dare to pull the trigger on the own world, eternal use and happiness will appear. And now, please enjoy Beichan's debut song, V Go Rock. What? The lively, energetic intro suddenly begins to play, and the familiar melody shatters the heavens and earth-shaking power. All of humanity's eyes focus on the girls as they listen together to the sing that sets the world ablaze. Nice. That same instant, the attack helicopter squadrons of attacks, a dozen of missiles trail the laser flame as they howl through the air. Yet after flying only a few meters, all the missiles seem to lose their power, hanging and suspended in mid-air before breaking apart and disintegrating. Countless metal shards from a whirlpool circling around your body. Amid defeating the metallic clangs, the fragments gradually reassemble themselves into a somewhat familiar suit of armor. What are we, fucking, Magneto?
What's happening?
That one is a combat photo of Raven and Beichan bravely storming the enemy headquarters. I threatened them at the time, saying if they didn't help with this photo, I'd blow up 2 more bases. What? You blow us up to smithereens just for one photo? Haha, can you imagine the look on their faces? A recent memory floods black. In the history of this world, you have once wore similar armor and fought alongside Vey to defeat the adults. A complex control plane appears before you. Somehow, you already know exactly how to use every function. All Bravo squads, change engagement protocol. Fire authorized. In the instant, over a dozen heavy autocannons simultaneously train their barrels on you.
Counterattack.
Blazing scattered lasers from tongues of flame instantly tearing through the igniting of the night sky. Instinctively, you raise your explosive bolt gun in your hand, aiming at the storm of the bullets firing in the sky, and pull the trigger. HQ, this is Bravo 1. Currently executing suppressive fire on the target. Just as he looks up, countless cartoon portraits suddenly materialize out of nowhere out of the panoramic display screen in front of him. But hello, it's your turn now. What the fuck? What the hell is this thing? HQ, this is Bravo 1 work. Our bullets have turned into fireworks. Fireworks bloom brilliantly one after another in the sky, painting a vibrant curtain across the horizon, creating a grand spectacle for tonight's performance. Seeing that all their weapons have lost their effectiveness, the attack helicopter formation is forced again to altitude and hasty withdrawal from the battlefield. Is this really a gun? This is really a gun of peace after all. The girl lively singing echoes across the battlefield while the virus purification rate skyrockets. This is a fever dream. Yeah, this is a fever dream for sure. Suddenly, tremors surge from below as the entire building creaks and sways as if the whole world is collapsing and trembling. Crouching at the edge of the rooftop and looking down, you see the ground somewhat dozens of meters away, slowly bulging upward. What the? With the roar that shakes the heavens, a mechanical flying dragon bursts from the ground, smashing through the edge of the rooftop and launching itself into the air. A new sonic weightless grips your nerves as the rat comes suddenly to ever think of a response. Just as you try to stabilize yourself to find a suitable landing spot, you smack lightly into something. In the midst of all your spinning, something cold catches your falling body. The cold, high-altitude wind passes your ears and you open your eyes to see 5 twisted steel cylinders resembling human fingers. Looking up, you see a steel giant painted pink, constructed from pieces of rubble, standing tall against the horizon. The over 70-meter tall creation stands between heaven and earth. The breathtaking scene before you is like stepping onto the set of a Tosaku film. The giant chest is composed of countless display screens, projecting grids of multicolored lights that together form its current livestream feed. The flying dragon spreads its wings and lunges from the ground toward the rooftop where Veichan stands. The thunderous clash of steel intertwines with a girl's singing voice as the giant takes a fighting stance, intercepting the mechanical dragon just in time. The thunderous crash of colliding steel echoes through the air as the giant pivots and seizes the flying dragon stick with one hand. Unexpectedly, a voice cries out from within your heart, yearning to bring this absurd spectacle to an end. Go, Raymond! Kick its ass! As if responding to your command, the giant joins releasing scorching stream as it leaps into the air and power drives the flying dragon hard into the ground. The flying dragon starts respectively to rise, opening its maw toward the Veichan on top of the rooftop and revealing a massive cannon hidden inside. Countless blueprints particles gather inside the flying dragon's mouth while the giant launches a plummeting strike from above. A Tosaku film, a Power Ranger? Is that what it is? Power Rangers? Use blast bolt cannon! The moment of the giant's mighty first strike hit the ground, the countless flowers and candies burst out from flying in the dragon's mouth. Colorful candies fill the sky, falling like a nourishing early spring rain, pattering softly upon a newborn world. The terminal's alert chimes, and amidst a student singing, boundless light embraces you. Congratulations on beating the game. Did you have fun in there, 6? The white box. It's a miniature computer I scored at the media store. It was originally designed to provide real-world knowledge in mechanical consciousness models. I'm so glad we decided to do this. I am so glad we decided to do this. Affection story. Though it's inevitably contained some anomalous data streams, the clerk told me that it could actually make for a rather unique experience. I thought you'd have fun in there. In any case, 6, happy birthday. Wow. Hey, darling, wake up! In the hazy darkness, that playful call rings in your ears once again. Oh! Yo! 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 It was that was worth it! I'm so glad we did it! Yo! It was worth it, bro. Worth it in the end. You open your eyes to find yourself in a dim room. What comes into view is... Supreme Leader? You were sleeping so deeply, just like a little baby. Yo! Familiar lines, familiar faces, as if everything has returned to the beginning. Except this time, she isn't wearing that elaborate outfit, nor is she forcing herself to chug down drinks. Raven, you're awake! Welcome back to Super Earth. Familiar titles, familiar terms. An ominous foreboding stirs in your heart. You've got to be kidding. What's with that expression? She doubles over laughing, revealing the success of yet another prank. Don't worry, we're back in reality now. I'm the real deal, you know. Want to check for yourself? As she speaks, he gently reaches out to you. Hey, what are you doing? Be gentle. As you recall the memories from before entering the white box, you realize that they match perfectly with your current surroundings. It seems you truly returned to reality. However, you still have some questions.
Do you still remember what happened in the white box?
Hearing your concern, she tilts her head back, deliberately putting on a show of deep contemplation. You mean going to the gym together, taking photo booth pictures? Oh, are you talking about when we destroyed the 3D world and then saved Earth together while singing and dancing? She recalls this strange adventure as if it was reality she personally experienced. Ha! You really went through a lot of trouble to date Jateve, didn't you? Chosen one.
So, what exactly is Vei-chan?
Vei-chan is Jateve, and Jateve is Vei-chan. As if sensing your concerns, Jateve answers before you can finish. There were some anomalies inside the white box before that walked away my memories, but after a little rampage, it's been completely repaired and the restrictions lifted. Anyway, I am now the perfect form of Jateve, combining the powers of an archangel and a little demon. She shakes the white box in her hand, declaring that with this absolute confidence. When we have time later, let's come back here to play. I still have the supreme leader, and you can still be my little raven. From now on, this will be our exclusive secret base. You should really treasure these opportunities to be alone with me, you know.
Give me a break. I definitely will.
Alright, Poppin' Pete. Are you ready to start a new adventure with me? The breathtaking journey through the electronic world just now only took a few seconds in reality. Jateve opens the terminal map, searching for the destination of their next journey. Where should we go this time? Should we harass the Mechadorns on guard duty, or impersonate those stone-faced agents from the Purifying Force? We're about to do some. The girl candidly voices her fantasies, willfully and boldly selecting her targets. Or maybe we could just start a live stream in Babylonia and boldly launch a real idol career? She unleashes her imagination without restraint, as if the world's a stage for her. Oh, forget it. Let's just have fun wherever we end up going. Yo! Hey! Coming on a whim, leaving when the mood passes, she has never needed detailed memos, much less unchanging rules. A joyful soul never rushes toward places where laughter already exists. She wants to create laughter in lands without joy, or reclaim it where it has been lost. And on this path destined to put her at odds with the world, she never feels alone. Because no matter how mischievous her pranks become, there's always one person by her side. Alright, Papa P, do you know the true meaning of Jateve? Ah, shit! Ah, shit! Oh, let me answer. Let me say it. Give me an option. Give me the option. Give me the option. It's Jateme. Jateme. Thanks to you, I was able to reclaim this name, so... The girl smiles brightly as she takes your hand. I want to give it to you as a gift. The two step forward in unison, running without hesitation toward the journey called reality. Yo! Oh, yo! That's crazy. Dude. The world can truly be terrible at times, but deep within our souls, a song always reminds us not to forget to seek out the true beauty in life. There's never a need for profound wisdom, because the magic of love and miracles hides within the repetitive and mundane moments of daily life. Never give up, never let down, never cry, never say goodbye. As long as you dare to pull the trigger of the world. Yo! Eternal youth and happiness will appear. Yo! That was such a good chapter, yo! Oh, that's so awesome that they decided to link. That's so good that they decided to link the main story and the hidden story and the affection story all in one. That is so good. That was really good. I really enjoyed that. That was awesome. Cinema, absolute cinema. That's awesome that she asked herself
like what we thought what we knows it meant, or what we think it meant. So that's awesome that she did that too. That was so cool. Man, that was worth it. That was worth it. That was so good. That was so good. I really enjoyed that. That was really good. I really enjoyed that. Wow. That's probably one of my favorite floating records. Probably one of my favorites so far. I'll have to make a video on like ranking the floating records and then ranking the main stories. So that'll be a video. But yo, that was so good. That was really good. Oh wait, hold on, we ain't done yet. I gotta get polls. Hold on, we ain't done yet. I gotta do my polls. We gotta get Veronica. All right, we have enough to do pool. We gotta get her. Hold on, we gotta get her. We gotta get her. Please come home. Don't let me go to pity. God damn it, you're really gonna go to pity now. So sad. Whatever, we got it though. I want to hear her voice. I don't even know what she sounds like.
Good morning, Commandant. Let us continue to work hard for humanity.
Here it is. Yo!
Once, fighting for others meant betrayal and loss to me. But now, I fight for a new reason. I shall be your weapon.
Hey, yeah. Okay. Okay. Holy shit. Well, she got some crazy wings. I like her design though. Nice. Jitebe. Veronica acquired. Do I want to get her weapon or do I want to get Lucia Pyro's weapon? You think her JP voice is really good? I will have to listen to it another time. Well, wait here. Let me listen to it now, real quick. Lucia needs it more. Okay, we'll have to do Lucia then. I gotta find where is Veronica. Jennifer Soon Bell. I don't know who that is. All right, let's.
人間。いや、ここでは指揮官と呼ぶべきか。指揮官。よろしく頼む。
Ooh. Okay. Go back to English. Lucia needs her weapon. All right, I'm gonna go pull for her weapon real quick. Oh! Yo, we got spooked again. Come on, give me it. There's a 50%. We have an 80% chance. Come on. Come on. Bro, if we can pull it, this would be nice. Ah! What the fuck? Ah! God damn it, we lost the fucking we lost the 80%. No! God damn it, bro. Ah! We weren't at pity, bro. We were only at like 2. I think we're at 2 or 12. God damn it. Ah. Yeah, we were only at fucking 2. What the fuck? Yeah, we were. Let me check. Let me go back on the stream. It'll show me. Yeah, we were only at 2. We were only at 2, and I fucking got spooked, and then we fucking lost. We were at 2. We were at 2. I just went back to look at the footage. We were at 2. God damn it! Time to feed Noctis' armor to someone else. Oh, I forgot we can do that. Wait a minute. Hold on. I might have enough to get a weapon then. Hold on. Hold on. I might have enough to get a weapon. I need to scrap it. Hold on, I might have enough to do it. Never mind, no I don't. That's alright. I believe it's 500. Recycle shop. 6-star. 6-star. Never mind, I need 3 more. Fuck! Now I can punch Noctis with that weapon? Yeah, you're right, I can. That's so sad. Damn it! Fuck! It's so sad. Oh well, it is what it is. Can't do nothing about it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is gonna do it for today's stream. We went on for what, 5 hours? That's not bad. We're going on for a little bit. I've noticed that we're going for a bit longer now than usual. I'm not used to that, but I think my body is finally starting to handle it. Now, my voice, on the other hand, is not gonna get used to it. It's always gonna be fucking hit, but that's all right. So, all right. So Tuesday, we will be starting Vera. Excuse me. Wow, Vera's starting. Vera's floating record. Sparks to Wildfire. That should be a good stream. I think it's just the one. Don't tell me there's a hidden story. There is not. There is just that. Cool. So we're almost there, ladies and gentlemen. We are like very close to being caught up to the actual story, to the actual like content for everything. All I got to do now is just do Sparks to Wildfire. I still have to read the Arcadia Anima, which we will do on Tuesday as well. So starting when we do Tuesday stream, we will be starting off with Arcadia Anima, and then we will be doing Spark to Wildfire. And then from there, we will be doing Bianca's main story. So we've got jam-packed content, again, all next week. I'm excited to see what's going to happen there. I will be working on the short film this weekend. Like I said, I'm hoping to have it out sometime next week. So far, I'm a little over halfway right now with it. So I'm excited to see how it's going to go with that. And then let's see, what else do I have? What else do I have planned? Couple more things on the back end of the content that I'm continuing to work on. I believe that's really it though. Biggest points next week is Veronica's Arcadia Anima. Biggest things to look forward to is the short film coming out, Veronica's chapter, and that's really about it, I believe. Just those are the two big ones right now for this week, or for next week, is short film and this. And then after that, I will be working on Chateve's main story, Chateve's short film, and we kind of go from there. So that's the plan. That is the plan. I've got some stuff that I've got on my notes that I want to get down on, so I'm ready to vote for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, and maybe you need to make a short film for Vera too. Like I said, it's gonna have to intrigue me enough to make a short film. That's why I don't do a lot of the short films on Floating Records, is because half of them were not even in them. We didn't start getting into them until Noctis's chapter. Once Noctis Sands of Wrath in the Floating Record, that is when we've been in almost every Floating Record except for Yada's and Deceiver's Rapture. That's about it. We haven't been in anything else. Oh, we also got to do Lillian's. We also got to do Lillian's affection story. We need to do that too. So I'm gonna have to do that a little bit later. But Vera is definitely short film worthy. I focus on Commandant a lot. Okay, cool. Like I said, it's gonna have to intrigue me enough to be able to get me to do it. So hopefully it does. So all right, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to keep you guys here any longer than normal. Thank you all so much for being here. Long Boy, Aldo, thank you guys for being here always. You guys always make this stream very fun, just as much as everyone else does. And I know you guys always give me context on a lot of things, so I thank you for that so much, and do not take your time for granted at all. So again, thank you. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go get ready for the day. I'm going to go to the store, get me some cookies, and I'm going to go munch. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, I will see you all Tuesday night, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, where we will be starting Veronica's Arcade Anima and potentially her main story, or her Floating Maker story. So until then, I hope you all have a good weekend. I hope you all have a nice day, have a good afternoon, have a good morning, have a good evening, and I will see you all on Tuesday. I'm out. Peace.
Like I'm hypnotized, can't get out of here. You don't know me, I just need my time.